When Shun Group publicly revealed Shin Nanji's identity and tagged Jung Joon to hold her accountable for spreading rumors, Jung Joon was so scared that she immediately deleted the post. After she deleted it, excited netizens began to criticize her on her other posts. I mean, you can say that Shun Group's heiress is trying to climb the social ladder, but to imply she's a third party? The marriage between Shin and Jung has been set. Does the official heiress really need to be a third party? What do you mean by saying she's entangled with Jung Er Shao? After the big announcement, Sue, the star, knew she had no chance and turned to other options. Seriously, are you thinking straight? You've already accused the heiress of Shun Group, and now you're spreading rumors about Mrs. Jung, who is officially married. How many lives do you have? Just join the comments, but I want to say in Huaihai City, half the people are surnamed Jung and half are surnamed Shun. The heiress of Shun Group and the powerful Mrs. Jung are already at the top of the social ladder. Who would they need to climb to? Who has the right to be climbed to? If it weren't for being alumni, she probably wouldn't even have a chance to meet them. Agreed. As the buzz around Su Wu and Jiang Tingsa grew, fans who had initially followed Su Wu for the couple's content began to wake up and join the fray. A certain star named Su posted about love and subtly hinted that a girl named Shin from Huaihai University was overly attached to her boyfriend, implying she was a third party. Now, could she be talking about Shun Group's heiress? This comment quickly gained a lot of likes. The comment section was filled with numerous responses. Calling her a third party? What nerve! And that certain blogger named Zhong. I am a student at Huaihai University. I heard that a certain blogger and a certain celebrity used to be roommates, and that the blogger gained over 1 million followers thanks to the celebrity. They both teamed up to slander someone as a third party in a relationship. Could it be that the self-righteous celebrity is actually the real third party? Isn't it obvious who the third party is? The world has really changed. A new celebrity is eager to slander the wife of a powerful family. 2 years ago, there were rumors on the Huaihai University forum about Shin Nanji and Jiang Tingsu being very close. Now, it seems that Miss Shin and Jiang Tingsu's brother are a legitimate couple. Isn't it normal for them to be close as a family? Su Wu even spread rumors about her being a third party and ruined her relationship. It looks like her status as a future daughter-in-law of a wealthy family is unstable. She doesn't even know her future sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Ha! The Jiang family, one of the top families in Huaihai City, would never allow her in. As for the truth, the real Mrs. Jiang was just falsely accused, and the head of the Jiang family personally supported her. The legal team at Tiancheng Group is strictly pursuing the legal responsibilities of the rumor spreaders. Meanwhile, the gossip about Su Wu and the second young master of the Jiang family is widely known, yet the Jiang family has never responded. This so-called wealthy wife is not even recognized by them. Let's not even mention the Jiang family. The second young master has never confirmed anything either, right? Just because they don't clarify doesn't mean they are together. Those brainless fans of the celebrity are pushing the idea that she is dating the second young master just because the rumors are still hot. In the rapidly changing comment section, Gu Qinghe raised an eyebrow and smiled as she commented, "Being open about your identity is refreshing. From now on, no one will dare to cross you." She poked at her phone, her fingers tapping on the screen, while she muttered a few words against Jung Joon. That Jung Joon seems like a bad person. She even insinuates that others are trying to climb the social ladder, while she was seen getting out of a luxury car worth millions just a week ago. The guy in the car with the beer belly could be her father. Hearing her last comment, Shun Nanji paused in her conversation with Jiang Jinian. She turned her head to look at Gu Qinghe. Before she could speak, Gu Qinghe suddenly thought of something. She stopped and quickly turned her head to ask, "Gigi, she accused you of spreading rumors, but the things she did are not baseless. Are you going to let it go, or will you fight back?" Before answering, Shin Nanji asked, "Do you have evidence?" Gu Qinghe's eyes lit up, realizing that her friend was not planning to let the slander from Jung Joon go unchallenged. She leaned closer to Shin Nanji and handed her phone screen over. "Of course, I have evidence. The man I mentioned is an investor in Su Wu's recent project and has some dealings with the Gu family. last time, Jung-jun got out of his car, and my cousin happened to see it. Here. She opened a photo for Shin Nanji to see. This is it. In the photo, Jung-jun looked very flirtatious, leaning against the investor with a high-slit dress that exposed her thigh, while his hand rested on her leg. Shin Nanji lowered her gaze to the photo. Her face showed no reaction as she simply said, "Send me the photo." Gu Qinghe quickly sent the photo without hesitation. In the past, she wouldn't have cared about someone like Jung-jun. No matter how she behaved or what her character was like, Gu Qinghe didn't want to engage with her. Even when her cousin mentioned the investor and sent her the photo, she only glanced at it and moved on. But when Jung-jun's disgusting actions affected her friend, it was a different story. After seeing the comments on Weibo, she remembered the photo she had overlooked and specifically dug it out from her cousin's chat history. Shin Nanji received the photo from Gu Qinghe and directly forwarded it to a contact on WeChat. She decided to retaliate in kind, using Jung-jun's own tactics against her. Once the other person received the photo, they quickly replied. A few minutes later, the photo, which was clearly suggestive, appeared on various social media platforms, quickly linking to the trending topic associated with Jung-jun's name. In the art department dormitory, Jung-jun's face turned pale as she received multiple legal notices from Tion Shun Group and Shun Group on her phone. She finally felt fear. Anger and panic filled her eyes. She had always thought Shin Nanji was just an ordinary person from a simple background, known for her good grades and recognized as a top student. For someone like her, a popular influencer with millions of followers before even graduating from college, she has already stepped into the entertainment industry. A top student like her is not someone to be taken seriously. Even if Shin Nanji wanted to clarify things online, she wouldn't be worried. A top student without power or influence, no matter how good her grades are, can't compete with the traffic of a big influencer with millions of fans. But she didn't expect that the Shun in Shin Nanji's name was actually from the Shun Group in Huaihai City, which had already formed a marriage alliance with the Jiang family, far beyond the reach of ordinary wealthy families. Jung-jun, pale-faced, opened her Weibo filled with insults, wanting to salvage something. As soon as the page loaded, she saw a high-definition photo of herself from a few days ago with the investors posted online, just like the one she had posted of Shin Nanji that morning. Looking at the photo and the terrible comments below, Jung-jun completely broke down. With red eyes, she called Su Wu, trembling all over. As soon as the call connected, she quickly pleaded for help. "Wu, please help me. How can I help you?" Su Wu's tone was cold and unpleasant. Jung-jun was interrupted harshly as Su Wu quickly distanced herself from the situation. "Jung-jun, did I ask you to attack Shin Nanji online? Why would you do that? You're still asking me for help? Because of you, the endorsement I worked hard to get has fallen through, and my next project has been ruined because of you. Jung-jun, how dare you ask me for help?" Jung-jun was stunned. In her memory, Su Wu had always been friendly, even after rising to prominence with Jiang Tingsu. Whenever she returned to school, she never looked down on her classmates or roommates. After Jung-jun expressed envy for her current life, Su Wu even introduced her to new project investors. Suddenly seeing such a drastic change in Su Wu's attitude left Jung-jun speechless for a while. But looking at the uproar online about her supposedly seducing investors, she had no time to think. She put aside her pride and pleaded with Su Wu. "Wu, I thought she was just an ordinary person. I didn't realize she was connected to the Shin family. You always said her relationship with Jiang Ershao was unclear and that she was always in your way. I just wanted to help you vent your frustration by posting that photo online. But now the situation is completely out of control. My photo with Mr. Lee has been posted online. Wu, please help me contact Mr. Lee. I can't reach him." Su Wu sneered, her dislike for Jung-jun reaching its peak. "But what those people online are saying isn't wrong, is it?"
Sung-yoon looked shocked. "What?
"What are you saying?" Su Wu replied sarcastically. "What are you pretending for? Jung-jun, when I introduced you to Mr. Lee, did I not mention that he is married? Knowing he is married, you still chose to get close to him. How is that not being a mistress?" Jung Jun's eyes widened, her anger and fear bubbling over. She instinctively wanted to say that Mr. Lee was her introduction, and now that trouble has come, she couldn't just push her away. But Suwoo didn't give her a chance to speak. Coldly, she issued a threat and hung up, blocking her number. Jung Jun, you chose to be a mistress. You can't blame others. And about Shin Nanji, your jealousy over her better connections led you to slander her online. Mind your words, or you'll find all your dirty secrets exposed online. As the trending topic continued to explode, even Meng Shijin, who was traveling abroad with friends, saw the news due to the influence of Tiancheng Group and Shen's official accounts. Looking at the overwhelming comments online and Jung Jun's despicable slander, Meng Shijin, leaning against a cruise ship railing, scoffed, "What a fool." It's 2023, and people still use such low-level tactics to frame others. How can anyone be so blind? They say Shin Nanji comes from a poor background and is climbing the social ladder? With her unique high-end pieces, each worth at least 8 figures, how does that fit a poor background? Beside the railing, Chunlei, who usually praised Meng Shijin's every word, didn't dare to say a single word today. The memory of Shin Nanji slapping her at the Gu family's birthday party still stung, making her face feel hot. She didn't have the courage to provoke Shin Nanji again, especially with Shan Huayan, who had returned to protect her, and Jiang Jinian, who was already married and in charge of the Jiang family, backing her up. At Huaihai University, with the trending topic's continuous twists, the school forum was buzzing with discussions and insults, rivaling the comments on Weibo. Shin Nanji ignored all online remarks. While talking to Gu Qinghe, she just logged off Weibo when she received a message from Shen Huayan. She was about to reply but hadn't clicked in yet when Jiang Jinian's call came in at that moment. Gu Qinghe glanced at her phone and teased with a smile, "Your husband and brother are both trying to reach you. Who will you reply to first?" Shen Nanji looked down at the screen where Jinian Go was flashing, almost like a silent reminder. She bit her lip and didn't immediately respond to Shen Huayan's message. Instead, she answered the call.
Yinyan Ye.
The voice on the other end was still deep and steady. After not seeing him for 2 days, Shin Nanji felt her breath tighten slightly when speaking to him. "Are you coming home for lunch?" he asked. Shin Nanji didn't think much and glanced at the time, saying, "I'm going to the lab for lunch, so I won't be back." "What about tonight? Are you coming back to Yushan Mansion?" This time, Shin Nanji paused a bit longer. Her gaze fell on the latest WeChat message from her brother. "Come to the company after school, and I'll show you around the different departments." She tightened her grip on her phone, hesitating between fulfilling her marital duties at Yushan Mansion and going to the Shin family villa to learn about company management with her brother. In the end, she chose the latter, following her heart. But she didn't say it so definitively. She expressed her inability to return in the gentlest way possible. At the Tiancheng headquarters, Jiang Jinian listened to her refusal, lowered his eyes to check the time on his watch, and didn't ask further. He changed the subject. "Where are you having lunch?" Shin Nanji replied, "At school." He said, "I'll order takeout for you, and it will arrive at Huaihai University by 11:30. Remember to eat on time." Shin Nanji agreed. After hanging up, Jiang Jinian called Zhou Lin in. While uncapping a pen to sign documents, he instructed, "Cancel all appointments after 7 p.m. Zhou Lin silently looked at the long list of arrangements after 7 p.m. He couldn't help but ask President Jiang, "Do you have important plans after 7 p.m.? Jiang Jinian's voice was calm. "I'm going to the Shin family to pick up my wife." At 3:40 p.m., Shin Nanji arrived at Shin Group. As usual, she took the private elevator to the top floor and walked confidently down the long corridor to the president's office. Just as she opened the door, she saw an unexpected figure inside. "Brother," the girl's voice trailed off. Her gaze fixed on her uncle Shan Huan, who was talking to Shen Huayan on the sofa. Both men turned to look at her. Shen Huayan waved. "Are you done with your experiment? Come here." Uncle Shan Huan, who has a gentle and friendly demeanor, smiled at Shin Nanji and spoke warmly to the younger generation. "Gigi, did you come to play with your brother? I've been abroad for a year and missed your 20th birthday. I was just telling your brother that I would send your birthday gift to the Shin family villa, and before I could finish, you arrived. Shun Nanji smiled and closed the door behind her, saying, "Thank you, uncle. But you don't need to bring a gift. You already sent me a red envelope on my birthday." Uncle Shin replied, "A red envelope is one thing, and a gift is another. They shouldn't be mixed up." After Shin Nanji arrived, Uncle Shin didn't continue discussing company matters. They reminisced for a while, and the conversation shifted to the car accident. "I heard from my assistant that Huaiyan had a car accident abroad?" Shin Huaiyan looked at Shin Nanji sitting across from him and casually smiled at the concern, saying, "It was just a small accident. I'm fine, uncle. No need to worry." Uncle Shun advised, "The Shun group relies on you now. If something were to happen to you like it did to your brother and sister-in-law, the company could collapse again." Shun Huaiyan glanced at Shin Nanji, choosing not to continue with Uncle Shin's comment. Instead, he shifted the topic to Shin Nanji's inheritance rights. "That won't happen. Nanji is already 20, and the Jiang and Shin families have successfully united. The Shun group will eventually be handed over to Nanji." Uncle Shun looked over with a kind expression, showing the warmth of an elder towards a younger one. "You two siblings have a strong bond. That makes me feel at ease. Speaking of the union, Gigi, when do you plan to have your wedding with Jin Yan? The union of the Jiang and Shin families is a significant matter, and as an elder, I should help organize it." Shin Nanji smiled. "There's no rush for the wedding. We haven't set a specific date yet, but I'll let you know as soon as we do." Uncle Shun's smile widened. "Then I'll wait for good news. And Huaiyan, you're not young anymore. You should also think about your marriage." Shun Huaiyan responded with a casual lift of his eyelids. Uncle Shun didn't stay long, and soon mentioned he had to leave. "I just returned from the branch office and have a lot to handle. As long as you two are doing well, I can relax. Once I finish this busy period, I'll arrange a gathering for our family." After Uncle Shin left, Shin Nanji picked up a lychee from the table, peeling it while asking, "Brother, why did Uncle come today?" "To discuss returning to his position at headquarters." Shin Nanji was curious. "What position does my second uncle hold in the company now that he's back?" Shin Huaiyan glanced at her. "It's the same as before. He is the second in command of the company." Shin Nanji nodded and didn't ask further. The Shin family has many branches, each with their own plans, all hoping to gain more benefits from the company. That shallow family bond is hardly worth mentioning. Among them, only second Uncle Shun Huan values family ties the most. When her father was still alive, they had the closest relationship with second uncle's family. When she was young, second uncle often brought gifts for her and Shun Huaiyan to the old house and discussed company matters with her father. Her father was the CEO and chairman of the company, while her second uncle was the true second in command. That was until her parents had an accident. The company fell apart, and those eager relatives were always looking to take advantage of the chaos to seize control of the Shun family's power. The higher-ups were in disarray, and during those years, Shun Huan often went to various branches to oversee things, sometimes for a year or more. After such a long time apart, their relationship inevitably felt a bit distant compared to when they spent every day together as children. "Is there no other plan for now?" Shin Huaiyan's voice pulled Shin Nanji back from her drifting thoughts. The girl was lazily sprawled on the sofa, just like when she was at home. "No, there isn't." Shin Huaiyan stood up and buttoned his suit jacket. "Come on, I'll take you around the departments so you can get familiar with how the company operates." Shin Nanji frowned slightly. She sat up straight but didn't stand, looking up at Shin Huaiyan. "Do you really want me to take over the company right now?" Shin Huaiyan had mentioned this several times over the years. Although Shin Nanji kept up with financial and company information, she hadn't thought about taking over so soon. In other words, she had been studying financial data for the past 2 years just in case she needed to take over one day, to avoid being caught off guard and giving those with ill intentions a chance. But aside from that, Shin Nanji didn't want to take over the company so quickly. Or rather, she wasn't very interested in it. She preferred physics over finance. She enjoyed working with experimental theories and data, immersing herself in the various fields of physics, which had been her passion and dream for many years. Over the years, Shen Huayan had been waiting for her to grow up, even frequently mentioning that she should engage more with the company's management, just to hand the company over to her sooner. In his heart, she was the only heir of the Shen family. Even though he carried the Shen surname, grew up in the Shen family, and was as close to her as a real brother, his role always felt like that of an adopted son. So, he had announced more than once in the media that when she grew up, he would personally help her take over the company. He had also mentioned to her several times to study the materials he sent her regularly to prepare for joining the company. He was the adopted son and would not compete with her for the inheritance. Shen Nanji understood Shen Huayan's intentions. She knew that everything he did was to pave the way for her, waiting for her to grow up so he could hand over the thriving company to her, stepping down from his role as CEO and chairman of the Shen Group. She understood his feelings. But in Shen Nanji's heart, she never saw him as a foster brother. He was her brother on the household registration. He was the son acknowledged by her parents. In her heart, he would always be her real brother. Shen Huayan paused and walked over to her. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Shen Nanji bit her lip, her voice a bit muffled. "I prefer physics. I enjoy working with experiments more than company matters." "Nanji," Shen Huayan gently interrupted her, "whether or not you take over the company doesn't conflict with learning how to manage it." He said, "The children of the Shen family are born with the talent to run the company. You are very smart and have a great talent for decision-making. Gigi, listen to me. Regardless of whether you take over the company, first learn what you need to, so you can be fully prepared to inherit it. This will also put our parents' minds at ease." After following Shen Huayan around the various departments at headquarters, they returned to the Shen family villa as night fell. The butler had already prepared dinner. When they arrived in the hall, Shen Nanji rested on the sofa for a moment before following Shen Huayan to the dining room. After dinner, Shen Huayan brought her favorite fresh juice and was about to take her to the study to continue discussing the company operations they hadn't finished talking about the night before. He had a business trip tomorrow and would also need to visit the Jinming branch abroad, so he wouldn't have much time to teach her in the coming days. He thought he would share more about the company tonight, allowing her to understand and digest the information. Once he returned from the Jinming branch, he would continue to introduce her to the internal workings of the group. But just as he finished speaking, the sound of a car engine suddenly came from outside the villa. Soon after, the butler hurried in to report that Mr. Jiang had arrived at the villa. Hearing this, Shen Huayan frowned slightly. Shen Nanji, who had just taken the juice, was even more surprised. Upon hearing the name Jiang Jinyan, the cup in her hand shook noticeably. Shen Huayan's gaze fell on her, stopping her as she was about to walk out to the hall. "Why are you shaking? Didn't you say you two were in love? Your husband is here, and you're so nervous?" "I'm not shaking. I'm just a little surprised." The young lady stubbornly refused to admit the lie she had told him. Shen Huayan seemed to doubt her. "Really?" He stood still, watching her, his posture unwavering. "Your husband is here. Aren't you going to greet him?" With a loud thud, Shen Nanji placed the juice on the table and, under Shen Huayan's gaze, stood up and walked outside, trying to maintain her lie. "Of course, I will greet him, brother. I'll be back soon." When Shen Nanji stepped out of the hall, Jiang Jinyan had already arrived in the main courtyard, guided by the servants. Upon seeing her, he looked up. His dark eyes were deep and unfathomable, blending into the night, making it hard to read his emotions. Shen Nanji had been afraid of Jiang Jinyan since she was little, probably because his gaze made her heart feel tight. Her friend Gu Qinghe constantly filled her ears with nonsense, saying that after getting married, her long-standing fear of Jiang Jinyan would fade away with distance. But now, their eyes met. As Shen Nanji faced Jiang Jinyan's gaze, she couldn't help but complain in her mind about her friend's ridiculous words. Her steps toward him unconsciously slowed down. Jiang Jinyan observed her reaction. Just like in the past when he returned home occasionally and saw her in the old house, she would quickly avoid him as if she hadn't seen him. Now that they were married, she couldn't turn and run away like before, so she had to bravely walk toward him. The butler in the villa didn't notice the subtle tension between the young lady and her husband. Seeing Jiang Jinyan come in person surprised him. He promptly asked, "Mr. Jiang, have you had dinner? I had the chef prepare dinner for you." "No need to trouble yourself," Jiang Jinyan replied calmly. "I've already eaten." The butler nodded repeatedly and then sent someone to prepare tea. Footsteps echoed softly in the hall as Shin Nanji walked a few steps to stand in front of Jiang Jinyan. She tilted her porcelain-white face up, her clear eyes slightly misty, and softly asked, "Brother Jinyan, what brings you here?" Jiang Jinyan looked at her reflection in her eyes and gently held her wrist, saying, "I came to see Mrs. Jiang." Shin Nanji's fingertips trembled slightly. She looked down at his large hand holding hers. Shifting her gaze, she wanted to say that he didn't need to come all this way since he was so busy. But before she could speak, Jiang Jinyan led her hand toward the entrance of the hall and asked Shin Huayan, who stood in the shadows. "I just married Nanji, and we have been apart for 2 days. Does Mr. Shin mind if I take Nanji home?" His tone was polite, as if there had been no tense conversation in the Shun Group's president's office just days before. In front of Shin Nanji, Shin Huayan showed no signs of tension. He leaned against the door, his gaze moving over the hands of Jiang Jinyan and Shin Nanji. With a tone of gentle apology, he stated a firm position. "Nanji needs to learn about the company. I want to discuss group matters with her tonight, so it might not be convenient." Shin Nanji was about to nod in agreement. She was already nervous around Jiang Jinyan, let alone pretending to be in a loving relationship under her brother's watchful eyes. She couldn't keep up the act, and her brother's sharp gaze would see through her lies in no time. Just as she was about to nod, Jiang Jinyan looked down at her. The Jiang and Shin families are now connected. Shin's matters are also Jiang's matters. How about Mr. Shin and I guide my wife together? What do you think? Shin Nanji was so shocked that her nodding motion froze. Before Shin Huayan could respond, she quickly tried to refuse. "That's not necessary, Brother Jinyan. I can handle this small matter on my own. You should go back to your work." Jiang Jinyan replied calmly, "I have nothing else to do tonight. I will stay with you." Her words were cut off. Shin Huayan listened to Jiang Jinyan's repeated mention of connection and then looked at his sister, who was gazing up at Jiang Jinyan. He smirked and nodded, "All right." Shin Nanji, who was thinking of other excuses to refuse, was caught off guard by her brother's agreement and felt momentarily dazed. She rubbed her ears and slowly turned to look at her brother, praying that she had misheard. But Shin Huayan had already stepped inside and said, "Nanji, bring Jiang Zong to the study." 10 minutes later, in the study, Shin Nanji sat stiffly at the desk, glancing at the PPT. She secretly looked up at the 2 people sitting across from her, Shin Huayan and Jiang Jinyan, who both turned to look at her. She felt an odd sensation, as if she were being scrutinized by both the discipline teacher and the homeroom teacher. Suppressing the urge to cover her face and escape their gaze, she lowered her head to focus on the computer screen. However, her legs were restless under the desk, wanting to grab the laptop and quickly retreat to her room. With a stiff resolve, she flipped through a few more pages of the PPT, her fingertips hovering over the edge of the keyboard. After a few minutes, she couldn't hold back any longer and quietly looked up again. "How about I go back to my room to review?" It wasn't right for the 2 of them to focus solely on her. Or one of them could leave. That would be better than this absurd atmosphere. As her gaze shifted, she met their eyes fixed on her. The timid young lady quickly closed her mouth, retracting her previous statement. "Forget I said anything." After her words faded, she pushed her laptop, turning the screen towards them, her delicate fingers pointing to the small text in the lower right corner of the PPT. She took control of the situation, shifting the strange atmosphere back to a genuine teaching moment, and asked them, "What do these lines mean?" She was asking for an explanation of management terminology, which Shin Huayan and Jiang Jinyan, both experienced decision-makers in the company, were very familiar with. Shin Huayan glanced at Jiang Jinyan, who was quietly observing her with a neutral expression, then turned back to his sister to explain. For the next hour and a half, Shin Nanji focused entirely on learning, channeling her concentration from the lab experiments. Whenever she encountered something she didn't understand, she would ask. Shun Huayan and Jiang Jinyan worked well together, taking turns guiding her. Shun Huayan would explain one question, then Jiang Jinyan would tackle the next, and so on. As the time on the screen ticked to 9:30 and the materials on the computer reached the last page, Shun Nanji called for a stop before Shun Huayan could open new materials. It's 9:30 now. It's been an hour and a half. Let's continue next time. Shun Huayan paused in his action of adjusting the new materials. He lifted his eyelids to look at his younger sister. Are you tired so early today? You were still studying until 10:30 last night. When Shun Huayan said this, Jiang Jinyan looked over, and Shun Nanji's eyelids twitched as she unintentionally met his gaze. There was no sign of fatigue in her eyes, but being looked at like that by Jiang Jinyan made Shun Nanji feel a bit guilty. She quietly shifted her gaze and pretended to drink water from her cup. Shun Huayan glanced at his sister, closed the document he had just opened, and prepared to suggest she go to bed. Before he could speak, Jiang Jinyan, who had been silent for a while, asked her, "Where do you want to sleep tonight? Do you want to come back to the marital home with me or stay here?" Shun Huayan also looked at his sister. Shun Nanji was thinking about this question too. She was organizing her thoughts in her mind, wanting to say she would stay and let Jiang Jinyan go back, so he and his brother wouldn't have to chat anymore. The more they talked, the quicker her lies would unravel. I'll just stay here to avoid running back and forth. Before she could finish her thought that the Shin family villa is a bit far from Tiancheng Group, and to avoid affecting tomorrow's trip to the company, Jiang Jinyan should go back himself. Jiang Jinyan calmly interjected, "Then I'll trouble President Shin for the night." Shun Nanji. Shun Huayan seemed to smile, but there wasn't much amusement in his eyes. He lightly tapped the table and asked Jiang Jinyan, "Are you planning to stay here, Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Jinyan didn't directly answer the question but tossed it back to the girl, who still looked surprised. Newlyweds should spend time together. Long separations are not good for a couple's relationship. What do you think, Nanji? Shun Huayan also looked over. Her gaze flickered, revealing uncertainty. Since Jiang Jinyan arrived that evening, Shun Nanji's emotions had been all over the place, and her palms had several nail marks from her own grip. At this moment, Jiang Jinyan's words tightened her already frayed nerves again. Under Shun Huayan's gaze, she forced herself to nod, trying to appear calm. Jiang Jinyan stood up and led Shun Nanji outside. "It's getting late, so we won't disturb President Shin any longer." Shun Huayan watched them leave. Shun Nanji's bedroom was on the same floor. As she pushed the door open and hadn't even turned on the light yet, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist and was pressed against the door. Shun Nanji's eyelids jumped, and before she could react, her chin was held, and a clear, firm kiss landed on her lips. She instinctively held her breath, her heart racing loudly in her ears. The man's large hand gripped her slender waist, causing her to tense up even more. Jiang Jinyan watched her in the dark. He saw her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her eyes wide and glistening with surprise as she looked at him. Jiang Jinyan released her chin. As she let out a soft breath and tried to pull back, he held the back of her head and gently pushed her forward, easily parting her lips and kissing her deeply. Shun Nanji's pupils suddenly shrank. She instinctively tried to push him away, but as soon as her wrist moved, he held it down against the door beside her. The cold surface pressed against her inner arm sent a shiver through her, and her teeth unconsciously clashed, causing her to accidentally bite Jiang Jinyan's lip. A faint taste of blood slowly spread between their lips, and Shun Nanji realized what she had done. I didn't mean to." He ruffled her hair. "It's only been 2 days. Have you forgotten how to kiss already?" Shun Nanji remained silent. He released her wrist and gently rubbed the soft skin of her arm that was pressed against the door, warming it with his palm, then guided her hand to rest on his waist. Throughout this, he continued to kiss her. Shun Nanji felt her eyes getting misty from his kisses. Once her hand was on his waist, her fingers instinctively curled, gripping the edge of his shirt. The deeper he kissed, the tighter she held on. In a daze, She suddenly felt his warm hand on her side, and she jolted awake. She quickly pushed him away, her fingers, now slightly sweaty, grasping his arm, trying to make him stop.
No.
Her voice trembled, filled with a soft whimper, like a gentle rain mixed with heat. Why not? His tone remained calm, though his eyes were filled with intensity, and he didn't pull his hand away or stop kissing her. Shin Nanji's lips felt sore from the kisses. Her clear eyes looked as if they had been dipped in water, her long lashes damp and heavy. Seeing he wouldn't stop, she struggled harder, turning her head to avoid his kiss, trying to escape his embrace, but his arms held her tightly. In the end, she buried her head in his chest, hoping to stop him from kissing her further. There's no protection. We can't. What if she accidentally got pregnant? Would she terminate it or carry it to term? She hadn't even graduated yet, going to school with a baby bump? Just thinking about it was too much. Jiang Jinyan gently touched her hair, a slight smile on his lips, and looked at the girl in his arms, asking, "So, having it means it's okay, right? Is it soundproof? If not, just keep it down." His hand was still inside her clothes, resting on her waist, and its presence felt very strong. Shin Nanji bit her lip to hold back the pain from his kisses, pressing on his arm, trying to pull his hand away. She didn't think much about his question and nodded. This was the Shin family home. Her brother didn't have a girlfriend, and the villa had seen few visitors over the years. There wasn't a single to be found, not even in her bedroom, let alone the entire villa. But before she could finish her thought, she suddenly felt light as he picked her up. Shin Nanji's eyes widened, and she gasped instinctively. With the dim moonlight coming through the window and the glow from the courtyard lights, Jiang Jinyan carried her to the bed. After setting her down, he withdrew his hand and found the remote for the ceiling light. Shin Nanji sat up quickly, still unsteady, and with a click, the room was suddenly bright. She instinctively squinted. Before she could adjust to the sudden light, he pressed her back down onto the bed. Shin Nanji's room was different from Jiang Jinyan's. She preferred a cheerful and warm color scheme. Especially this bedroom, which she had lived in since she was little, was decorated in a very feminine style. Other than her father and Shun Huayan, no other males had ever entered. So when the lights brightened, seeing the familiar decor made her feel the strong presence of someone entering her private space. The hem of her sweater was bunched up at her waist, exposing her fair and slender figure to the cool air, which pulled her scattered thoughts back to reality. Her eyes were misty, and she tried to hide in his embrace to escape the overwhelming kiss, burying her head and waist into him. In their previous nights together, whenever she couldn't resist getting close, he would stop and hold her tightly. But today, while he didn't push her away, he also didn't embrace her. Instead, he had something in his hand. "Is it okay now, my lady?" Shin Nanji, confused, peeked out from his arms to see what was in her hand. To her surprise, it was a brand new, unopened small umbrella. "Peach-flavored, you should like it," he said. Shin Nanji looked in shock at the box that appeared out of nowhere. "Where did this come from?" "In the car," he replied. "I found a box in the garage last time, and it happens to be useful today." Jiang Jinyan opened the box slowly, his expression serious, as if he were opening an important contract. His lips moved, saying something that made Shin Nanji wish she could take back her words. "You just said that with this. We can share a room, right? This is a pack of 3, so there aren't many. If it's not enough, we can get more tomorrow night when we return to the wedding house." Shin Nanji swallowed nervously. She wanted to take back her words, but Jiang Jinyan didn't give her a chance. After opening the box, before she could hide under the covers, he pulled her into the bathroom. When they came out, a small umbrella was placed directly in her hand. As he leaned in, he gently touched her flushed earlobe and asked softly, "Is the room soundproof?" Shin Nanji's eyes widened in surprise, and without hesitation, she quickly responded, shaking her head, "Not soundproof." Plus, her brother was still around. It would be so embarrassing if he heard. She was about to suggest waiting until tomorrow, but he smiled at her, playfully holding her waist and pulling her closer. As her brows furrowed, she heard him whisper in her ear, "Since it's not soundproof, Let's keep it quiet. Oh no. Shin Nanji felt like she could bite her tongue off. Much later, in a daze, she thought she heard Jiang Jinyan ask again if the room was soundproof. Looking at the two small umbrellas scattered by the pillow, she shook her head again, insisting it wasn't soundproof. At around 10:30 at night, Shen Huayan came downstairs. A servant carrying a cup of hot milk asked the butler if he should take it to the young lady. The butler was about to say it might not be appropriate since the young master was there, but before he could speak, he noticed Shen Huayan coming down the stairs and called out, "Mr. Shen." Shen Huayan paused at the bottom of the stairs, his gaze falling on the milk the servant was holding. "It's too late. Nanji and Mr. Jiang are in their room, so there's no need to take it up. You all can go back and rest." Shen Huayan had been working late into the night whenever he returned home in recent years. Seeing him come down at this hour, the butler intended to make tea, but paused when he heard the rest of Shen Huayan's sentence. He hesitated, glancing at Mr. Shen. Without saying anything more, they left the hall with the servant and went to the servants' quarters at the back. After everyone left, the villa, shrouded in night, became even quieter. Shen Huayan held a glass of wine, dressed simply in a shirt and trousers, standing alone in front of the tall, large windows. Outside, the night was still, and a gentle breeze brushed through the treetops in the courtyard, causing the leaves to sway and dance in the dim moonlight, adding to the silence. Shen Huayan gazed at the dark shadows outside, standing by the window for a long time without moving. Images flashed through his mind, recalling moments when Shin Nanji told him that their marriage was a mutual choice. All the memories settled on the scene where she stood in front of him, head down, seriously telling him that they were in love. Shen Huayan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, all the dark emotions within him had faded. He tilted his head back and finished the wine in one gulp. Turning away from the window, he placed the glass on the table, sat on the sofa, and started a video conference. After the meeting, he arranged for Fong Jing to prepare for a business trip the next morning, just like when he was a child, tearing off a label to leave Shin Nanji a note about the trip. The next day at 9 o'clock, Shin Nanji woke up feeling sore and sluggish. After waking up, she didn't get out of bed immediately. She lay there for a while, then slowly got up like a snail, trying to ease her discomfort. The chaotic scenes from last night lingered in her mind. Shen Nanji shook her head vigorously to clear them away, then squatted in front of the trash can to count the small umbrellas inside. The bedroom door opened, and Jiang Jinyan walked in. Seeing the girl in a nightgown squatting in front of the trash can counting something, he paused slightly. Shen Nanji looked at the crumpled tissues and clearly saw 3 condoms among them. Frowning slightly, she was about to tell him that they used 3 last night, and she thought it took too long, while he had claimed they only did it twice. But just as she was about to speak, she turned and suddenly saw the housekeeper following Jiang Jinyan upstairs through the edge of the bed. She swallowed her words. Holding back her trembling legs, she stood up and quickly slipped into the closet before the housekeeper could come over. With many marks left on her neck from last night, Shen Nanji took a long time in the closet to find a solid-colored, half-high-neck, fitted knit dress among a pile of low-cut autumn dresses. When she changed and came out of the closet, Jiang Jinyan was outside the room talking to the housekeeper. Shen Nanji glanced at the door, then walked to the bedside and picked up the phone that Jiang Jinyan had charged for her. As she unlocked the screen, she saw a message from Shen Huayan sent at 7 in the morning about a business trip. Shen Nanji opened the input box and typed a few words in response. On the other end, Shen Huayan was still in the car before boarding the plane when he received her message and replied, "This business trip will last several days. During this time, remember to eat well, sleep early, and call me if you need anything." After sending the message, the girl quickly followed up with a cute nodding emoji and reminded him of his own advice. After breakfast, Shen Nanji took Jiang Jinyan's car back to Yushan Mansion. On the way, Zhou Lin raised the partition as usual. During a red light, Jiang Jinyan pulled the to his lap, gently pressing on her sore waist and massaging it with just the right amount of pressure. He asked, "What did you want to say in the bedroom?" Shen Nanji immediately thought of the earlier conversation. She wanted to get off his lap, but he held her waist to keep her there. Shin Nanji tugged at her skirt and, glancing up, noticed the mark on his lip from when she had bitten him last night. She quickly looked away, trying to ignore his hand resting firmly on her waist. In a low voice, she managed to say, "I counted." He encouraged her to continue. "There are 3, she replied. This time, Jiang Jinyan did not argue and calmly admitted, "There are 3. Shin Nanji frowned, and just as she looked at him, his hand stopped moving, lightly pressing on a sensitive spot at her waist as he said, "I mentioned it to my wife before the 3rd time." Shin Nanji had no memory of that, but "I don't remember." He replied with a soft perhaps my wife hadn't fully recovered from the last time. Shin Nanji. On the 3rd day of Shen Huayan's business trip, Shin Nanji accompanied Jiang Jinyan back to the Jiang family's old house. The elderly Mr. Jiang, who had been living abroad for health reasons, returned to the country for a short stay before winter. Early in the morning, Jiang's mother called to ask them to visit Grandpa. When they arrived, in the old house's living room, Mr. Jiang was discussing the marriage between the 2 families with Jiang's father and mother. Ever since Jiang Feng took over the company, Mr. Jiang had stepped back from the spotlight. Over the years, as Jiang Jinyan grew the Tiansheng Group, Mr. Jiang had become more at ease and no longer inquired about company matters. Due to his age and time spent abroad, he was rarely updated on domestic affairs. But this time the online buzz was significant. As soon as the old man got off the plane, he heard a lot about it and immediately asked what was going on when he returned home. Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang explained everything to him in detail. The old man had not been in good health for the past 2 years, and Mr. and Mrs. Jiang had kept the news about Jiang Tingsu and Shin Nanzi's increasingly cold relationship from him, fearing it would worsen his condition. However, they could not hide the matter of the marriage alliance any longer. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang briefly summarized the situation, focusing on Jiang Jinyan and Shin Nanji. This engagement never specified who would marry Nanji. Now that Jinyan and Nanji have registered their marriage, I see those 2 kids getting along well. The past is the past. Let it go. If there is no fate, one cannot force it. The old man knew Mr. Jiang was trying to speak well of Jiang Jinyan and Shin Nanji, fearing he would be unhappy about the marriage alliance. Jiang Jinyan's character and unmatched decision-making skills in the company largely came from the old man. The old man had high hopes for Jiang Jinyan. If he could take on the engagement, marry Nanji, and fulfill his responsibilities as a husband, the old man would be very pleased. However, Jiang Tingsu, the younger grandson, was a headache for the old man, especially when he heard from the butler that Jiang Tingsu was involved with a young star. The old man was even angrier. Shin Nanji entered the hall with Jiang Jinyan and immediately saw the old man sitting in the main seat, leaning on his cane, with a serious expression. Mr. Jiang was speaking beside him. Shin Nanji had spent a considerable amount of time in the Jiang family and was somewhat familiar with the old man, who had been decisive and capable in his youth. When she first arrived at the Jiang family, the old man was still in good health, often staying at the old house and spending time with old friends, playing chess and drinking tea, while watching the children grow up. Although the old man had a tough temper in his youth, he became very kind as he aged, especially towards the younger generation, treating them with great affection. The Jiang and Shin families had been close for many years, and the old man was particularly fond of her since both her parents had passed away. During those years, Shin Nanji enjoyed spending time with him. Even when the old man went out to play chess, he often took her along, introducing her as their little granddaughter. Everyone knew the 2 families had an early engagement, so they understood that little granddaughter meant future granddaughter-in-law. This situation continued until she turned 15, marking the 5th year since she came to the Jiang family. The old man's health gradually declined, so he moved abroad to a beautiful mansion in a picturesque area for better rest and recovery. Shin Nanji and Jiang Jinyan walked in, and when the old man looked up at them, his earlier displeasure vanished instantly. Especially upon seeing Shin Nanji, a smile appeared on his face, full of energy. Just like when she was little, he waved at her, saying, "You're here? Gigi, come closer so Grandpa can see you." Shin Nanji glanced at Jiang Jinyan, who let go of her hand. She took a few steps forward and sweetly called out Grandpa. Shin Nanji was beautiful and charming, and her obedient, sweet words made the old man smile broadly. It was hard not to like her. Good, good, good. It's been years, and RGG is even more beautiful now. Grandpa'll be staying in Huaihai City for a while. Starting tomorrow, you'll take Grandpa to meet some old friends, so they can be a little jealous and see how lovely RGG is compared to their granddaughters. Shin Nanji knew who the old man's friends were. When she was young, he often took her out to drink tea and play chess with them. Before she moved out of the old house, she occasionally overheard him calling Jiang's parents, urging them to convince Jiang Jinyan to agree to marriage. At those times, the old man would be frustrated, often after hearing from his friends about their grandchildren getting engaged or inviting him to weddings, flaunting that their grandsons were getting married before his. Whenever that happened, the old man would angrily call Jiang's parents, demanding they persuade Jiang Jinyan to agree to marriage. Then he would reassure himself. His proud eldest grandson was far superior to any of those friends' grandchildren in every way. Once his grandson married, whether it was a granddaughter-in-law or great-grandchild, they would surely outshine them all. When it comes to his granddaughter-in-law, the old man can't help but think of those old friends who often boast about their great-grandchildren. Looking at Jiang Jinyan and Shin Nanji, who stand together and look perfect as a couple, the old man, feeling satisfied, turns to Jiang Jinyan sitting on the nearby sofa and says, Jinyan, Nanji hasn't graduated yet. Even though you two are married, you shouldn't rush into having kids. Jiang Jinyan, sitting on the sofa with a white porcelain teacup just handed to him by the butler, raises his eyes to look at the obedient Shin Nanji in front of the old man. Hearing the old man's advice and meeting his deep gaze, Shin Nanji feels her ears inexplicably warm in front of so many people. She pretends not to notice Jiang Jinyan's gaze and discreetly shifts her attention elsewhere. Jiang Jinyan gently turns the teacup in his hands, his eyes glancing over the rosy glow of the girl's ears, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. He nods slightly and replies to the old man, Grandpa, don't worry. Nanji is still young. I know what I'm doing. Hearing those last 4 words, Shin Nanji silently complains to herself while looking away. What does he mean by knowing what he's doing? If he really knew, would she be feeling so nervous right now? And her stomach. If it weren't for the situation, she would want to press her palm against it to ease the discomfort. When the old man returned, the atmosphere in the old house was livelier than usual. Shin Nanji and Jiang Jinyan sat downstairs chatting with him about family matters. The conversation paused for a while on Jiang Tingsu. As soon as Jiang Tingsu was mentioned, the old man recalled the current trending news and felt like scolding him a bit. Shin Nanji said nothing, quietly sitting beside them until the topic changed. After more than an hour, there was a new message in the lab group chat. Shin Nanji took her laptop upstairs to handle the experiment forms. About 20 minutes after she arrived in her bedroom, she heard the sound of a car engine downstairs, followed by a message from Jiang Jinyan on her phone. Once you're done and feel tired, take a nap. I'll accompany Grandpa to visit my second uncle and we'll be back before evening. Shin Nanji looked at the message on the screen. She lightly tapped her fingers and replied, okay. The experiment forms were not difficult to handle, and in less than half an hour, Shin Nanji finished everything. Downstairs, Jiang's mother was trying to call Jiang Tingsu, but she couldn't reach him despite 2 attempts. Shin Nanji chose not to go down at that moment. After submitting the forms, she sat on the sofa and chatted aimlessly with Gu Qinghe on WeChat. Around 3 o'clock, Shin Nanji rested her head on her hand and felt a bit sleepy, so she closed the curtains and lay down for a nap. When she woke up, the sky outside had turned dark. Shin Nanji frowned and checked her phone. It was almost 7 o'clock. The downstairs was quiet, and Jiang Jinyan was not in the room, likely still out. Shin Nanji glanced at the messages from others, replied to each one, then put down her phone and walked to the large panoramic balcony in her bedroom. On the balcony, there were a few lush ficus lyrata and Rapis excelsa plants. The leaves were green and healthy, thriving well. Shun Nanji leaned against the balcony railing and touched the vibrant leaves of the Ficus lyrata. It was nearly November, and the temperature in Huaihai City was already quite cool at night. The chilly breeze brushed against her, easily penetrating her clothes and chilling her skin. Shun Nanji didn't stay on the balcony for long. After lightly touching the leaves of the ficus and rapis, she turned and left the bedroom, planning to take a walk downstairs to get some fresh air. The corridor on the third floor was as quiet as ever. As Shun Nanji walked out, she thought about the things she needed to do tomorrow. Just as she was about to reach the stairs, a sudden force pulled her into the unused tea room beside the corridor. Jiang Tingsu, whom she hadn't seen in days, looked a bit more haggard than usual, but his grip on her was firm. In the dimly lit room, with only a little light from the corridor, his gaze was dark and urgent. Before Shun Nanji could struggle free, he tightly held her wrist and asked, "You're marrying my brother because the Shun group is in crisis, right?" Shun Nanji was confused by his sudden outburst. Since their unpleasant meeting at Shengyi, they hadn't seen each other again. She thought they had reached an understanding, like in the past 2 years, and were trying to avoid each other to prevent any discomfort. But she didn't expect that the person who couldn't reach her during the day would pull her into a room at night. As Shun Nanji struggled, she accidentally hit the switch for the crystal light in the tea room. With a loud click, bright light filled the room. The joy from her nap faded, replaced by rising irritation. Her tone was sharp as she replied, "What does it have to do with you? I've said it before, I am me and you are you. My life is none of your business." Her eyes were filled with annoyance and coldness. The moment Jiang Tingsu met her gaze, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if something had stabbed him. A wave of pain spread through his chest. Jiang Tingsu's eyes revealed hidden sorrow, but his tone was gentle, just like in the past when he comforted her, without any questioning or sarcasm. He just wanted to have a calm conversation with her. "I didn't mean anything else. Nanji, I just found out a few days ago that the Shun group is in trouble. Did you agree to marry my brother so quickly because of the Shun group?" That day at Xingye, he overheard Ji Yanche talking about the Shun headquarters, and he immediately had someone investigate the matter overnight. He had always thought she agreed to marry his brother to maintain the relationship between their families after he refused the union. But then he learned about the crisis at the Shun group and the full investigation into it. He regretted the harsh words he had said out of jealousy when he found out she had married his brother. After finishing the investigation, he rushed to see her without caring about anything else. "Nanji." He held her wrist with a trembling grip, his voice filled with a deep plea. "Let's stop fighting and go back to how we were before, okay? I've already started acquiring companies and bidding on various projects. I can help you with anything related to the Shun group in the future. Let's return to the way things were, without any conflict, all right?" There was no change in Shun Nanji's expression. She forcefully shook him off, her eyes cold. "Jiang Tingsu, if you're not thinking clearly, go see a doctor. If you want company, find your girlfriend. I've already married your brother, and what you're saying is crossing the line." She turned to leave but was pulled back by Jiang Tingsu again. "She's not my girlfriend," he explained urgently. Noticing the red mark on her wrist, he dared not pull her hard this time but held on to prevent her from leaving. "Gigi, she's not my girlfriend. I have no relationship with her. Whether you have a relationship or not is none of my business," Shun Nanji interrupted coldly. She had little patience and didn't want to get entangled with him. But he clearly wasn't thinking straight today. Blocked by the door, she couldn't get out. Seeing he wouldn't move, she suppressed her irritation and tried to speak calmly to avoid alarming the elderly gentleman who had just returned to the country. "Jiang Tingsu, we've made ourselves very clear. You are you, and I am me. Let's pretend those 10 years of friendship never happened and that we never knew each other." And she looked at him steadily, her eyes showing no emotion, almost indifferent. "I am married to your brother. Aren't you the one who looks down on someone like me, who relies on a marriage contract to enter your family? What are you doing now?" Jiang Tingsu felt as if his breath was being tightly squeezed. A sharp pain erupted from somewhere in his chest. He struggled to suppress these chaotic emotions and, meeting her cold gaze, apologized. "Gigi, I never thought that way. I just can't accept that you would marry me only because of the contract. I can't accept that after all these years, you have no feelings for me. I can't accept that our relationship is based solely on a cold marriage. So, I instinctively used the dumbest way to test if you had even a little bit of affection for me beyond the marriage, even if it was just a tiny bit. But I didn't expect the Shun group to face a crisis, nor did I expect you and my brother to take on the marriage contract. Nanji, let's stop this and go back to how things were, okay? You and my brother have no feelings. Hearing this, Shin Nanji interrupted him mockingly. But I have no feelings for you either. A marriage is just a marriage. Which family falls in love during a marriage? A hint of red filled Jiang Tinx's eyes as he stubbornly held on to her, speaking faster, as if trying to prove something. But we have 10 years of feelings. We grew up together. We have 10 years of shared experiences. Yes, we grew up together, but Jiang Tingsu, just a few days ago, you scoffed at this, and now you suddenly care? He was eager to explain, but before he could say anything, his phone rang abruptly. He frowned at the screen. When he saw the name on the display, his frown deepened. Shun Nanji was tired of the argument and just wanted to leave. As his attention shifted to his phone, the grip on her wrist loosened, and she quickly pulled away and opened the door to leave. She had been in a good mood, but Jiang Tinx's interference made her inexplicably irritated. Shun Nanji furrowed her brows. Jiang Jinyan had not returned yet, but the old man was already back at the old house. Coming down the stairs, he spotted Shun Nanji sitting on the sofa in the hall, dialing a number on his phone. She quickly composed herself as the old man looked up and saw her. The frustration from not being able to reach that rascal faded away. Gigi, looking for Jin Yan? The old man said, "Your third uncle has something going on. Jin Yan went to see him and will be back later. If you miss him, Grandpa can give him a call." As he spoke, he pretended to dial the number. Shin Nanji hurried over and pressed his hand down, saying, No, Grandpa, I don't need to talk to Jin Yan. I just woke up and wanted some fresh air." The old man put away his phone. "That's good. Grandpa needs someone to talk to. Sit down and keep me company for a while." Shin Nanji immediately sat down, took the fresh juice the butler brought, and chatted with the old man about recent events. After about 10 minutes, the old man suddenly remembered that he couldn't reach Jiang Tingsu on the phone earlier, and his mood soured a bit. That kid Tingsu doesn't know what he's doing. I couldn't get through to him during the day, and now it's night, and still nothing. I've never seen a rebellious kid like him. Shin Nanji didn't respond. As usual, she avoided any topic related to Jiang Tingsu, pretending she didn't hear. The old man grumbled a bit more, then thought about the 10 years everyone assumed she and Jiang Tingsu would be together. He fell silent and quickly changed the subject. "Tomorrow is Saturday. You don't have any classes, right?" Shin Nanji shook her head obediently. "No classes, Grandpa." "Then Grandpa will take you out to have some fun." He spoke in the same tone he used when she was a child. Shin Nanji noticed that even though she had turned 20, the people around her still liked to treat her like a child. Like the old man, Jiang Jinyan, and her brother. At 9:30 in the evening, Jiang Jinyan walked into the hall, stepping into the night. The old man was already resting, having gone to bed early. Jiang's parents had also gone upstairs, leaving the hall empty except for the warm lights. He went up to the third floor, habitually walking to the third room on the left side of the corridor. Standing at the door, he pushed it open and saw it was dark inside. He didn't go in, closed the door, and turned to walk toward the innermost room on the right side of the stairs. He grasped the doorknob and gently pushed the door open. Sure enough, he saw a girl lying in the middle of the warm-colored bed, scrolling through her phone. He closed the door behind him and walked to the side of the bed, his gaze never leaving her. "Have you eaten dinner?" Shin Nanji turned her head to glance at him. "Yes." Jiang Jinyan took off his coat and hung it up with hers, then loosened his tie and rolled up the cuffs of his shirt before walking over to her side of the bed, stopping the girl who was about to get up and run to the closet. "Did you feel uncomfortable when you went upstairs this afternoon?" Shin Nanji had just forgotten about the discomfort in her lower abdomen from last night, but his words brought it all back. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, wanting to snap at him. But the person in front of her was Jiang Jinyan, and she didn't dare to. In the end, she just sat wrapped in her crumpled blanket, muttering softly, "I feel uncomfortable." Who feels good while rubbing their stomach? He smiled and placed his palm on her lower abdomen, gently pressing down in the same spot as last night. "It's been a whole day, and you're still feeling this way?" It wasn't too bad, but Shin Nanji was worried that if she said it's okay, they would have to fulfill their marital duties again that night. So, she pursed her lips and exaggerated, "It's uncomfortable, and it will still be uncomfortable in 2 days." Jiang Jinyan looked down at the gloomy bed, her expression resembling a drooping bunny tail. A hint of amusement appeared in his eyes as he spoke softly, gently rubbing her stomach. "You're really delicate." Shin Nanji's breath caught for a moment. She looked up at him in annoyance. Delicate? Was he calling her spoiled or fussy? Neither was a compliment. Just when she thought it felt a bit nice and wanted him to continue, she quickly dismissed the idea. With determination, she pushed his hand away and turned her back to him, pulling the blanket over herself and lying down.
Don't be angry.
Jiang Jinyan pulled her out of the blanket, wrapping one arm around her waist to hold her close, while continuing to rub her stomach with the other hand. Just a little longer. As night deepened, in a small building behind the main one, Jiang Tingsu stared at the light in Shin Nanji's room that stayed on until midnight. His expression darkened as he leaned against the window, drinking glass after glass. Her room had no curtains, and Jiang Tingsu could vaguely see the bedroom he had only entered twice. His brother walked in effortlessly, and in the bright light, Shin Nanji sat on the bed, looking up and talking to him. Their posture was intimate, their actions close. Jiang Tingsu stared intently, feeling as if his breath was being choked. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as intense jealousy filled his eyes. In all these years, he had never felt this jealous. He had never felt such regret in any moment. They had spent so many years together, and everyone saw them as a pair. But because he resisted the family marriage and forced her to acknowledge that their relationship was more than just a union, he had pushed her away. The wine glass in his hand shattered without him noticing, sharp glass cutting into his palm, blood dripping onto the cold floor. Jiang Tingsu seemed unaware of it all. He looked at the scene before him, where rusty dull knives repeatedly cut into hearts until the curtains opposite him closed automatically and the lights went out. Jiang Tingsu sat on the sofa with his eyes downcast, ignoring the blood on his hand, staying there alone until dawn. At 7 in the morning, Jiang Jinyan came downstairs, ready to head to the company for an early meeting. As he reached the entrance, he ran into Jiang Tingsu coming in from outside. He had changed into a new outfit, and his hand injury was simply bandaged. With his fist clenched, it was impossible to tell he was hurt. "Brother, are you going to the company so early?" "Yeah," Jiang Jinyan replied. "There's an early meeting today." Jiang Tingsu tightened his fist. Seeing Jiang Jinyan about to leave, he gathered his courage and called out to him again. "Brother, are you and Nanji getting a divorce?" The question was quite abrupt. Jiang Jinyan frowned and looked at him. "Why do you ask that?" Jiang Tingsu averted his gaze, forcing a light laugh, as if it was just a casual question. "I was just curious. You and Nanji have no feelings for each other, right? It's just a marriage of convenience. Marriage isn't like a career. If one day you meet someone you truly like, would you divorce Nanji?" Jiang Jinyan's brow furrowed slightly, his voice calm but flat. "Tingsu, I've told you before, the most important thing in marriage is responsibility. Getting married isn't something to be taken lightly, and divorce isn't a whim. Don't ask meaningless questions like this again." Jiang Tingsu clenched his jaw for a moment, stubbornly trying to find a way in. "But there are no feelings between you and Nanji. If one day you meet someone you truly like, would you give up on them like you did with studying medicine?" Jiang Jinyan's tone grew more serious. "That day will never come, and that person doesn't exist. I don't want to hear that kind of talk again." Also, before leaving, Jiang Jinyan glanced at Jiang Tingsu. "Nanji is your sister-in-law. You should know what to say and what not to say." This last remark was both a reminder and a warning. Jiang Tingsu's hand tightened. His eyes were clouded with emotion. Around 9 o'clock, after finishing breakfast, Shin Nanji followed the old man to meet his old friends. She thought it would be just like a few years ago, having tea and playing chess. However, she was surprised to receive a series of red envelopes. In the past, when the old man took her out, he would proudly introduce her as his little granddaughter to everyone. This time, he took her out and happily introduced her as the granddaughter-in-law of the Jiang family. Before he finished introducing her, he proudly mentioned that she and Jiang Jinyan had registered their marriage. Then came countless red envelopes, which were stuffed into her hands. Seeing the thick stack of red envelopes, Shin Nanji couldn't help but think that her grandfather probably didn't take her out for fun, but to collect money. After spending the whole day playing with her grandfather, when they returned in the evening, she had so many red envelopes that they barely fit into a large paper bag. When they arrived at the old house, the old man happily nodded at the heavy bag of red envelopes in his granddaughter-in-law's arms, saying, "Very good. Not only did we save face, but we also collected a lot of money. Gigi, tomorrow I'll take you to meet a few more old friends." Shin Nanji. On Saturday morning, Shin Nanji went out with her grandfather to play for half a day. When she returned, she comfortably lay down on her bed and slept all afternoon. When they visited the last old friend, there happened to be a group of puppies that had just turned 1 month old. The old man picked one and brought it back. Shin Nanji loved dogs, especially these chubby little ones. On Monday morning, the teacher for her major class took a leave, and the class was rescheduled for next week, so she didn't have to go to school. After checking the group messages early Monday morning, she rushed to the large lawn behind the courtyard to find the little puppy and cuddle it. The puppy was a Samoyed, a fluffy white ball that stood out on the vast lawn. As Shin Nanji approached, she spotted it among the green grass. However, just as she was about to pick it up and enjoy some cuddles, she unexpectedly ran into Jiang Tingsu, who was coming from the back building. On the other side of the lawn, Jiang Jinyan and Sheng Yui were entering the study from the courtyard, followed by Zhou Lin and Sheng Yui's secretary. As they reached the large area in front of the begonia flowers, Jiang Jinyan noticed Jiang Tingsu standing in the middle of the lawn, holding Shin Nanji's arm and talking to her. Jiang Jinyan frowned slightly, paused his steps toward the hall, and walked in that direction. In the air, stirred by a gentle breeze, he left a remark, "You all go ahead. I'll join you later." Sheng Yui was discussing a project with Jiang Jinyan when he suddenly left. He looked in the direction Jiang Jinyan had gone and immediately spotted the girl and Jiang Tingsu standing close together on the lawn. Sheng Yui clicked his tongue. His thoughts about the contract quickly shifted to gossip. Curiously, he asked Zhou Lin from a distance, "What's going on with the second young master? Did he regret rejecting the marriage alliance?" Zhou Lin. Sheng Yui didn't expect him to have an answer. He stepped aside, passed by a seasonal begonia that blocked part of his view, and found the best angle for gossip. Leaning against the hall door, he quietly speculated, if Jiang Tingsu really regrets it, considering the long-standing relationship between him and Nanji, this alliance between the Jiang and Shin families. There might be a twist, right? Zhou Lin, who had been silent, glanced toward the lawn upon hearing this. From his years of experience working alongside their boss, he knew that in matters of marriage formed through alliances, it was impossible for a wife to become a sister-in-law. In the center of the lawn, Shin Nanji held a small Samoyed in one hand while trying to free herself from its grasp with the other. In her struggle, she accidentally hurt the little pup, causing it to whimper softly. Hearing this, Shin Nanji frowned, worried about hurting such a small dog. Just as she was about to scold someone, a deep, cold voice came from behind. "Tingsu." Jiang Tingsu paused while explaining the situation with Su Wu to Shin Nanji and instinctively looked back. When he met his brother's gaze, which was fixed on his hand gripping Shin Nanji's wrist, he involuntarily loosened his grip. Shin Nanji rubbed her sore wrist, didn't look back, and squatted down to check if the little pup had been hurt. Jiang Jinyan walked step by step across the lawn. His dark gaze swept over the girl squatting on the ground with a furrowed brow, then lifted to rest on Jiang Tingsu. "Do you like dogs? Or is there something going on with your sister-in-law?" Jiang Tingsu felt a strange urge to avoid Jiang Jinyan's dark eyes. He always held a sense of respect and fear for his brother, who excelled in every way. Although this fear had gradually been pushed deep down by Jiang Jinyan's repeated kindness, it didn't mean it was gone. Especially after being warned by my brother yesterday to stay away from Shinanji. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a dog happily wagging its tail and playfully jumping on Shinanji. My hand tightened into a fist, and under Jiang Jingnian's intense gaze, I spoke before thinking. I heard from Grandpa that we should bring a dog home, so I wanted to see what it looks like. Jiang Jingnian asked, "Did you see enough?" I nodded, holding my breath. Yes, I saw enough. Jiang Jingnian's gaze dropped and paused on Shin Nanji for a moment. I heard from Zhou that you are interested in joining the company. The topic changed quickly, and I was still processing being caught by Jiang Jingnian while secretly meeting Shin Nanji. I nodded in response. Yes, I have that intention. Jiang Jingnian said, if you want to truly hold a high position in the company, you need to gain experience. There's a project at the headquarters that connects with overseas Chinese companies, and it's a key project for this quarter. Since you want to gain experience, I'll assign you to handle it. I suddenly looked up at Jiang Jingnian, my eyes filled with reluctance. Brother. But with just one look from him, I didn't dare to speak up again. Is there a problem? I swallowed my immediate protest and shook my head. No problem. Jiang Jingnian continued. This project is urgent. Zhou will send you the relevant materials, and you need to start today.
Okay.
After I left, Shin Nanji, still squatting on the ground and tugging at the puppy's fur, sensed Jiang Jingnian's intense gaze on her. She lowered her head, nervously petting the puppy, and fearing he might misunderstand, she bit her lip and explained in a slightly frustrated tone. It wasn't me who found him. He came over by himself. I just wanted to play with the dog for a bit. Hearing her upset tone, Jiang Jingnian suppressed his emotions and replied softly, Yes, I understand. Seeing that she was still squatting and not getting up, he tried to cheer her up. Do you like dogs? I can have someone buy one and keep it at Yushan Mansion. Shin Nanji felt a bit excited. She really loved little creatures like that. Whenever she felt down or unhappy, just watching them happily roam around the yard could lift her spirits. But she worried about not having enough time to take care of one. She also feared that once her experiments and studies got busy, she wouldn't be able to care for it properly. So, after thinking for a moment, she nodded before looking up at him in the bright morning sunlight. Who would take care of it? I'll take care of it, he said. Shin Nanji smiled unconsciously, her lips curving up in happiness. Okay, I want this chubby, white one. She pointed at the puppy by her legs. Jiang Jinian replied, Sure. Just as he finished speaking, an older man's slightly dissatisfied voice came from behind. Why are you buying another puppy? This one is the one I specially brought back for Gigi. The old man walked over against the sunlight. When Shin Nanji saw him and then looked at the little creature that was eagerly snuggling into her arms, her eyes lit up and she quickly stood up. Really? She stood up too fast after squatting for too long and suddenly felt dizzy. Jiang Jinian quickly reached out to support her waist to prevent her from falling. The old man observed their interaction, and when Shin Nanji looked back at him, he nodded. Of course it's true. At my age, I can still take care of this little one, he said. This one is specially for you. When you go back to your marital home in a few days, let Jinian take it with you to raise. Shin Nanji's eyes curved with joy as she hugged the chubby little creature and thanked the old man. Thank you, Grandpa. Shin Nanji was happy, and the old man was happy too. He pointed to the puppy that was particularly close to Shin Nanji and said, Since you like it, why not give it a name? Shin Nanji looked down at the little one, nudging her hand for attention, her lips curling up, and quickly suggested 2 words. Zai Zai. Zai Zai. The old man looked at the dog, then at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, finally focusing again on the puppy named Zai Zai. He asked honestly, if it's called Zai Zai, what will your future children be named? Shin Nanji. Jiang Jinian. The air fell silent for a moment. 2 seconds later, Jiang Jinian glanced at the chubby puppy that was almost a ball in his arms and said, Let's call it Tuan Tuan. The old man nodded thoughtfully. That works. Then he looked at Shin Nanji. Jiang Jinyan's gaze also fell on the girl in front of him. She cleared her throat lightly, appearing agreeable. Tuan Tuan is fine. As long as he takes care of it, she would just pet it every day. Seeing she had no objections, Jiang Jinyan glanced at Sheng Yui, who was still watching from a distance. He withdrew his gaze and said, I have a contract to sign, so I need to go. Gigi, you hold Tuan Tuan at home and wait for me. After I'm done, I'll take you to school. Shin Nanji had no objections and nodded, okay. As Jiang Jinyan turned to walk towards the hall, the old man cheerfully called out for Shin Nanji to join him. Grandpa had someone buy some puppy food this morning, and it just arrived. Gigi, do you want to go see it with Grandpa?
Sure.
Shin Nanji quickly followed him, holding Tuan Tuan. After finalizing the project with Sheng Yui at 9 o'clock, Jiang Jinyan noticed his friend was reluctant to leave and took out his phone to message Shin Nanji. Are we still going to school at 9:30? Shin Nanji was feeding Tuan Tuan when she saw the message and replied with one hand. The morning classes were moved to next week, so we'll go in the afternoon. Seeing her message, Jiang Jinyan asked, Are you playing with Tuan Tuan? In the hall, Shin Nanji was chatting with the old man about raising dogs while watching Tuan Tuan wagging his tail and drinking warm goat's milk. When she saw Jiang Jinyan's new message, she casually took a photo of Tuan Tuan eating and sent it, just like she would with Gu Qinghe. After sending the photo, she noticed the name Jinyan Ge at the top of WeChat and suddenly realized she wasn't chatting with Gu Qinghe. As she looked at the photo, she pressed and held it, about to recall it, but before she could tap recall, a new message popped up in the chat. Okay, I'll take you out for lunch. Think about what you want to eat. Shin Nanji decided not to recall the photo. Staring at the new message, she thought for 2 seconds and typed in what she wanted to eat. After finishing, she put down her phone and continued chatting with the old man while petting the puppy. At 4 in the afternoon, Gu Qinghe came to the library to help Shin Nanji look up information. Shin Nanji was reluctant to read any physics-related books, feeling like it was forcing knowledge into her brain and making her feel useless. While Shin Nanji was researching, Gu Qinghe casually picked up a pet book, sitting next to her with her chin resting on her hand, lazily flipping through the pages. When she saw a picture of a large Labrador running on the grass with its tongue out, Gu Qinghe remembered that a dog cafe had opened near the school. Thinking about how her best friend loved dogs, she turned her gaze from the pet book to Shin Nanji, who was struggling with the difficult physics book. A new dog cafe opened on the street by the South School gate. I passed by last time and saw many cute dogs inside. Do you want to go play with them? Normally, the young lady would have jumped at the chance, but today she shook her head without thinking. I'm not going. I'm a dog owner too. I'll just play with my own dog at home. Gu Qinghe? Your own dog? You got a dog? What kind of dog? Do you even have time for a dog? She and Shin Nanji were always together, so she knew her friend's daily routine well. For the past month or two, the lab had not been busy, so her friend only needed to go to the lab occasionally. After classes, she didn't have to spend extra hours in the lab. But during busy times, when experiments piled up, her friend sometimes stayed overnight at the lab. With such an unstable schedule, how could she take care of a dog? After finishing the last section of her materials, Shin Nanji closed the book with a cheerful tone. I don't have time, but Jin Nian is helping me take care of it. I just play with it occasionally. Gu Qinghe. After asking those questions, she thought it might be a housekeeper or a special servant taking care of the dog, since her friend's small apartment didn't have a maid. But in such a big estate like Yushan Mansion, there must be plenty of staff. She didn't expect that it was actually Mr. Jiang himself taking care of it. Gu Qinghe gave her a thumbs up, impressed and surprised. You two really have a changing relationship every day. Jiang Jinyan, who usually kept to himself, was actively taking care of her friend's dog. Curiously, she leaned in closer. Do you have any pictures? Let me see what your first dog looks like. Shin Nanji took out her phone and opened the album for her to see. Not just pictures, I have videos too. Gu Qinghe watched the video of the chubby little dog playing happily on the large lawn of the Jiang family home, staring intently at the screen. Then she remembered something and casually asked, by the way, do you have the wedding certificate photo? If you do, your friend can take a look too. Last time, when Jong Joon made headlines, Jang Jin-yen had asked Zhou Lin to post the wedding certificate photo on the official account, but it was just a picture of the two red books stacked together, with no inside photo. Looking at the pile of dog photos and videos in Shin Nanji's album, Gu Qinghe recalled the wedding certificate photo. Shin Nanji shrugged and casually replied, "No, the wedding certificate isn't with me." Gu Qinghe looked up from the pile of dog photos and remarked, "Wow, you care more about the dog than your marriage." Shin Nanji. After finishing the project materials with the Chinese company, Zhou Lin personally drove Jiang Tingsu to the airport. The entire way to the airport, Jiang Tingsu wore a dark expression. The air inside the car felt as if it were freezing due to the low pressure. While waiting at the last traffic light, Zhou Lin wanted to lighten the mood. However, when he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Jiang Tingsu in the back seat, staring intently at his phone with a dark expression, Zhou Lin quietly touched his nose and decided to keep silent. Upon arriving at the airport, Zhou Lin wore a flawless smile and warmly told Jiang Tingsu, "Young master, if you have any issues while abroad, feel free to contact me. The Secretariat and I will do our best to assist you." Jiang Tingsu gave him a brief glance but did not respond. Su Wu's persistent calls only added to Jiang Tingsu's irritation, leading him to block the number before heading inside. Then, he asked Zhou Lin, what was the original timeline for the project with the overseas Chinese company? Zhou Lin cleared his throat and replied, 0.2 months. Jiang Tingsu's jaw tightened further. He ignored Zhou Lin and walked straight to the boarding gate. Zhou Lin stood still, watching as this important figure boarded the plane before turning to take out his phone to start his next task, contacting a dog trainer. In the evening, after returning from Huaihai University, Shin Nanji went straight to the Jiang family's old house without stopping anywhere. She hurried into the courtyard, eager to see her puppy, Tuan Tuan. However, after searching the yard, she couldn't find the little one. Habitually, she walked toward the living room and, upon entering, spotted the puppy happily wagging its tail and drinking warm sheep's milk on the carpet next to the sofa. On the left sofa, Jiang Jinyan was listening to a dog trainer explaining the various care tips for puppies at different stages. In addition to listening, there was also a stack of documents on the sofa in front of him detailing Tuan Tuan's daily feeding schedule, vaccinations, deworming, and other specifics. Noticing her return, Jiang Jinyan turned to her and asked, "You're back so early today?" Shin Nanji put down her laptop and walked over, her eyes bright with joy. "School ended early today. Brother Jinyan, are these all Tuan Tuan's documents?" She bent down to pick up the stack and flipped through a few pages. "Yes," Jiang Jinyan confirmed. His gaze lingered on the bright-eyed girl for a moment before signaling the trainer to continue. Half an hour later, Butler Lee escorted the trainer out of the villa. The little puppy finished its milk and joyfully wagged its tail, bounding over to Shin Nanji's feet like a fluffy cotton candy. Shin Nanji bent down to pick it up and sat on the other sofa, petting it and playing with its fur. After dinner, Jiang Jinyan went to his study to attend an online meeting. Shin Nanji took Tuan Tuan to play on the lawn. Around 9 o'clock, both the girl and the puppy were tired, so Shin Nanji carried the little one to the hall. Before taking Tuan Tuan outside, Shin Nanji looked at the feeding guide that Jiang Jinyan had prepared for Tuan Tuan. She remembered it mentioned that a 1-month-old puppy should eat small meals throughout the day. After asking Butler Lee about the last feeding time and checking the current time, Shin Nanji asked Butler Lee to bring some goat's milk for Tuan Tuan. At 9:15 in the evening, Jiang Jinyan finished his video meeting. Noticing that the girl, who usually lay in bed at this time watching financial data, had not returned, he went downstairs to find her. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he saw the girl squatting in front of Tuan Tuan's bed, gently stroking the puppy's belly and feeding it. He glanced at the puppy for a moment and noticed its belly was a bit round. Jiang Jinyan walked over and called out to her, "Tuan Tuan is full. Gigi, you don't need to feed it anymore. It's getting late. We should go to sleep. Put the puppy back in its bed, and let's go to our room." Before Jiang Jinyan arrived, Shin Nanji was about to ask Butler Lee to take away the goat's milk after feeling the puppy's slightly full belly. Hearing Jiang Jinyan's words, she picked up Tuan Tuan and asked Butler Lee to remove the remaining goat's milk. However, after Butler Lee took the milk away, she didn't put the puppy down. She glanced at the special bed that Butler Lee had arranged for Tuan Tuan. After hesitating for a moment, she looked up at Jiang Jinyan and asked a somewhat unreasonable question. "Brother Jinyan, can it come into the bedroom?" Butler Lee, who had just returned after handling the goat's milk, paused when he heard this. He instinctively looked at Jiang Jinyan. He remembered that their usually reserved and quiet boss was not particularly fond of small animals. The fact that he agreed to personally care for Tuan Tuan and even arranged for a dog trainer to come and share knowledge about dog care was already surprising. But allowing the puppy into the bedroom seemed unlikely. A person like Jiang Jinyan, no matter how much he indulged Miss Nanji, would not go that far. Shin Nanji, holding the little puppy, met Jiang Jinyan's calm gaze. She forced a smile and timidly retracted her question, saying, "Forget what I said. I didn't ask anything." Saying this, she gently placed the beloved puppy into its special bed and turned to Butler Lee, saying, "Uncle Lee, please keep an eye on it and make sure no one steps on it." The old house had many servants, and it was quite small. With a large hall, there was a risk of stepping on the little dog when it ran around in the corners.
Butleli kinli respunda.
Shun Nanji placed the dog down, squatted for a moment, and quietly glanced at Jiang Jinyan, who was watching her. She quickly stood up and headed toward the stairs first. After she left, Jiang Jinyan looked at the soft dog bed where the puppy was whimpering softly. He rubbed his forehead and instructed the butler, "Uncle Lee, prepare a portable dog bed for it." Butler Lee was surprised and instinctively looked at Jiang Jinyan, asking, "Does Mr. Jiang mean it can go into the bedroom?" Jiang Jinyan had already turned around, leaving a warm comment in the cozy light. "Let's see how it behaves. If it doesn't make a fuss, it can come into the bedroom." Butler Lee was taken aback for a while. Finally, he smiled helplessly and affectionately patted the confused little dog's head, saying, "Tuaner, you better charm your owner." Just one sentence could make Mr. Jiang make an exception repeatedly. Since Jiang Tingsu was sent abroad by Jiang Jinyan, Shin Nanji no longer had to be on guard against his unexpected visits. Every day, after returning from Huai University, she would cuddle the dog and take it for walks, enjoying a very pleasant life. What surprised Shin Nanji even more was that Jiang Jinyan actually allowed Tuan Tuan to enter the room. On the third day after Tuan Tuan arrived at the old house, Butler Lee prepared a portable dog bed for it. That evening, while she was at home organizing experimental data, Tuan Tuan was very clingy. Whenever she moved, it would whimper and run around the hall, tumbling like a balloon and even trying to chase up the stairs. When guests arrived at the old house, it was inconvenient for her to organize data in the hall while holding her notebook, and she was worried about leaving the puppy alone downstairs. After some hesitation, she secretly packed the dog and its bed and took them to the third floor. Remembering the way Jiang Jinyan looked at her when she asked if Tuan Tuan could enter the bedroom, Shinanji didn't dare to bring the dog directly into the room. Instead, she left it in the corridor outside the door. Later, as she got busy with the data organization, she didn't notice the little one struggling to climb out of the dog bed, which was much larger than it, and sneaking into the bedroom through the gap she left to keep an eye on it. By the time she noticed, Jiang Jinyan had already returned. The man calmly locked eyes with the puppy, who was happily wagging its tail at the door. Seeing this scene, Shin Nanzi's heart skipped a beat. She hurried over to pick up the little one, planning to place it back in the luxurious bed outside the room. As soon as she held the puppy in her arms, she saw Jiang Jinyan calmly taking off his coat while telling her to leave the dog behind. "You don't need to take it out. Just let it stay with you." Shin Nanji was surprised. Holding the dog, she and the little one stared at the man walking toward the cloakroom. Her eyes brightened, and she asked, "Can Tuanchuan come in from now on?" Jiang Jinyan paused, turned to look at her, and glanced at the silly puppy in her arms, giving her an affirmative reply, "Yes." Shin Nanji's lips lifted in a smile as she happily spun around with the dog. Then, she dragged its movable luxury dog bed into the bedroom. But she didn't want to be too reckless. She placed it at the door. The little one was very obedient, staying in the entrance of the bedroom. not coming inside or running around the room. It lay in its bed, playing with a pile of toys, and when it got tired, it sat by the bed, wagging its tail at Shin Nanji and Jiang Jinyan. On the 10th day of Shen Huayan's business trip, after exchanging messages every few days, Shin Nanji received a call from him that evening after dinner. "Hello, brother?" Hearing the bright tone of his sister's voice, Shen Huayan, who had just finished handling company affairs, felt his fatigue lift a little. "How have you been these days? Is everything okay at school?" Shin Nanji sat at the table, her gaze shifting from financial documents as she smiled and replied, "Everything is good. How about you, brother?" Shin Huayan's voice had a hint of laughter. "Everything is going smoothly here, too." Looking at the date and recalling what Shin Huayan had said before his trip about coming back in a few days, she asked, "Have you finished with the branch office work? When are you coming back?" "I'll be back tomorrow," Shin Huayan said. "The branch office matters are temporarily settled. After I return this time, unless something unexpected happens, I won't need to come back before the new year." Shin Nanji listened as he shared details about the documents he had sent her and chatted about company matters. After hanging up, it was almost 8 o'clock. She went downstairs to check on Tuanchuan, who was sleeping comfortably in its bed, then returned to her room, casually grabbed a silk nightgown, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. That night, Jiang Jinyan had a late meeting. After the meeting ended and he arranged work for the next morning, he opened the door to find the girl, who had been studying experimental data until after 9 for the past few days, lying on the bed watching a variety show. When she saw him coming, she turned her gaze slightly, paused the tablet, and a hint of the laughter from watching a show lingered on her red lips. Her voice was soft, and her watery eyes looked toward him, ready to get up and put the tablet on the table. She asked, "Are you going to sleep?" These past few days, she was on her period and didn't have much to do at night. Around 9:30 or 10, when he came to remind her it was time for bed, she would put away her tablet or computer and snuggle back under the covers. Jiang Jinyan followed her clear gaze. In the warm, soft light, against the dark bedding, the girl's skin outside her silk camisole looked almost glowing. Her soft, dark hair fell from her shoulders into her arms, creating a strong visual impact. He walked over and softly said, "Sleep." Shin Nanji instinctively sat up, and as she moved, the blanket slipped down to her waist. She propped herself up with one hand on the edge of the bed, her head slightly lowered, while her other hand lightly tapped the tablet screen to exit the show. Just as she finished and was about to get out of bed to put the tablet on the table, she turned and unexpectedly bumped into the man's cool embrace. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Instinctively, she pushed against the bed to move back, trying to create some distance, but he held her waist. The silk camisole she wore was thin, and she could feel the warmth of his hand on her skin. Shin Nanji paused her breath and unconsciously looked up at him. Her red lips parted slightly, but before she could speak, her gaze met his deep, dark eyes. The hand on her waist tightened subtly. His deep, steady voice came down from above, asking, "Is your period over?" Shin Nanji's eyelashes trembled again. Her fingers gripping the tablet tightened a bit. She actually wanted to shake her head. The last time they were together before her period, her lower abdomen had hurt for almost 2 days, leaving her with a psychological shadow. But under his gaze, the timidness she had built up over the years took over. The words "no" hesitated on her lips, and in the end, she barely nodded. Jiang Jinyan noticed her hesitation. He thought back and quickly identified the issue. Was it painful before your period? Since he asked, Shin Nanji didn't hold back. Otherwise, she would be the one suffering. If she could be comfortable, why would she choose to endure pain? A little, afraid she might not express herself clearly, she pointed to her lower abdomen and said, "Here." Since they got their marriage certificate, although they had been intimate a fair number of times, it was the first time they were having such a serious discussion. His deep, intense gaze was fixed on her, making Shin Nanji's eyelids feel hot, not to mention her increasingly warm earlobes. Jiang Jinyan took the tablet from her hands and placed it on the table. When he returned to the bedside, he pulled the girl, who was half buried in the blanket, into his arms. Before kissing her, he gently pinched her warm earlobe and looked into her clear, misty eyes, speaking in a negotiating tone. "This time, it won't hurt, okay?" Shin Nanji sensed the possibility of refusing in his words. For a moment, she hesitated, unsure whether to nod or shake her head. But when his fingers pressed along her waist to her lower back, a tingling sensation rushed through her, and her body softened, falling into his embrace. Before he kissed her, she mustered her courage to make a request. "If it gets uncomfortable again, I want to take a week off. Once a week. For weeks in a month." Excluding the week before and after her period, that leaves only 3 weeks. 3 weeks, 3 times. That way, even if it's uncomfortable, it's still reasonable. Jiang Jinian saw through her careful thoughts and chuckled softly, caressing her trembling waist as he kissed her. "It will be comfortable, Mrs. Jiang." His fingers, pressed against the dark bedspread, gently spread her fingers apart, slipping in between them. The cold wind was blocked outside the window, not letting in even a hint of chill. As night deepened, Shin Nanji's fingers tightened, her damp, slightly red eyes being kissed repeatedly, as if to soothe and comfort her. The wall clock struck midnight. The girl, freed from Jiang Jinian's embrace, with trembling eyelashes, tried to burrow into the blanket like a snail, attempting to close her eyes and sleep. But just as the blanket covered her head, a large hand gently held her waist. Her breath caught. Her eyelids fluttered. She clutched the blanket tightly. "Are you not going to sleep?" she asked in a muffled voice. He stroked her head, cradling the back of her neck as he leaned in to kiss her, his eyes deep and intense. "Just one more time. It won't take long." "Nonsense." Shun Nanji tightened her fingers, instinctively wanting to argue, but he silenced her with a kiss. At 12:30 in the morning, the phone, completely hidden under the blanket, vibrated with a bright screen, but no one noticed. Shun Nanji was exhausted. As she tried to pull the blanket closer to hide, her fingers accidentally brushed against her phone's screen underneath the blanket. She didn't notice and was unaware that a late-night call from abroad had been answered. Her waist ached, and seeing that she couldn't pull the blanket over, Shin Nanji pushed it away. With a slight frown, she repeated her previous night's actions and nestled into Jiang Jinian's arms, pressing her cheek tightly against his neck, sounding a bit upset. "I want to sleep. Didn't you promise Grandpa that you would be careful?" Her soft, pitiful voice traveled through the phone to Jiang Tingsu on the other side of the ocean. Realizing what was happening, Jiang Tingsu's grip on his glass tightened, and his expression darkened. Before this call connected, he had tried several times to reach her. Usually, he held back from contacting her, but perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, he really wanted to apologize and explain that nothing was going on between him and Su Wu. He felt unwilling to accept that their years of close friendship might end this year. He wasn't discouraged when the calls didn't go through. After trying 3 or 4 times, his rationality, clouded by alcohol, began to return. It was late at night in his country, so it was normal for the call to fail. Just as he was about to hang up, the call connected at the last moment. His eyes lit up, and he quickly put the phone to his ear. Before he could speak, he heard her voice on the other end. Jiang Tingsu felt as if he had been doused with cold water. His throat felt blocked, and he couldn't find the words. The chilling sensation spread through his body, and he didn't know how he ended the call. When he regained his senses, he felt as if he was covered in thick frost. His breath was sharp and painful, as if a knife was stabbing him. It was an overwhelming heartache. Trembling, he grabbed a bottle of alcohol and drank deeply, hoping it would dull the pain inside. After downing more than half the bottle, the unbearable ache remained, and in frustration, Jiang Tingsu smashed the bottle against the wall. With a loud crash, glass shards scattered everywhere. He didn't even look, his eyes filled with rage, struggling to hold onto the last bit of sanity before breaking down. 20 minutes later, someone knocked on the office door from the outside. After getting permission, Chen Feng gently pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the glass shards scattered on the floor, he held his breath. When the man on the sofa coldly asked what was going on, Chen Feng quickly replied, Second young master, Su Wu has found out your whereabouts through Guangying media. She has followed you abroad and is now downstairs at the company, saying she wants to see you. Jiang Tingxi's indifferent eyes concealed his irritation. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he coldly said, I don't have time to meet her, and I have nothing to say. Tell her to go back. Understanding Jiang Tingxi's intention, Chen Feng noticed the mess on the floor and thought about suggesting someone come to clean it up. But seeing Jiang Tingxi's extremely bad mood, he decided not to say anything and quickly left, closing the door behind him. A few minutes after Chen Feng left, Jiang Tingxi's phone rang with an unknown number. He glanced at it and answered without much thought. On the other end, a low, choked female voice came through, followed by Su Wu's pleading tone. Since the last incident with Zhong Jun that caused a scandal, she had been dragged into the mess herself. Every day, her private messages were flooded with questions from haters asking if she was the mistress and accusing her of ruining others' reputations. Su Wu was almost driven mad by the growing rumors. Not only was she losing followers, but the endorsements she had secured were also falling apart, and even her new drama was cancelled. She felt trapped by the backlash. Since that night at Shunyi, when she introduced Director Zheng Lin to Jiang Tingxiu, she hadn't seen him again. Her calls went unanswered, and her messages received no reply. Su Wu was confused about what had gone wrong. Everything had seemed fine just half a month ago. But after that night, everything changed. Second young master, did I do something wrong? She asked, her voice trembling with emotion, evoking sympathy. But Jiang Tingxiu remained unmoved and simply told her, Su Wu, you should know better than I do what happened during that month of trending topics online. You know better than I do whether we have a relationship beyond the company and the artists. I won't interfere with your endorsements anymore. It's up to you how many you can keep. As for the rumors, I will have them all clarified. This kind of nonsense ends here. With that, he hung up the phone. Su Wu didn't have time to recover before the call ended with a busy tone. In the company's van downstairs, she looked at the disconnected call and, feeling overwhelmed, threw her phone away. When Shin Nanji woke up with a sore back from under the blanket, the sun was already high in the sky. As she opened her eyes, the intense memories from last night flooded her mind. Shin Nanji gritted her teeth, trying to push those heated images away. She reached up to grab her phone, and as soon as she lit up the screen, she saw several missed calls. All from Jiang Tingxiu. Checking the time, she noticed they were all from just after midnight. Shin Nanji ignored them and swiped through to check her WeChat messages. Last night had been comfortable, but perhaps too much so, and now her back and legs ached as if she had been through a workout. It was already 9:30, and she thought Jiang Jinian must have gone to the office by now, so she didn't rush to get up. Lazily wrapped in her blanket, she chatted with Gu Qinghe. 10 minutes later, the door suddenly swung open. Shin Nanji turned in surprise to see Jiang Jinian, who should have been at work, standing in the doorway. Aren't you going to the office? I'll stay with you a bit longer, then go in the afternoon, he said, closing the door and walking over to her. He stopped by the bed and gently ruffled her hair, reminiscent of how she usually teased him. His voice was deep and pleasant, resonating in her ears. Mrs. Jiang, were you comfortable last night? Shin Nanji's ears instantly turned red. The warmth she had managed to suppress after waking up surged back, making her feel flustered. She awkwardly shifted her gaze away, avoiding his eyes, and curled up, trying to hide under the blanket. But whether intentional or not, his hand was pressing down on the blanket's edge. Even if she wanted to slide down, most of the blanket was wrapped around her, and the part he held down kept her from fully retreating. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? He asked, sounding teasing. Shin Nanji could sense the playful tone in his voice. Her throat felt warm, as if ignited by a fire. Unable to hide under the blanket, she let go of her phone and turned slightly, trying to move away from him, but as soon as she made a move, he pressed her back down through the blanket. Since you are comfortable, my dear, the suggestion of once a week is off the table. Shin Nanji. After Shun Huayan arrived in Huaihai City, Fang Jing received results from the investigation into events from 10 years ago. After reading the message from his subordinate, Fang Jing frowned slightly and then walked towards the CEO's office, knocking on the door. Shen Huayan was on the phone. After Fang Jing entered, he waited quietly to the side. Once Shen Huayan finished the call, Fang Jing stepped forward. "Mr. Shen, we have received a reply regarding the incident from 10 years ago, but the result is exactly the same as before. It was truly an accident. They had thoroughly investigated it again from start to finish, but it remained unchanged." Behind the desk, Shen Huayan's expression darkened. He asked Fang Jing for the detailed investigation report. After reading through it line by line, Fang Jing thought the matter would be put to rest, but then he heard Shen Huayan give another order: investigate all branches of the Shen family. Fang Jing was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. He wanted to mention that their previous investigations had already included the branches, but before he could speak, Shen Huayan added, "Look into the large financial transactions." Hearing this, Fang Jing understood and quickly responded, "Yes, Mr. Shen. I will arrange it right away. Make it fast." "Understood." To prepare for Shen Huayan's return from his business trip, just like the last time he took her to school, she anticipated he might ask her questions about company management. During his absence, Shen Nanji reviewed the materials and documents he had sent her repeatedly to avoid any awkward moments of being caught off guard. However, Shen Nanji was surprised that when her brother returned from abroad, he not only didn't ask her random questions, but also didn't pressure her like before to take over the company. This change puzzled Shen Nanji, but despite her curiosity, she didn't ask anything, especially about taking over the company, fearing she might be thrown into the management unexpectedly. As winter approached, after November, Huaihai City had been experiencing continuous rain for over half a month. On a day when the cold wind accompanied the persistent drizzle, Shen Nanji stirred her coffee in a cafe near Huaihai University, resting her chin on her hand while gazing out at the foggy, rainy weather. Turning back, she noticed her best friend across the table was frowning at her phone, looking irritated. Shen Nanji took a sip of her coffee and asked, "What's wrong? Are you being pressured to get married again?" Gu Qinghe glanced at her phone several times, ignoring the constant notifications. After silencing it, she flipped the phone face down on the table, out of sight and out of mind. "It's not about marriage pressure. Do you remember Qing Yuhan?" Shen Nanji remembered. Isn't it the heir of the Chung family who almost had a marriage alliance with the Gu family? Gu Qinghe clearly showed her irritation at the mention of this person, saying, "Yes, I don't know what's wrong with that young Master Chung lately. The marriage between our families won't happen at all. My dad has already agreed not to pursue the alliance with the Chung family, but he seems to ask every day if I have time to go out for a meal." She asked Shen Nanji, "Does this kind of spoiled young master really not understand when someone says no?" Actually, Gu Qinghe wanted to block Qing Yuhan long ago to avoid seeing those annoying messages. But since Qing Yuhan is the future heir of the Qing family, even if she doesn't follow her family's wishes for the marriage, she can't completely cut ties and offend the Qing family recklessly. Is the Qing family still interested in the alliance? Shen Nanji glanced at Gu Qinghe's phone. "Probably," Gu Qinghe replied, frowning as she leaned on the table. Then she remembered something and sat up straight, looking at Shen Nanji. "By the way, in 2 days, there's a charity gala hosted by the Sheng and Li families. Many influential people will attend, and Qing Yuhan will probably be there too. Do you have other plans that day? If not, would you like to go with me?" Shen Nanji was aware of the gala. The golden invitation had arrived a week ago. She wasn't very interested in going, but upon hearing about Qing Yuhan and her friend, she quickly nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'll go with you." As the gray clouds rolled in, the sky darkened quickly, and the continuous rain mixed with heavy humidity made the view outside the glass window look foggy. Around evening, Jiang Jingnian's usual black Pullman appeared through the rain and parked steadily outside the cafe, followed by the car from the Gu family to pick up Gu Qinghe. Shen Nanji's phone buzzed, and when she looked down, it was a message from Jiang Jingnian. She instinctively glanced out the window. Gu Qinghe followed her gaze. When they saw the limited edition Pullman, a mischievous look appeared on Gu Qinghe's face, and her teasing tone became even more playful. "Xiaoji, Ever since you got together with Tuan Tuan, your relationship with President Jiang has clearly warmed up. Shin Nanji put her phone in her bag and was about to go out when she paused at her words. What are you talking about? Gu Qinghe had a look that said, "You're still stubborn," and pointed in Pullman's direction. My brother said that Tiancheng Group has been busy discussing an important project with Beijing these days. They should be working overtime, but your Mr. Jiang goes home on time every evening to be with you. And today, in this weather, he even came to pick you up. Isn't that a sign of growing affection? The back window of Pullman's car rolled down, and due to the angle, Shin Nanji looked up just in time to meet Jiang Jinyan's dark gaze as he turned his head to look over. The girl lightly bit her lip. Their eyes met for just a moment before she instinctively looked away. Not wanting to keep Jiang Jinyan waiting, Shin Nanji hurriedly stood up to leave, recalling the evening before the Mid-Autumn Festival when Jiang Jinyan had just returned to Huai University to pick her up. Under Gu Qinghe's teasing gaze, Shin Nanji cleared her throat and quoted what Jiang Jinyan had said to her that day. The Tiancheng headquarters is close to Huai University, so it's on the way. Gu Qinghe responded with a long "oh," understanding without saying anything. Then, she leisurely followed her friend toward the coffee shop entrance. Shin Nanji was a step ahead of Gu Qinghe. By the time Gu Qinghe reached the door, Shin Nanji had already waved goodbye and walked under the black umbrella held by Zhou Lin, stepping down the stairs toward the back seat of Pullman's car, which had the door opened in advance. As she approached, a long hand, well-defined, reached out from the back seat. Shin Nanji naturally placed her hand in the man's palm, and he gently wrapped his arm around her waist to help her into the car. Then, the door closed. The car smoothly drove into the rain. Gu Qinghe watched the scene, her bright red lips curling into a smile, her eyes reflecting genuine happiness. After Pullman left, a car from the Gu family quickly arrived to pick up Gu Qinghe, stopping where Pullman had just been. A bodyguard came over with an umbrella, escorting Gu Qinghe into the car. The next morning, the continuous rain in Huaihai City finally stopped. At 9 o'clock, the fish-scale clouds in the sky dispersed, and brilliant sunlight poured down onto the towering buildings. Below the Tiancheng Group headquarters, a low-key car with a Beijing license plate came to a stop. As soon as the car halted, a meticulous secretary in the passenger seat got out first and respectfully opened the back door. In the next moment, a long leg clad in tailored trousers stepped out, followed by a man in a perfectly fitted suit, with deep-set eyes and a strong jawline, who emerged from the car. Following Jiang Jinyan's instructions, Zhou Lin waited in the lobby to personally greet Hu Jingcheng. When he saw the guest, he quickly stepped forward and gestured politely, "Mr. Hua, I am Zhou Lin, Jiang's assistant. Mr. Jiang is waiting for you in the conference room. Please follow me." Hu Jingcheng nodded slightly. "Thank you." His voice was deep and smooth, and his demeanor exuded the confidence of someone accustomed to high positions, just like Jiang Jinyan. Zhou Lin led Hu Jingcheng and his secretary into the conference room via the private elevator to discuss the annual cooperation between the Hua and Jiang families. By 11 o'clock, all project discussions were completed, and the senior executives of Tiancheng Group left the conference room. Hu Jingcheng then followed Jiang Jinyan to the president's office. Zhou Lin entered with tea, and the atmosphere in the president's office was warm and friendly. Besides the cooperation between the Hua and Jiang families at Tiancheng headquarters, Hu Jingcheng also had intentions to collaborate with Jiang Jinyan's ER Group. He took this opportunity to discuss ER Group's projects with Jiang Jinyan. "If Mr. Jiang is interested, I can have the project proposal for ER Group sent over in a couple of days," Hu Jingcheng said. Jiang Jinyan smiled gently and nodded. "Of course, that's no problem." After discussing all the business matters, Jiang Jinyan glanced at his watch and casually asked about personal matters. "Mr. Hua, you have kept a low profile in North City for many years. After finishing the contract here in Huaihai, will you leave right away or stay a few days?" Hu Jingcheng took a sip of tea, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. Leaning back against the sofa, he replied, "I will stay for 2 days. There is an auction the day after tomorrow, and I want to personally bid on a piece of memorabilia before I leave." Jiang Jinyan rubbed the teacup thoughtfully. Has your staff arranged for temporary accommodation? If not, I can have Zhou take care of it. Hu Jingcheng smiled slightly. No need to trouble yourself. Just for 2 days, staying at the Eugene Hotel will be fine. It's closest to the auction, which is more convenient. Shen Nanji spent the day conducting experiments at school, and by the time she returned, it was already dark outside. Her pet, who was usually very attached to her, noticed that she had not come home at the usual evening time. The little one dropped all its toys, with its tail drooping, and sat at the entrance, staring outside. As soon as Shen Nanji's figure appeared in the courtyard after the car stopped, the little one instantly sprang up from the ground, its tail wagging excitedly, and rushed toward Shen Nanji joyfully. Shen Nanji bent down and hugged the little one, playing with it in the lobby for a while. The third day was the day of the auction. To ensure she didn't forget, Gu Qinghe had messaged Shen Nanji early. Last night, Shen Nanji went to bed early. Today, before 7 o'clock, she opened her eyes. After several tiring days of experiments, she didn't get up right away. Wrapped in her blanket, she lay in bed for a while. After receiving a message from Gu Qinghe, Shen Nanji left the experiment group chat, opened their conversation, and typed a reply. Jiang Jinyan finished a call with Zhou Lin and entered the bedroom. He saw the girl in the blanket typing on her phone. Noticing the time, he took a black card from the nearby cabinet and walked over to Shen Nanji. There's a project at the subsidiary that requires a 2-day business trip. Take this black card with you. If you see something you like at the auction, just buy it. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll take you out for fun. Hearing the words business trip suddenly, Shen Nanji was taken aback. She tilted her head to look at him and instinctively asked, "So sudden?" Jiang Jinyan gently ruffled her hair and replied in a soft voice, "The trip was arranged last night. I saw you were asleep, so I didn't mention it. I'll be available on my phone during these 2 days. If anything comes up, just call me directly." He placed the black card in her soft palm, gently tapped the back of her head, and kissed her forehead lightly. "I'll bring you a gift when I return. Have fun at the auction, Gigi." Shen Nanji blinked and softly replied. Taking a break, my dear friends, Shen Nanji wasn't very interested in the items at the auction. After accompanying Gu Qinghe to bid on 2 pieces, she left for the charity banquet in the lobby of the Eugene Hotel. By the time they arrived, many upper-class elites and celebrities were already present. Looking around the banquet hall, most people were gathered in small groups, chatting and enjoying drinks. Shen Nanji understood that Gu Qinghe had invited her to help avoid the unwanted attention of Cheng Yuhan in public. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the people around, she went with Gu Qinghe to the lounge area on the left side of the hall when Sheng Muya and others arrived. As the eldest daughter of the Sheng family, Sheng Muya was considered a semi-host at this banquet and couldn't lounge around like Shen Nanji and Gu Qinghe. Another friend, Ji Xiangguan, also didn't sit on the sofa for long. After Ji Yanche arrived, she said goodbye to Shen Nanji and Gu Qinghe and went over to him. Shen Nanji did not like the kind of flattery and insincerity found in banquet halls. Instead of maintaining a professional smile and chatting with wave after wave of people, she preferred to relax in the lounge area. Throughout the event, Shen Nanji stayed by Gu Qinghe's side. Cheng Yuhan tried several times to approach Gu Qinghe, but seeing that she was always with Shen Nanji, he frowned and never made it over. During the charity banquet, several popular artists and film investors arrived at the hall. Su Wu was among them. Shen Nanji, who did not involve herself in the entertainment industry, and Gu Qinghe, who was also uninterested in that world, sat on the sofa in the lounge discussing the auction and did not go to the main hall. However, Su Wu, as the companion of investor Mr. Zhang, smoothly entered the banquet hall and immediately spotted Shen Nanji sitting by the window with Gu Qinghe, chatting about something. Given their status, even if Shen Nanji and Gu Qinghe did not initiate conversations, many people still approached them with compliments. Su Wu's gaze fixed on them, and despite trying to maintain her composure, jealousy and resentment were hard to hide in her eyes. The investor she had worked hard to connect with, Mr. Zhang, also needed to flatter others at this banquet. Shortly after arriving, he left her to socialize with prominent figures in the industry. Holding a champagne glass, Su Wu wandered through the crowd and eventually found a secluded corner to make a phone call. The call was answered quickly. As soon as it connected, Su Wu asked coldly, "Sister Bai, have you prepared what I asked for?" Bai frowned, clearly unhappy and trying to dissuade her. "Su Wu, don't be reckless. Do you know how hard I worked to get you the entry fee for this charity banquet? Everyone here is a person of influence, and even the investors and directors who came today are beyond our reach once we leave this hall. Stop dreaming about being a wealthy socialite and face reality. Build good relationships with the investors and directors, or even I won't be able to help you out of the public scrutiny." Over the past 2 years, with Jiang Ting's resources, Su Wu had gained much success, allowing Bai Yi to rise to fame in the industry. However, with their 2 years of friendship, Bai Yi did not want to say anything too harsh. They had heard that Jiang Tingsu was still abroad, and even if Su Wu obtained the medicine, it would be of no use. It's better to adjust your mindset, think less about unnecessary things, and focus on working hard to climb up. But after saying so much, Su Wu still repeated her words. "Sister Bai, I know what to do. You just need to help me one more time." After hanging up the phone, Su Wu turned to the banquet hall, looking towards the rest area where Shin Nanji was. After the recent controversies surrounding Zhong Jun, she thought for a long time about why Jiang Ting's attitude towards her changed overnight. She always believed it was because she introduced Director Zheng Lin to Jiang Tingsu at Shengyi, which upset him and led to his coldness. Later, she recalled a detail she had overlooked. That day at Shengyi, before and after she introduced Director Zheng Lin, Jiang Tingsu had met Shin Nanji. To be precise, it was after meeting Shin Nanji that Jiang Tingsu started to distance himself from her, even to the point of not wanting to see her at all. Without the resources Jiang Tingsu provided, and with countless negative headlines affecting her, no matter how hard she tried to recover, all the endorsements she had secured were cancelled, not to mention the new dramas she hadn't had a chance to film. Now, she felt like a desperate person with no way out. Not getting endorsements or new drama offers felt like a forced semi-retirement. Before coming to the banquet, she had indeed hoped to find a new benefactor. Since Jiang Tingsu no longer cared about her, she needed someone to help her escape this predicament. But upon seeing Shin Nanji, all those thoughts were replaced by jealousy and deep resentment. Why should she suffer so much from public opinion while Shin Nanji could live so freely? Why should everything she worked hard to maintain for 2 years fall apart just because Shin Nanji appeared? She felt unwilling to fall from heaven to in just one night. Finding a new benefactor who could support her was indeed what she needed most, but what she wanted even more was to drag Shin Nanji down with her. Having been driven mad by the drastic fall from grace, she thought that if she was going to be crazy, she might as well do crazy things, right? Half an hour later, Su Wu returned from the terrace and accidentally bumped into a waiter delivering drinks while walking to the dessert area of the banquet hall. She immediately apologized and steadied the spilled juice. After the waiter left, Su Wu turned back, ready to head towards General Zhang from the investors, when the banquet hall door opened again. She heard someone say "Second Young Master Jiang," and when she looked up, she unexpectedly saw Jiang Tingsu entering from outside. After finishing her small talk, Sheng Muyan walked back to the lounge in her high heels and sat down opposite Shin Nanji and Gu Qinghe, rubbing her sore ankles. She mumbled that she wouldn't come to this charity banquet again next year. The waiter brought over drinks. 2 glasses of champagne were placed in front of Gu Qinghe and Sheng Muyan, while freshly squeezed juice was handed to Shin Nanji. Sheng Muyan smiled at the glass of juice, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling, looking just as excited as when she gossiped with Gu Qinghe. "Ahem. I heard from my brother that Mr. Jiang is worried his wife might get drunk, so he specifically called to remind everyone not to let Mrs. Jiang drink too much at the banquet." Shin Nanji paused while drinking her juice. Hearing this, she looked up at them. The young lady from the Sheng family raised her lips, lowering her voice with interest, and asked, "Gigi, do you and Mr. Jiang interact like this at home too?" "How do we interact?" she replied. Sheng Muyan thought for a few seconds and found a suitable description. "With great care, like raising a daughter while taking care of a wife. Shun Nanji. Gu Qinghe beside them laughed, enjoying the scene. Like Gu Qinghe, Sheng Muyan was quite curious about Shun Nanji's relationship with Jiang Jinyan. Although her brother, Sheng Yuyi, had a good relationship with Jiang Jinyan, he spent most of his time abroad, so Sheng Muyan didn't know much about this powerful figure from the Jiang family. Especially in the days right after the news broke that Shun Nanji and Jiang Jinyan had registered their marriage, her first reaction was that Jiang Jinyan must have agreed to the marriage for the sake of responsibility. However, whether it was the last time Jiang Jinyan went out of his way to make Shun Nanji happy at the Sheng Night event or today, when he personally called her brother to remind him not to let her drink at the banquet, it made Sheng Muyan feel that their relationship was more than just a simple marriage of convenience. Gigi, how do you and Mr. Jiang get along privately? She asked again. I originally thought that being married to someone as indifferent and aloof as Mr. Jiang would be tiring, but now it seems your relationship is much more harmonious than what people say. She leaned in, her eyes full of curious gossip.
Come on, miss, tell us about it.
We're not outsiders. Shun Nanji felt her face heat up from the questioning. She coughed lightly to cover it, avoided their gaze, took a sip of her juice, and mumbled, It's just like a regular marriage. Sheng Muyan wasn't convinced. Really? Shun Nanji nodded calmly. Really? Jiang Tingsu's arrival brought the charity banquet to a small peak, making the atmosphere in the hall more lively. Many people came to talk to him, but Jiang Tingsu seemed a bit distracted, his gaze fixed on a slender figure in the relaxation area. He returned to the country secretly, without telling his family or brother. He wanted to see Shun Nanji once, but she usually stayed in a routine, either at school or with his brother. This banquet was a rare opportunity to meet her. However, after sneaking back from abroad and arriving at the banquet hall, he hesitated when he got close. The words he wanted to say swirled in his mind, but with people coming and going around him, he couldn't bring himself to approach the relaxation area until Shun Nanji left it shortly after. As Shun Nanji walked from the banquet hall to the corridor, her expression remained calm. But once she entered the restroom, the subtle feeling of restlessness seemed to intensify. Standing in front of the sink, Shun Nanji placed her hands and wrists in the cool water, trying to soothe the strange heat rising within her. However, it seemed to have little effect. The warmth felt like it was emerging from deep inside her, growing stronger and more intense, shifting from a vague sensation to a clear rush in her mind. This sudden change happened in just a minute or two. Shun Nanji frowned tighter, especially when she noticed the redness at the corners of her eyes in the mirror. She bent down, splashing cold water on her face, but it didn't help. After entering the restroom and feeling the unusual heat, the strange reaction spread rapidly, and in an instant, she felt her eyelids burning. It was as if she was being roasted over a fire. In her panic, she was just relieved that she hadn't lingered when she first felt the slight warmth and had headed straight to the restroom. With trembling fingers, she unlocked her phone and, gritting her teeth against the overwhelming heat, messaged Gu Qinghe. I think I touched something dirty. I'm in the restroom. By the time she typed that short message, the effects of the medication had intensified to the point where she felt dizzy. Even the phone screen seemed to spin. She had never experienced anything like this before, feeling extremely anxious and fearing that in just a moment, she wouldn't be able to send the message at all. She quickly pressed send after typing just that half sentence. Watching the message send successfully, she opened the input box, intending to tell Gu Qinghe to hurry over and accompany her out. It was hard for her to leave the banquet hall alone in her current state, under so many watchful eyes. But just as she typed 2 words, Jiang Jinyan's call suddenly came in. Shun Nanji paused, looking at the call, and then back at the unfinished message, realizing in her panic that she had mistakenly sent the message to Jiang Jinyan. The ringtone rang urgently, making her feel as if she might explode. Shun Nanji had no time to think and quickly answered the call. As soon as she held the phone to her ear, Jiang Jinyan's voice came through, asking, Gigi, are you in the restroom? Her legs felt weak, and she slowly crouched down, supporting herself on the sink. She couldn't think about how Jiang Jinyan should still be on a plane or just getting off and in a meeting with company executives. How could he have time to check messages? The heat and panic in her chest made her grip the phone tightly. From finding out about the medicine to trying to stay calm while messaging Gu Qinghe, the moment she received Jiang Jinyan's call and heard his voice, an indescribable mix of panic, fear, and grievance surged within her. Even her voice when she spoke was tinged with a slight tremor and a hint of tears. "I'm in a restroom." Hearing her shaky voice, Jiang Jinyan paused for a moment. He spoke in the calmest and gentlest tone, reassuring her while quickly instructing someone to rush back to Huaihai City. "Ji, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. You have the bodyguard I arranged for your safety nearby. They are right outside the banquet hall. Please tell me which floor the restroom is on, okay?" Shen Nanji tried to suppress the sob in her voice, but she felt so terrible, worse than ever before, as if she might burst. She wanted to bang her head against the wall. But with Jiang Jinyan's comforting words, she focused all her energy on explaining her exact location. Meanwhile, by the private plane, Jiang Jinyan hurriedly walked up the steps while signaling Zhou Lin to contact the bodyguards as soon as he got the location. "Ji, the bodyguards are on their way. They will be there in 2 minutes at most. For these 2 minutes, I will stay with you. Don't cry, don't be afraid. I'm coming back right now." Shin Nanji began to tremble all over. She tried to hug herself tightly, biting her lower lip until it bled, and her mouth was filled with a strong metallic taste. Her throat felt blocked, making it hard to speak, but she still managed to respond with a faint sound to Jiang Jinyan. From her voice, Jiang Jinyan guessed she was crouching. He softened his tone, trying to sound calm and reassuring on the other end of the phone. "Ji, can you stand up? If you can, go lock the bathroom door. When the bodyguard arrives, I will tell you over the phone. Don't open the door for anyone else." The metallic taste in her mouth grew stronger. Just as she felt her grip on reality slipping, Shin Nanji bit her tongue hard. Hearing Jiang Jinyan's words, she struggled to turn her head toward the door that felt so close yet so far away. She hadn't drunk much today, just a couple of sips of juice. At a gathering like this, it was unlikely for anything harmful to be present, yet it had appeared, even in her juice. Taking such a risk with no backup was hard to believe. Shen Nanji swallowed hard, her throat burning, and with her pale fingers gripping the edge of the sink, she slowly stood up. Supporting herself against the wall, her legs felt weak and ready to give way at any moment. She moved step by step toward the door, grasping the cold edge to close and lock it tightly. After doing that, she stepped back, sliding down the wall to sit on the floor. Her eyes were red from the effects of the substance, and tears blurred her vision. But she couldn't let go of her sanity. She bit her lip hard, trembling as she told Jiang Jinyan, "It's locked." Her voice was filled with pain and distress, and Jiang Jinyan's dark eyes grew colder, but his tone remained calm as he reassured her.
No panic, no chaos. No rush, no impatience.
While quickly arranging everything for Shin Nanji after she left the bathroom, he continued to comfort her. "Just 1 more minute. The bodyguard will arrive. Hang in there. If you really can't hold on, splash some cold water on your face. Don't bite yourself, just listen to me." Shin Nanji buried her head in her arms, fighting the urge to bang her head against the wall. To keep her alert, Jiang Jinyan kept talking to her. The car, hospital, and doctor were all arranged. Just 1 more minute. Just 1 more minute. Footsteps were heard on the other end of the phone, sounding like many people were running quickly. Feeling extremely dizzy, Shin Nanji wanted to ask if he had returned. But before she could speak, someone suddenly knocked the bathroom door, startling her. "Nanji? Nanji? Are you in there?" Shin Nanji's eyelashes trembled, her breathing quickened, and she felt weak, barely able to hold on. But with sheer willpower, she clutched her phone tightly in front of her. The voice of Jiang Jinyan from the phone was her only source of comfort. The effects of the medicine were too strong. It took Shin Nanji several seconds to recognize the familiar voice outside as the person hurriedly tried to unlock the door. Jiang Tingsa turned the lock and pushed the door open, quickly searching for Shin Nanji in the bathroom. He found her against the wall, drenched in sweat and pale. He stepped forward, instinctively wanting to carry her out, but as his hand reached for her, she instinctively recoiled. "Don't touch me," she protested. Jiang Tingsu's expression darkened. His hand felt empty, but he didn't give up and tried to approach her again. "Nanji, I won't hurt you. I'll take you to the hospital, okay?" Shin Nanji's mind was spinning, and her ability to think was severely impaired. She couldn't trust anyone. Deep down, she only felt safe with Jiang Jinyan. As she tried to back away again, Jiang Tingsu stepped forward, attempting to carry her out, but he noticed a low voice coming from Shin Nanji's phone. He looked down and realized she had been on the phone with her older brother. "Tingsu? Why are you back?" Jiang Tingsu glanced at Shin Nanji, his lips pressed tightly together. I returned for a charity event." If Jiang Jinyan were here, Jiang Tingsu thought, he would be facing his brother's unreadable dark eyes, which could make him feel uneasy with just one glance. But the situation was urgent, so Jiang Tingsu forced his tone to remain calm and quickly explained to Jiang Jinyan, "Brother, Nanji has taken medicine, and it's very strong. I'm taking her to the hospital." There was a moment of silence on the phone. Jiang Jinyan replied, "In 20 seconds, the bodyguards will arrive. The car is already arranged at the entrance of the banquet hall. You take Nanji out first." With permission, Jiang Tingsu quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around Shin Nanji, covering her from head to toe. He then picked her up and hurried outside. Hearing the rustling sounds on the phone, Jiang Jinyan calmly added, "Don't hang up." Jiang Tingsu responded and carried her through the nearest corridor. As they reached the corner, they encountered several men dressed as waiters, who were glancing around. Jiang Tingsu ignored them and walked quickly outside. At the end of his line of sight, the bodyguards assigned to protect Shin Nanji, following Jiang Jinyan's orders, rushed over as fast as they could. Shin Nanji felt overwhelmed and could no longer hold on, but her fingers remained tightly gripping the phone. In the last second before losing consciousness, she heard Jiang Jinyan soothing her on the phone. "Don't be afraid, Gigi. Everything will be fine." When Shin Nanji woke up again, she was in a hospital. The smell of disinfectant filled the air. Opening her eyes, she looked beside the bed and saw Jiang Jinyan sitting there, who had already returned to Huaihai City to be with her. The painful memories before she fainted flooded her mind, and she felt a pang in her nose. Though she wasn't fully awake yet, her instincts made her climb out of bed and into Jiang Jinyan's arms. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. His dark eyes held a coldness, but his voice was gentle and soothing, like the most comforting sound. It's okay, you don't have to be afraid, Gigi." Outside the hospital room, Jiang Tingsu was about to push the door open when he saw through the glass Shin Nanji unconsciously leaning into his brother's embrace. He paused, gripping the doorknob, his expression dimming. Shin Nanji was still dizzy, but thankfully Jiang Jinyan held her tightly, preventing her from falling. After comforting her for a while, Jiang Jinyan loosened his hold slightly and noticed the bruises on her lower lip, his eyes filled with concern as his fingers gently brushed her lips. "Does it hurt?" Shin Nanji wasn't fully aware yet. The strange medication from Su Wu was still affecting her. Only half of it had worn off. The uncomfortable heat remained, but it was much better than when she was in the bathroom, and she could at least control her movements now. However, the bed still sounded wronged and uncomfortable, unconsciously expressing her feelings. "It hurts. I'm uncomfortable. And scared." Jiang Jinyan held her close, gently stroking her back. "I'm here with you, so there's nothing to fear." He comforted her for a long time until the effects of the medication in Shin Nanji's body surged back. The doctor came in to continue administering the 4. Half an hour later, several attending physicians respectfully explained the precautions and then left the room. Jiang Tingsu, who had been waiting outside, finally entered. Not long after he came in, Zhou Lin, who was personally investigating the herbal medicine incident, rushed in with surveillance footage and 2 reports from the banquet hall. "Mr. Jiang, we have figured it out," Zhou Lin said, handing one copy of the footage and the reports to Jiang Jinyan, who was closely watching over Shin Nanji, and another to the silent Jiang Ting-su. The herbal medicine given to your wife was done by Su Wu. This medicine was obtained by Su Wu's manager, Bai Yi. During the banquet, Su Wu pretended to accidentally bump into a waiter and used the opportunity to mix the drug into the juice. Before Zhou Lin's investigation, Jiang Jinmian had already suspected who was behind it. This charity banquet was co-hosted by the Sheng and Li families, and Shen Nanji's identity was well known in their circle. No one would dare use such underhanded tactics against her at this event. The most likely suspect was the young starlet that Jiang Ting-su had promoted. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, almost icy. Looking at the pale girl in the hospital bed, who even in her brief moments of consciousness would cling to him and cry out in discomfort, Jiang Jinmian felt a deeper coldness in his gaze. He crumpled the paper in his hand, staring at the photos of Su Wu drugging the juice. With a serious tone, he spoke, Jiang Ting-su. Jiang Ting-su, who had been focused on the surveillance footage, instinctively straightened his back. In his memory, since he became an adult, his brother had never called him by his full name. No matter how ruthless Jiang Jinmian was outside, he had always been forgiving towards his younger brother. This was the first time Jiang Ting-su heard his brother use such a tone to call him by name as an adult. The air around them felt heavy, almost suffocating. Jiang Ting-su looked up and heard Jiang Jinmian calmly ask, "Is it you who will handle your girlfriend, or shall I?" Jiang Ting-su's gaze briefly shifted to Shen Nanji. His eyes were cold as he took a deep breath, suppressing the anger and frustration bubbling inside him, and said, "I'm coming." After speaking, he glanced at Shen Nanji one last time, took the documents, and left quickly. When Shen Nanji woke up again, it was already late at night. The effects of the medication had completely worn off, and the uncomfortable feeling, like ants crawling under her skin, was gone. Jiang Jinmian was outside the room talking to someone. The door was slightly ajar, and Shen Nanji could hear faint sounds, but the voices were low, as if they were trying not to disturb her rest, so she couldn't make out the words. Shen Nanji pulled her gaze from the door, shook her slightly dazed head, and sat up a bit in bed. The four-drip next to her bed had not been removed yet. She looked at the hanging four-line, then down at her hand. There was still a bandage on her hand from the four. It seemed she had just finished the infusion, and her hand felt a bit numb, especially the vein where the needle had been. It throbbed when she touched it through the bandage. She bit her lip and didn't touch her hand again, scanning the room until she found her phone on the bedside table. After the herbal medicine, she hadn't been able to send a message to Gu Qinghe. She had suddenly left the party and was about to check on Gu Qinghe's situation when her phone rang before she could even unlock it. Shen Nanji was a bit surprised and swiped to answer. "Qinghe?" On the other end, there was a clear sound of wind and cars honking on the road. Shen Nanji frowned and instinctively looked out at the dark night. Just as she was about to ask why her friend was outside at this hour, Gu Qinghe's panicked voice came through the phone, mixed with the cold wind. Oh no, Gigi, I'm in trouble. I slept with the duck." Shen Nanji paused, clearly not processing it. "You what? Slept with?" Gu Qinghe was flustered, covering her face as her heart raced. "Wah, the duck. Little Gigi, last time I resisted the arranged marriage and went to Shengyi to see male models, my brother dragged me back home, and I was grounded for 3 days. This time, I actually slept with a male model. My brother is going to kill me. What should I do?" Shen Nanji was stunned by her call and took a moment to gather her thoughts. Trying to stay calm, she stared at the four bandage on her hand and asked, "Qinghe, did you drink too much, or were you also set up like me?" Gu Qinghe tapped her head, frowning tightly. "Maybe I drank too much." But she hadn't had many drinks. Now, her mind was filled with how to deal with the huge mess she had created. Although she was confused about the drinking, she blamed it on the strong effects of the alcohol. Shen Nanji asked, "Are you sure? That person was a male model?" Gu Qinghe felt uncertain. "But the second floor of the Yujin Hotel is a lounge, specifically for guests. If the person I slept with on the second floor wasn't a male model, then what could he be?" She had woken up in the middle of the night and rushed out of bed. Although her memories of what happened while drunk were vague, She still remembered a bit of that man's face. The upper circle of Huaihai City was small. She knew almost everyone from the prominent families. Even though her memories from that night were unclear, she was sure she had never seen that man before. He was good-looking, but isn't a male model just relying on their looks? She couldn't think about what happened from dusk to midnight. It made her head hurt, especially with a pressing problem at hand. Gigi, has my brother asked you about my whereabouts? Shen Nanji paused. I don't think so. She had just woken up herself. Gu Qinghe stood by the roadside, trying to calm herself in the cold wind. She then asked Shen Nanji about her situation. After learning that she was fine, she felt a bit relieved. But before she could fully relax, her phone buzzed. Looking down, it was a call from her brother. Gu Qinghe's anxiety and nervousness returned, making her fingers tremble. Without thinking, she quickly told her friend, Gigi, take care of yourself. If my brother calls asking about me, please keep it a secret. Don't tell him I accidentally slept with someone or I might be in big trouble. Her brother's call buzzed incessantly, leaving Gu Qinghe no time to say anything else. Okay, I have to hang up now. Gigi, you must help me keep this quiet. I need to figure out how to deal with what happened tonight. After saying that, she didn't wait for Shen Nanji to respond and hurriedly ended the call. In the hospital room, as Shen Nanji looked at the phone screen that returned to the WeChat page, the door swung open. Then, Jiang Jinyan walked in. Are you awake? He walked over, leaned down, and gently touched her forehead while she watched. Seeing his action, Shen Nanji held her phone tightly and blinked, asking, Am I still running a fever? Yes, you were a bit warm while you were unconscious, but thankfully your fever has gone down now. As he spoke, he brought a cup of warm water from the nearby table and handed it to her. Shen Nanji held the cup, unsure if he had heard her earlier conversation with Gu Qinghe. In his gaze, she took a sip of water and then let out a soft gasp. The cut on her lower lip was deep, and the water stung. She frowned slightly, but didn't pay much attention to it, her mind still on the call with Gu Qinghe. Moving the cup aside, Shen Nanji tried to ask casually, who came by earlier. Jiang Jinyan's eyes were focused on her lower lip. Seeing that drinking was difficult for her, he found a straw on the table, placed it in the cup, and let her drink before answering her question. It was Gu Wenchuan. It seems Miss Gu hasn't returned home yet, so he came to check if she had arrived at the hospital. Shen Nanji responded with an "oh," but her heart raced. After a few indirect questions, she confirmed he hadn't heard her conversation with Gu Qinghe, and her anxious heart slowly relaxed. During this time, Zhou came by to report on work. Shen Nanji sat quietly on the bed, biting the straw and carefully avoiding her lip injury as she drank from the cup. But her clear eyes continued to follow Jiang Jinyan's movements, slowly turning as he moved. When Zhou left with the documents, and she noticed the man approaching from the sofa still showed no signs of leaving, Shen Nanji held the cup in her hands and looked up at him, asking, Am I interrupting your work? Earlier, when she was in the bathroom, her mind was foggy, and she had no energy to think about her medicine timing, which should have coincided with Jiang Jinyan's arrival at the branch office. Now that she was clear-headed, she realized that he must have rushed abroad right after arriving at the branch due to her emergency, without even having time to handle his business trip. Under his gaze, the familiar tension of being alone together resurfaced. She shifted her eyes away, looking down and saying, I'm fine now. I can go back to Yushan Mansion by myself. Brother Jinyan, you should go on your business trip. Jiang Jinyan did not leave. Instead, he moved closer, took the empty cup from her hand, placed it on the table, and then returned to sit on the edge of the bed. He gently rubbed the head of the girl who seemed to be feeling better, speaking to her in a soothing tone. Gigi, work is never more important than family. I can delegate the business trip to someone else, but I can't let anyone else take care of you. He comforted her, saying, Don't think about anything else. Just focus on taking care of yourself. You don't need to worry about anything else. Shen Nanji looked up at him. In that moment of eye contact, she suddenly remembered what Gu Qinghe had said before they got their marriage certificate to support her and Jiang Jinyan's wedding. Jiang Jinyan values responsibility above all. Even if there is no love after marriage, and it's just a union, he will ensure you are taken care of for life. For the business trip, Jiang Jinian assigned it to Zhou Lin and the group's vice president. The medicine Su Wu provided was strong, so to avoid any harm, Jiang Jinian arranged for the best medical team, keeping Shin Nanji in the hospital for 3 days. Only after all the tests were done, and it was confirmed there were no further issues, was she allowed to leave the hospital. During her stay, Jiang Jinian was always by her side in the hospital room. Even when he had unavoidable online meetings, he made sure to keep an eye on her while attending the video calls. During this time, Jiang's parents and Shun Huayan visited her multiple times, keeping her company and bringing various things to help pass the time. Although she was in the hospital for 3 days, Shin Nanji found it quite pleasant, except for the persistent smell of disinfectant in the air. Even though Jiang Jinian noticed she disliked the smell and had someone bring a diffuser to her bedside, the scent still lingered in the air, hard to completely eliminate. On the morning of the 4th day, after receiving the notice that she could be discharged, Shin Nanji quickly left the hospital with Jiang Jinian and returned to Yushan Mansion. Gu Qinghe, having slept in, managed to keep her family in the dark with various excuses, but feeling guilty, she had been unusually well-behaved these past few days. Each time she visited the hospital, she obediently followed Gu Wenchuan, rarely acting like a good and compliant sister. Back at Yushan Mansion, Shin Nanji remembered reminding Gu Qinghe about taking her birth control pills a couple of days ago, worried she might forget. She lay on the soft bed, opened the messaging app, and asked, "Did you remember to take your birth control pills?" The reply came quickly, "Don't worry. Such an important thing must be remembered. By the way, Gigi, are you out of the hospital?" Shin Nanji rested her chin on her hand and replied lazily, "I just got back." After a few seconds, a photo came through, followed by a series of increasingly angry messages. "I'm searching for male models at the Eugene Club. I can't believe I put up with it for 3 days. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I had a wild night with a male model, and while it happened, there's no changing the outcome. But I was drunk that day, not the male model. Even if it was fun, he didn't need to be so dedicated. I was barely able to get out of bed, and I had to pretend to walk normally in front of my brother and dad. I can't let this go. I need to confront that guy and ask about his professionalism." Shin Nanji. Looking at the long line of male models in the club, Shin Nanji typed, "Did you find out who he is?" Gu Qinghe replied, frustrated, "Not yet. It's strange. Yujin mainly runs a hotel, and the club on the 2nd floor isn't that big. How can we not find out who he is?" Gu Qinghe, "Could it be he left?" After a moment of silence, Shin Nanji finally typed her guess. "Is it possible that the guy you slept with isn't the one?" This time, it took a while for Gu Qinghe to respond with just one word. "What?" along with an angry emoji. Beicheng, Hua Corporation headquarters. Hua Jingqing finished an online meeting when someone knocked on the door of the president's office. The man exited the meeting page, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said coldly, "Come in." Secretary He Mu entered the office. The atmosphere inside was tense and uncomfortable. Ever since returning from Huaihai City, a chilling sense of stagnation had settled in. He Mu entered nervously, holding his breath, and quietly said, "President Hua." Hua Jingqing's gaze was sharp, his fingers pressed against his aching forehead. Before He Mu could say anything unnecessary, he succinctly asked, "Have you found out who was there that night?" He Mu quickly answered, anxious not to be scolded like the other secretaries who had failed in their tasks. "We found out, President Hua." He quickly stepped forward and presented a tablet with the surveillance footage to Hua Jingqing. In the surveillance footage, a woman with disheveled clothes and a frightened expression ran out of a room deep in the 2nd floor club around 12:30 a.m. The girl seemed to deliberately avoid the cameras in the hallway, keeping her head down and wearing a mask. After walking a few steps down the corridor, she cleverly slipped into a blind spot of the cameras. Although Gu Qinghe had rushed out of her messy bed in a panic that night, her instinct to survive was incredibly strong. Even though her legs felt weak and she struggled to walk, she managed to evade all the surveillance cameras inside and outside the Eugene Hotel, fearing that her brother would review the footage. It wasn't until she slipped out of the hotel and walked for a long time that she dared to stop briefly. Himu worked hard to find the girl who had mistakenly entered their boss's room that night, navigating through various blind spots in Huaihai City, which was outside their territory. The surveillance footage he presented to Hu Jingcheng was a compilation of many clips. After showing the segment from the club's hallway, it automatically switched to a scene of Gu Qinghe standing by the roadside, braving the cold wind while calling Shin Nanji. As the video ended, Hu Jingcheng looked at the tablet screen, where the girl had her head slightly lowered, revealing only part of her profile. He tapped his fingers on the table and asked Himu in a deep voice, "Have you identified her?" Himu replied, "Yes, it's Miss Gu from the Gu family in Huaihai City." Gu? Hu Jingcheng furrowed his brow, searching his mind, and recalling someone. Is she Gu Wenchuan's sister? Himu was also surprised when he discovered Gu Qinghe's identity, but it was true. He nodded stiffly, "Yes, boss." Just as he finished speaking, there was another knock on the door of the president's office. Ren Heng, a member of the secretarial team, pushed the door open to report, "Boss, the old man called and said you must return to the Hua residence today." What did he say? Ren Heng hesitated, glancing at Himu, who was deliberately avoiding eye contact. When Hu Jingcheng looked at him impatiently, Ren Heng felt a jolt of fear and quickly replied, It seems that the old man dreamed last night that you have an illegitimate child out there, and he wants you to come back and explain." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the office grew even colder. Hu Jingcheng's temples throbbed, and his brows furrowed deeply. Who told the old man such nonsense? Where did this illegitimate child come from? Ran Heng didn't even dare to lift his head, wishing he could bury it in his feet. The surrounding air was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a moment, Hu Jingcheng's gaze paused, and his deep, dark eyes fell back on the surveillance footage. He tapped the tablet screen. The paused video began to play again. At 1 minute and 10 seconds into the footage, Gu Qinghe hurriedly disappeared from the blind spot of the club's corridor. Around 1 minute and 15 seconds, a familiar figure in a camel-colored coat and high heels briefly appeared at the edge of the blind spot. Hu Jingcheng pressed pause, looking at that overly familiar silhouette, his brows furrowing deeper. On the day of the auction, did my aunt also go to Huaihai City? Himu had been busy discussing contracts with Hu Jingcheng and the Jiang family during those days, and was unaware of this matter. However, Ren Heng's main task was to handle the private affairs between Hu's family and Hu Jingcheng, so he couldn't avoid the topic like Himu could. Under Hu Jingcheng's cold gaze, he could only nod. It seemed so. Calls from the old man kept coming in. Around 6 in the evening, Hu Jingcheng's car stopped outside the Hua residence. As he walked in, he saw the old man animatedly whispering something to Hua Lanyin in the main hall. Hu Jingcheng casually handed his coat to the butler and spoke softly, "Grandpa, you called for me?" The old man's words suddenly stopped. He looked up at his grandson, his cheerful demeanor fading, replaced by an unexpected frailty. He pointed to the sofa beside him, indicating for Hu Jingcheng to sit. "You're here? Jingcheng, I called you because I have something to discuss." Hu Jingcheng glanced at the old man and noticed his aunt looking back at him. "Please go ahead, Grandpa." The old man cleared his throat, his age and weakness becoming more apparent. "Yesterday, I dreamt that our Hua family's great-grandson was lost." "Jingcheng, tell me the truth, is this real?" Hu Jingcheng's voice remained steady. "It's not true, Grandpa, you're overthinking." But the old man thought otherwise, leaning on his cane, his gaze intense as he insisted there was something to it. "How can it be overthinking? Even if there's no great-grandson, what about my granddaughter-in-law? Am I overthinking that too?" Hu Jingcheng frowned slightly. "Grandpa, dreams are often the opposite. Please don't joke about this." The old man became anxious and raised his voice. "Who is causing trouble? Jingcheng, you should know about my health. I've mentioned marriage to you many times, and you always avoid the topic. I have no other request. I just want you to bring back a girl, so I can fulfill my last wish before I pass away. Or do you want me to leave this world without peace?" Seeing the old man using this tactic again, Hu Jingcheng felt a headache coming on. He tried to reason with his elderly grandfather. Grandpa, I've told you before, I have no intention of starting a family, Jingcheng. The old man leaned on his cane, delivering his point firmly. Over the years, the Hu family has thrived under your management, which brings me joy. But you know my health is failing. Before I go, I just want to see my granddaughter-in-law or great-grandchild. At my age, this is my only wish. He sighed, and his voice carried a deep sadness. Jingcheng, I don't know how much longer I have. Your parents left with regrets, and I don't want to meet them without being able to explain. For decades, the old man had weathered many storms with the Hu family, and even if it was just a name, he was a respected figure. However, in recent years, his health had declined. What used to be an annual hospital visit had turned into frequent trips to the emergency room. Hu Jingcheng, feeling heavy-hearted, saw that his grandfather was adamant about this matter. A month ago, the doctor had advised him to avoid stressing the old man to protect his health. As the old man continued to persuade him, Hu Jingcheng furrowed his brow and finally said, "Grandpa, I will consider this matter. But we just secured a project with Huaihai Tianqing Group, and the company is very busy right now. Once things settle down, I will address this." The old man was satisfied, holding back the words that could bring sadness, and happily called for the butler to bring tea and dinner. Hu Jingcheng glanced at his grandfather, who seemed fine, and stood up to leave. "I won't have tea. I have a meeting at the company tonight. Grandpa, I need to get back to work." The old man nodded, allowing him to go. Once Hu Jingcheng left the hall, the old man's worried expression shifted to one of joy as he turned to look at his quiet daughter, who was sipping tea nearby. "How is it? Was the performance realistic today?" Hu Lanin hadn't had a chance to respond. Ding dong. Her phone chimed with a message from Hu Jingcheng. "Little aunt, did you go to Huaihai City a few days ago?" Seeing this message, Hu Lanin sighed and smiled helplessly, unsure how to reply. She decided to ignore it for now. If she said she hadn't gone to Huaihai City, it would be pointless since Hu Jingcheng already knew her whereabouts. But if she admitted it, he would likely ask what she was doing there, which would indirectly reveal that she had informed the old man about his situation. Hu Lanin sighed again, her carefully made-up face showing some worry. She turned her phone face down and looked at her cheerful father, hinting at her disapproval. "Dad, you're being too hasty." She had just mentioned that Hu Jingcheng might have a girl he liked in Huaihai City, and her father immediately called him over, using his health as an excuse to urge him to settle down. Hearing her words, her father replied with dissatisfaction, "If I'm not hasty, with his personality, he'll never bring home a daughter-in-law." Thinking about Hu Jingcheng's character and his past, Hu Lanin wanted to tell her father that haste makes waste, but the words wouldn't come out. Though her father's words weren't pleasant, as a member of the Hu family who understood their history, Hu Lanin had to admit there was some truth to it. Hu Jingcheng, as the head of the Hu family, seemed to have it all, but no one knew how much the entire family owed him. Decades ago, the Hu family was far from stable and harmonious. When he was very young, Hu Jingcheng was kidnapped by enemies, poisoned, and tortured in a basement. The Hu family worked tirelessly to investigate, only to discover that a branch of their family had colluded with their enemies to gain power, leading to Hu Jingcheng's abduction. That was a long period of darkness. While searching for their son, Hu Jingcheng's parents faced many hardships and ultimately met with tragedy. The old man was furious and, upon discovering the betrayal from within the family, took immediate action against those involved. However, his beloved son and daughter-in-law were lost forever. The Hu family mobilized many people to rescue their only remaining heir from the enemies. But Hu Jingcheng had been tormented for too long, with countless injuries and various toxins still lingering in his body. Even now, there are still some remnants of the medicine that have not been completely expelled. This medicine won't kill a person, but when it acts up, it causes excruciating headaches and unbearable suffering. Old Master, who watched this and felt heartbroken, often feeling guilty during those times. Growing up with years of pain and sorrow, Hu Jingcheng's temperament became increasingly cold and indifferent. His decisive methods helped the Hu family maintain a strong position in Beicheng, but he never paid attention to marriage matters. Even when the old master arranged many potential matches for him, he rejected them all. After the internal strife in the Hua family, there were few relatives left. Hua Lanin had been by the old master's side for many years and had watched Hua Jingqing grow up. She was the only elder, besides the old master, whose words had some influence on him. So, when the old master realized he couldn't persuade Hua Jingqing to settle down, he assigned this task to his youngest daughter 2 or 3 years ago. With the old master's health declining, he hoped to find a suitable girl to accompany Hua Jingqing before he passed away, so he could rest easy knowing he would meet Hua Jingqing's parents. Hua Lanin felt pressured by this, and just before the Huaihai auction, she returned from a trip and planned to relax at the auction. Unexpectedly, she encountered a disheveled girl leaving Hua Jingqing's room late at night in the Yujin Hotel. Hua Jingqing had never had any women around him, let alone a girl entering his room at night. The old master was surprised and delighted. Fearing that delays might lead to complications, he urgently wanted to find that girl to see if he could arrange a marriage. After a moment of thought, the old master asked Hua Lanin, "Do you know who that girl is? Have you found out anything?" Hua Lanin rubbed her temples and sighed. "I wanted to investigate, but the surveillance around Yujin Hotel couldn't retrieve any footage, as if it had been deliberately erased." Gu Qinghe had spent several days at Yujin Hotel trying to find out who that girl was. On Saturday, after returning from the club, the usually cheerful Miss Gu was feeling down and decided to visit Shin Nanji at Yushan Mansion to talk. Seeing her gloomy expression, Shin Nanji set aside her work and had someone bring tea and fruit while inviting her to sit on the sofa. "Is it still about that girl?" Gu Qinghe's eyelids drooped, and her brows were so tightly knit that they seemed ready to tie in a knot. She leaned back on the sofa, feeling irritated, and rubbed her scalp vigorously. Finally, she bent down to pick up the little dog that had come to nuzzle her ankle, placing it on her lap and petting it. "I just want to find out who it is. Why can't I figure it out?" Shin Nanji silently watched her pet the dog, then asked after a moment, "Did you check the surveillance footage?" At this, Gu Qinghe's confusion deepened, and she was so frustrated that she felt like cursing. She complained to Shin Nanji, "I checked, but isn't it strange? In a place like the Yujin Hotel, the surveillance cameras are actually broken?" Shin Nanji. Gu Qinghe, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, "It's just a charity banquet, and all sorts of weird things are happening." At least in her experience, she had never heard of such a high-end hotel having broken surveillance cameras. Shin Nanji, holding a cushion, remained silent for a while before saying, "Even if the cameras are broken, they usually have automatic recording features. Should I get someone to help you recover the footage?" Gu Qinghe really wanted to uncover the truth. Hearing her friend's suggestion, she was about to nod in agreement, but then thought of something and immediately shook her head. No, that's not necessary." Shin Nanji looked over at her. Gu Qinghe tugged at the dog's fur, feeling gloomy as she said, "If you get someone to help me investigate, with President Zhang's insight, your husband will definitely find out. My brother and your husband meet frequently, and if President Zhang picks up on something, it could be problematic for my brother." Gu Qinghe buried her face in the dog's back. "He already doubts the excuse I made up that day. If it accidentally gets back to him, I definitely won't have a good outcome. This plan is too risky. I'd rather not investigate than take that chance." Shin Nanji. Gu Qinghe hugged the dog, feeling down for a while, then finally sat up straight and playfully rubbed the dog's head a few times, saying, "Forget it, let's leave it as it is. After all, we can just avoid each other from now on. I'll just treat it like I got bitten by a dog. Can I really bite back?" Since the surveillance footage couldn't be retrieved and they couldn't find the male models from the club, continuing to fuss over it would only give her more headaches and frustration. It was better to just let it go. After putting the matter aside, Gu Qinghe continued to pet the dog and changed the subject to the trending topic of Su Wu. "By the way, about Su Wu retiring, have you heard about it, Gigi?" Seeing her brows relax, Shin Nanji cooperated with the topic shift. "I've heard a little, but not much more. In the past few days, Gu Qinghe has been secretly looking for the unethical duck, but she hasn't neglected Su Wu's situation either." After slowly convincing herself to let go of the worries in her heart, she felt much better and sat closely beside Shinonji, sharing her thoughts on the matter. I heard that Jiang Tingsu personally dealt with someone by burying them and silencing them in the entertainment industry. That day at the banquet, not only did she bring that harmful drug, but she also bribed a few outside men. I heard through the grapevine that Jiang Tingsu used the same methods to retaliate against Su Wu. That night, it was said that Su Wu almost died in the private room at Yujin Club. What happened afterward is unclear, but the outcome surely won't be good. Gu Qinghe initially thought Jiang Tingsu cared for Su Wu, especially since he once made her a hot topic. He even allowed her to create buzz on trending searches multiple times. However, it seems that is not the case anymore. Considering Su Wu dared to entertain such malicious thoughts and openly plot against the wife of the Jiang family's power holder, even if Jiang Tingsu wanted to protect her, it would be impossible. Su Wu was someone Jiang Tingsu had supported, and Jiang Jinyan allowing him to handle the mess he created was already a show of brotherly loyalty. If Jiang Jinyan personally dealt with Su Wu, given how angry he was that day, her fate would only be worse. Around evening, Gu Qinghe returned to the Gu family home. Shinonji took the excited and wagging-tailed Tuan Tuan out to feed him. The old man had gone abroad a week ago, and Shinonji and Jiang Jinyan had moved back to Yushan Mansion. Although they changed locations, the little one showed no signs of being unfamiliar and was just as lively as in the old house. In front of Tuan Tuan's special feeding area, Butler Pang had already prepared warm goat's milk and was about to pick Tuan Tuan up when he turned to see Shinonji bringing the little one over. He greeted Shinonji with Madam, then placed Tuan Tuan's bowl down, lightly tapping the edge of the bowl to call him over playfully. The little one excitedly ran over, diving his snout into the warm goat's milk, wagging his tail joyfully. Jiang Jinyan returned home late that evening. With many company matters to attend to, he usually came back when it was already dark. Today was no exception. At 7:30, steady footsteps echoed in the courtyard. Shinonji was sitting on the living room sofa with her computer, reading research papers. Upon hearing the noise, she turned her head to look back. Tuan Tuan, lying at her feet, reacted faster than she did. Before she could turn around, the little one had already jumped up from the floor, wagging his tail excitedly as he ran toward the living room door. Jiang Jinyan looked down at Tuan Tuan, who was happily wagging its tail and running out to greet him. He didn't stop walking, holding the small cake he had specially bought on his way back, and headed towards Shinonji. "Are you feeling unwell today?" The girl slowly turned her eyes with his movements, habitually smiling slightly and shaking her head. Finally, her gaze landed suspiciously on the cake in his hand. A hint of a smile appeared in Jiang Jinyan's eyes. He handed the cake to Shinonji and explained, "I heard from the butler that while watching Tuan Tuan drink goat's milk, you mentioned a small cake from the old snack shop in the east of the city. I happened to pass by there today and bought some to see if it's a flavor you like." Shinonji's eyes brightened. She pushed her computer aside, happily opened the beautifully packaged box, and was about to dig into the small cake with a spoon. But in the next second, she paused, thinking of something. Jiang Jinyan took off his coat and handed it to Butler Pang. When he turned back, he saw that the sofa staring thoughtfully at the cake, but she hadn't taken a bite. He poured a glass of water and sat beside her. "What's wrong? Do you not like this flavor?" Shinonji looked a bit conflicted. She stared longingly at her favorite small cake for a couple of seconds, but in the end, she reluctantly set the spoon down. Watching her, Jiang Jinyan's gaze fell on her. Shinonji rubbed her face, which seemed to have gained a bit of roundness, and shook her head gloomily. "I won't eat it for now. I feel like I've gained weight. The more I eat, the fatter I get." Jiang Jinyan twirled the water cup between his fingers, his gaze lowered to her slim waist. With a slight smile, he comforted her. "Your waist is so slim that one hand can hold it. Can you really say you're fat?" He set the cup down, took the spoon she had been holding for a while without using, scooped a bite of cake, and brought it to her lips. His voice was gentle, just like when he was trying to cheer her up. "You're not fat, just eat. Even if you do gain weight, I'll take you to exercise more, and you'll lose it in a few days. Shen Nanji didn't think much about the meaning behind his last words. Looking at the small cake in front of her, she hesitated for a moment, then finally opened her mouth to take a bite. With no other plans for the weekend, Shen Nanji hadn't seen Shan Huayan since she was discharged from the hospital. After sleeping in, she got up early, played with Tuan Tuan in the yard for a couple of rounds, and then headed to the Shen group. As usual, she took the private elevator upstairs, but today, as soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she sensed that the atmosphere on the top floor was a bit off. Zhang Lan stood in the corridor nearby, holding documents and hesitating to enter the chairman's meeting room for some reason. As she turned back, she happened to see Shen Nanji coming out of the private elevator. Zhang Lan glanced at the meeting room and quickly walked over to Shen Nanji. "Miss, what brings you here?" "I have nothing to do today, so I came to sit with my brother." Shen Nanji looked where Zhang Lan had been lingering and asked, "Is my brother in the meeting room?" As she spoke, she stepped forward, preparing to go in. Zhang Lan hesitated and stopped her, wanting to say something but unsure how to start. Noticing Zhang Lan's unusual expression, Shen Nanji paused and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Zhang Lan frowned, struggling for a moment. Realizing that the company's situation couldn't be hidden, she told Shen Nanji the truth. "It's about Mr. Shen and Vice Chairman Shen." Zhang Lan wasn't very clear on the details, but she shared what she knew. It seems Mr. Shen intends to remove Vice Chairman Shen from his position. Many departments in the company have been affected, and there seems to be some conflict between them. Shen Nanji frowned. "My uncle?" Zhang Lan nodded, her expression serious. Shen Nanji furrowed her brow deeper. Why would her brother suddenly want to kick her uncle out of the board? Not wanting to ask Zhang Lan more questions since she wouldn't get to the root of the issue, Shen Nanji glanced toward the chairman's meeting room and said, "Are both my brother and uncle in the meeting room?" Zhang Lan nodded again. "Yes, Mississippi." Without saying anything else, Shen Nanji quickly walked toward the meeting room. As she reached the door and was about to push it open, she heard a heated argument from inside. In her usual impression, her kind and gentle uncle sounded very angry and sarcastic at that moment. "I have worked tirelessly for decades in this group, Shen Huayan. How can you just kick me out like that?" Inside the meeting room, the long conference table was surrounded by directors who kept their heads down, trying to avoid getting caught in the conflict. Shen Huan glared angrily at Shen Huayan, who sat calmly at the head of the table. The warmth and kindness from the past seemed to have been torn away, revealing a face full of rage. Shen Huayan remained unfazed, ignoring his anger. "Uncle, this is the board's decision. You just need to follow it." Shen Huan kicked over a chair, making such a loud noise that everyone in the meeting room, except for Shen Huayan, changed their expressions dramatically. "What board's decision? Isn't this your decision? Shen Huayan, you're just an adopted son of the Shen family. Why do you think you can dictate what happens in the Shen group? With my elder brother gone, it should be his biological brother who takes over the group, not you, an outsider with no ties to the Shen family." This statement went too far. Although Shen Huayan is not of Shen blood, he carries the Shen surname and was recognized as a son by Shen's parents. He even has the same inheritance rights as Shen Nanji. Years ago, during a turbulent time for the Shen family, it was Shen Huayan who fought to save the Shen group from the brink of bankruptcy. Without Shen Huayan, there would be no Shen group today. Shen Huan's words were deeply hurtful and felt like betrayal. Even the other board members, who were trying to stay neutral, were reluctant to support Shen Huan. But the facade of hypocrisy had been torn away, and Shen Huan would not back down, especially with the threat of being kicked out of the company looming. "Shen Huayan, others may not know your background, but do you not know it yourself? After living in the Shen family for a few years and carrying the Shen name, do you really think you're the heir? Have you forgotten that your last name is Pei, not Shen?" The board members were shocked, unsure whether to stay or leave. In the tense atmosphere, only Shen Huayan remained calm and expressionless, staring at the unmasked Shen Huan. "Uncle, are you admitting it? Admitting that you were the one who sent the anonymous email to Jiang Jinyan before the Mid-Autumn Festival? And the decision to kick you out of the board?" Without waiting for Shen Huan to deny it again, Shen Huayan threw a document onto the table in front of him. The sound of the document hitting the cold conference table made everyone tense. Shen Huayan coldly smirked, the suppressed chill and sarcasm in his eyes spilling out. Do I really need to reveal in front of everyone why you were kicked out? Uncle. He stood up slowly, meeting the furious gaze of Shen Huan calmly. You don't need me to remind you what you did before that rainy night 10 years ago, do you? Hearing those words, Shen Huan's pupils suddenly constricted. Shen Huayan sneered and continued, You handled it very cleanly, but in this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. And, Uncle, you often talk about your years of hard work for the group, but what was your true intention behind that effort? Outside the conference room, Shen Nanji suddenly swayed. Shen Huayan's words, 10 years ago on a rainy night, pierced my ears like a sharp needle, causing my head to buzz loudly. In the meeting room, Shen Huan was furious, slamming his hand on the table and cursing Shen Huayan for twisting the truth and making false accusations. What are your true intentions? Shen Huan pointed angrily at Shen Huayan. I am the biological brother of the elder brother. When he was alive, we were very close. I worked tirelessly to protect his life's work from falling into the hands of untrustworthy outsiders. Shen Huayan, you are an adopted son of the Shin family, holding power in the company for so many years, yet you have replaced many long-time employees. I want to ask you, what are your true intentions? Before he could finish, he continued, Pei Sheng died unexpectedly while collaborating with a subsidiary of Shin Group. Don't you harbor resentment against Shin Group, intending to use the elder brother's hard work for revenge?
Shen Huayan.
No, Pei Huayan, you should be the one to leave the board and the group. Second uncle. Shen Nanji suddenly pushed the door open. Her expression was serious, and instinctively, she stood by Shen Huayan's side during the confrontation with Shen Huan. What you said is too much. Brother is a recognized member of the Shin family and the rightful heir. He cannot leave. Shen Nanji's arrival turned the tense standoff around. During the earlier conversation between Shen Huayan and Shen Huan, too many past issues were revealed, leaving the board members unsure of how to react. Seeing Shen Nanji approach, everyone stood up respectfully. Addressing her as Mississippi, Shen Huan was momentarily taken aback by Shen Nanji standing firmly beside Shen Huayan, but his anger only intensified. He trembled with rage, pointing at them and laughing bitterly. Good. So you two siblings have teamed up for the scheme, right? Just to kick me out of the company? He swept the documents off the table in anger, his face dark and fierce, showing no sign of a kind elder. Before storming out, his gaze fell on Shen Nanji, who was protecting Shen Huayan. Shen Nanji, I am your real second uncle, yet in the end, you choose to protect an outsider with no blood relation to you. Do you know his true identity? Do you know his biological father died due to your parents' accident? Do you know his real intentions for being in the Shin family? You let someone with a grudge against the Shin family hold the company's power. Fine, I will see what happens to the Shin group under your management. With that, Shen Huan left in a fit of rage. The people in the conference room were nervous and didn't dare to breathe. Shen Nanji tightened her fingers in her palm. She didn't look at anyone and said, Everyone please go back. Today's meeting ends here. The crowd quickly responded and left. Once everyone was gone, Shen Nanji turned to Shen Huayan, who was watching her. She had many questions, but before she could ask, he spoke first. Shall we go to the president's office? Shen Nanji nodded without hesitation. Fong Jing and Zhang Lan didn't come in. After they reached the president's office and closed the door, Shen Nanji asked her most pressing question. Brother, what did that rainy night 10 years ago mean? Was it an accident or something planned regarding our parents? Shen Huayan knew this was what she wanted to know most. He had already uncovered everything about that incident from 10 years ago and decided to be honest with her. He pulled out a document from the bottom of his desk and handed it to her, then began to explain the events. What happened 10 years ago was both an accident and a result of human actions. The person behind it all was Shen Huan. To be precise, over 10 years ago, when their father mentioned that Shen Nanji would inherit the Shin group, Shen Huan began to feel discontent. Shun Huan's initial goal was to take full control of the Shun group. To achieve this, he carefully observed their father's loyalty to family and friends. While other branches of the family fought for a share of the company, he pretended to be a supportive brother year after year. His plan was effective. As other branches were gradually sidelined, he secured the position of second-in-command in the company alongside their father. During those years, apart from their parents, Shun Huan held the most power in the entire group. However, human desires are endless, and he remained unsatisfied. Especially since there were no boys in the Shin family to inherit the company, Shun Huan began to think about taking over the company himself. He even privately referred to himself as the chairman of the Shin group. But he didn't expect that their father had no intention of passing the company to him. At a family dinner, when their father mentioned that he would consider letting Shin Nanji inherit the company when she grew up, Shun Huan's years of planning fell apart. For his own interests, he began to think about causing an unexpected accident for their father while Shin Nanji was still too young to compete for the inheritance. He had this idea and secretly took action. The Shin family home was unguarded against him. Relying on the close relationship he had built over the years, their father did not suspect him. Shun Huan used this opportunity to transfer a large sum of money to someone who worked in the Shin family, instructing him to tamper with the brakes while maintaining their father's car. That person complied. Shun Huan secretly transferred the money. However, 10 years ago, during that hot summer, Shun's parents rushed to the airport to handle business for the overseas branch, but did not take that car. They thought their plan had failed. Unexpectedly, on that rainy night, even without that car, a serious accident still occurred on the road. The truck driver suddenly fell ill late at night, and with the heavy rain making the road slippery, he was slow to react and brake, causing the fully loaded truck to crash into them without any chance to avoid it. After Shun Huan received the news, to avoid being linked to it, he quickly got the servant he had bribed out of the country, while no one was watching. He thought he could smoothly take over the company after his brother and sister-in-law's accident, but he underestimated the Jiang family's timely assistance and also overlooked that although Shin Nanji was too young to inherit the company, Shun Huayan was exceptionally talented. Shun's parents admired Shun Huayan's abilities and had long understood his character, so they had already acknowledged that both Shun Huayan and Shin Nanji had the right to inherit the company before the accident. At just 17, Shun Huayan single-handedly fought against the scheming executives and managed to bring the struggling Shin group back on track. Shun Huan's plan to take over the company at the right moment completely failed, but he did not give up. Over the years, while gaining power in the subsidiaries, he secretly stole confidential information from the company's upper management. In the president's office, as Shin Nanji looked at the detailed report on the accident investigation from 10 years ago, her expression grew darker, and her fingers began to tremble. After discussing the events from 10 years ago, there was a moment of silence in the office. Before leaving the meeting room, Shun Huan's quick and sharp response lingered in Shun Huayan's mind. Setting aside other matters, as Shun Huan said, he was indeed an outsider by blood. He wondered whether Shin Nanji trusted him or believed in the family ties between her and Shun Huan. Meanwhile, Shun Nanji had not yet come to terms with the conspiracy from 10 years ago. For a moment, neither of them spoke, until several minutes passed, and Shin Nanji forced herself to accept the deception from her uncle's family over the years and the truth about the events from 10 years ago. Seeing her close the file and place it on the table, Shun Huayan looked over, his gaze landing on the pale-faced girl. He knew this was not the best time to ask the question, but he felt he had to ask it now. If she, like others, does not trust him and remains guarded, to prevent their years of friendship from being worn away by such suspicion, he cannot interfere in any matters of the Shin group, and he must immediately hand over all power of the group to her. Gigi, what Shun Huan said is true. We indeed have no blood relation, and I am a foster son of the Shin family, but the feud between the Pei and Shin families does not exist. His biological father did die unexpectedly during a collaboration with the Shin family's branch, but no one wanted that accident to happen. This is not a reason for him to resent the Shin family. On the contrary, without the Shin family giving him a second chance at life, he would have died long ago in that bone-chilling winter. The Shin family has an unpayable kindness to him and a familial bond that has nurtured and taught him over the years. But he also wants to know her feelings. Just as he finished speaking, before he could say the next sentence, he was interrupted by Shun Nanji. The girl's expression was serious, and her words were more sincere than ever. Brother, even though we have no blood relation, we will always be the closest siblings. You are the child that our parents acknowledged countless times in front of others, and you have been on the same household registration as me since I was 3. We are family, and we will always be family. Now that our parents are gone, you cannot abandon me because of what outsiders say. The distance in her words was very clear. So clear that Shun Huaiyan felt a bittersweet sensation swell in his chest, and the fear he dreaded dissipated into relief. He leaned in closer, using his fingertip to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Just like last time in the hospital abroad, he solemnly promised her, I won't. I will never. Brother will always be with you, Gigi. After Shen Huan left the conference room, he contacted several department employees who had been expelled from the company by Shen Huaiyan 2 days prior, and he angrily left the company. He was confident that even if Shen Huaiyan had something on him, it wouldn't affect him. Although he had considered the events from 10 years ago, he never had the chance to act on it. The car accident involving Shen Nanji's parents had nothing to do with him. As for stealing company secrets, there was nothing to fear. If Shen Huaiyan had solid evidence, he wouldn't have only mentioned the old matter from 10 years ago during their confrontation today. Since there is no evidence, no matter how big the uproar, it ultimately remains just the unfounded suspicions of a wayward foster son, which cannot convince anyone. Shen Huan left the company with a serious expression. Just as he was about to leave Huaihai, he spotted a familiar car outside the headquarters building. Standing in front of the car was Zhou Lin, dressed in a suit, looking capable and composed. A hint of worry crossed Shen Huan's eyes. He forced a smile and was about to greet him when Zhou Lin stepped forward. Mr. Shen, our general manager Jiang wants to speak with you.
Please.
Shen Huan hesitated. His years of experience in business told him that leaving quickly was the best option. I'm really sorry, Assistant Zhou. I have something very urgent to deal with right now. Please tell General Manager Jiang that I will visit in a couple of days. The back window of a Pullman car rolled down. Jiang Jinyan's indifferent gaze met Shen Huan's. His tone was calm and distant, but it instantly changed Shen Huan's expression. Is discussing the malicious theft of Shen's core secrets not urgent enough for Vice Director Shen? Shen Huan was meticulous in his work and was sure that Shen Huaiyan had no solid evidence against him. However, he did not expect that while Shen Huaiyan was investigating the accident involving his parents from 10 years ago, Jiang Jinyan had been looking into his activities over the years. Jiang Jinyan had more evidence regarding his alleged theft than Shen Huaiyan. A few days later, Shen Huan was formally arrested for attempted murder and financial crimes, and employees connected to him were systematically removed by Shen Huaiyan. On the day of Shen Huan's arrest, the news was buzzing. Shen Nanji did not go to the scene. Instead, she and Shen Huaiyan visited their parents' graves, with Jiang Jinyan accompanying them. In the evening, when they returned to Yushan Mansion, after spending some time with her dog, she was about to head upstairs when Jiang Jinyan, who had been watching her closely, gently held her wrist and embraced her. If you're feeling down, just say it. Shen Nanji shook her head in his arms, her eyelids lowered. Although her expression seemed normal, her voice was clearly muffled. That I'm not feeling down. She shouldn't be down. The truth was out, and she should be happy. The dog, unaware of what had happened, noticed its owner was upset and wagged its tail, coming over to nuzzle Shen Nanji's ankle. In the following days, Shen Nanji continued to go to school and conduct experiments as usual. Whenever she was at home, Jiang Jinyan would be there with her, paying attention to every change in her mood. Finally, after a week, Shen Nanji's emotions returned to normal. The lingering gloom in her eyes completely faded, and her gaze became clear and bright again, just like before, with a gentle sparkle. Early Saturday morning. Shin Nanji was snuggled in her soft, cozy blanket and had not yet gotten out of bed when Gu Qinghe's cheerful call came in. The happy ringtone vibrated on the bedside. The girl, with her face buried in the blanket, sleepily reached out from under it to grab her phone. Before she could touch it, Jiang Jinyan came from the closet, took the freshly charged phone, and handed it to her soft palm. Shin Nanji paused, lifted her face from the blanket, and opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. Her eyes were misty, still holding a hint of sleepiness. When she looked up, the first thing she saw was Jiang Jinyan by the bed, not the ringing phone in her hand. Jiang Jinyan looked down at her, a slight smile on his lips. He leaned down, gently ruffled her hair, and spoke softly, "Are you awake?" "It's a call from Miss Gu." Under his gaze, Shin Nanji's eyes wandered, and she instinctively looked away. She shifted her body, turning over while wrapped in the blanket, and quickly pressed the answer button, nodding like a little chick pecking at grain. As soon as she answered, a cheerful voice came through, "Gigi, it's a beautiful day. Want to go out and play?" Shin Nanji didn't respond right away. She first glanced at the time on her phone, then turned to Jiang Jinyan, who was tying his tie, and asked, "Brother Jinyan, are you home today?" The bedroom was quiet, and Gu Qinghe's voice was also quite loud. Jiang Jinyan could hear a few muffled words. Even if he couldn't hear clearly, he knew that girls their age loved to have fun. After waiting for the weekend, he could guess why Gu Qinghe was calling Shin Nanji. "I have to go to the company today," he replied, turning back to the girl who was looking at him with bright eyes. Shin Nanji raised her eyebrows and nodded, asking Gu Qinghe, "Okay, where should we meet?" Gu Qinghe mentioned a shopping mall. Shin Nanji noted it down, and they arranged a meeting time before hanging up. When Shin Nanji first opened her eyes, she felt a bit sleepy, but now the drowsiness had mostly faded. After the call, she quickly got up, grabbed her clothes, and got ready. After washing up, just before leaving the room, Jiang Jinyan, who had been waiting for her on the sofa, called out, "Gigi." Shin Nanji turned around and replied obediently, "Brother Jinyan?" The man stood up and handed her another black card he had just taken from the drawer. "Buy whatever you like. I might not be back for lunch. If you want to come home, you can eat here. If not, enjoy your time with friends. I'll pick you up in the evening." Shin Nanji looked at the black card he offered, but did not take it. "You don't need to give me another card. You just gave me one before the auction." Besides, she had her own money, and it was more than enough to take care of herself. However, Jiang Jinyan did not take the card back. Instead, he pushed it into her hand and said, "All the black cards at home are for you. It doesn't matter which one you use." At 10 in the morning, Shin Nanji met Gu Qinghe at a shopping mall in the city center. While browsing the counters, Gu Qinghe raised an eyebrow, teasingly linking her arm with Shin Nanji's and smiling brightly. "Gigi, your relationship with President Jiang has really taken off these past few days." As Shin Nanji was about to enter a luxury store across the street, she paused at Gu Qinghe's words, her eyes widening in surprise. Gu Qinghe raised her eyebrows with a radiant smile. "It seems there's no relationship that can't be developed, especially after some distance." Then, as if she thought of something, she looked around as if about to say something secretive. Leaning closer to Shin Nanji, she lowered her voice and asked curiously, "Gigi, did the second birthday gift work? If it did, since your relationship is heating up, I can help you pick out another one to make it even stronger." Shin Nanji felt her eyelids twitch. She wanted to cover the mouth of this revived friend to avoid being seen as strange by others. Shin Nanji glanced around and then made a zipping motion across her lips. "Miss, save your energy. Where's the heating up of feelings?" As an outsider, Gu Qinghe understood many things better than Shin Nanji, especially the changes in her relationship with Jiang Jinyan. "Really?" Gu Qinghe countered, pointing out, "Since that chubby little one arrived, you and President Jiang, TSK, isn't your relationship rapidly improving? And also, miss, you used to want to avoid Jiang Jinyan like the plague, feeling uncomfortable even being in the same space as him. Now, when we go shopping, you instinctively ask if your husband is home." Her tone was a bit sulky, And she sighed dramatically, half jokingly and half teasingly, saying, "Well, once your relationship warms up more, as long as your husband is home, I guess I won't be able to take you out." Shin Nanji couldn't help but twitch her lips at her friend's exaggerated tone. She instinctively wanted to explain that Jiang Jinyan was staying home with her these days because he was worried about her mood, and she didn't dare to leave him hanging, so she checked his schedule before going out. But before she could speak, her clearly misunderstanding friend gave her a knowing look, as if to say, "I get it. No need to explain. By the way, Gigi, do those little movies actually work? If they do, I can find you 100 or so to send over." Shin Nanji couldn't help but cover her mouth. She pulled her friend into a nearby store. "Let's see what to buy, and stop talking." A lot had happened recently, and there were many things at school. Gu Qinghe was worried about Shin Nanji's mood, so today she mainly wanted to help her unwind and relax. They spent the whole day outside, and by evening, feeling tired from shopping, they handed their bags to the bodyguard following them. Gu Qinghe suggested they sit at the cafe downstairs to discuss where to go tomorrow. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Jinyan's call came in. Seeing her best friend's name on the screen, Gu Qinghe immediately fell silent, ready to support her. Shin Nanji glanced at her friend, swiped down the screen, and answered the call. On the other end, the man's voice was calm and steady. "Gigi, are you done shopping? My parents called and said they haven't seen us in over a week. They asked if we're coming back to the old house for dinner tonight." Shin Nanji hesitated for a moment, just about to respond, when her friend quickly typed on her phone, "You should go, skip the coffee, and we'll chat on WeChat tonight." Holding the screen up for Shin Nanji to read, the perceptive Gu Qinghe waved goodbye and cheerfully walked toward the Gu family's car. 10 minutes later, Jiang Jinyan's car stopped in front of them all. Shin Nanji took her eyes off her phone and walked a few steps to get into the back seat. Jiang Jinyan had just come from a meeting, and Zhou was still driving. Seeing her get in, Jiang Jinyan placed the documents he was holding into the compartment and handed her a small cake he had specially bought from a bakery. Shin Nanji was a bit surprised, but happily accepted it. Jiang Jinyan leaned over to set the board table down for her, allowing her to place the small cake on it to eat. Shin Nanji, while unwrapping the cake box, smiled and casually asked, "Are you passing by again today?" Jiang Jinyan watched her happily take a spoonful of cake and felt warmth in his eyes. "It's not on my way today, but I came early just to buy it for you." When they arrived at the old house, it was still light outside. The sunset painted the sky with beautiful colors. Zhou parked the car and got out to open the door. Jiang's parents had been waiting in the hall. When they saw them, they walked toward the courtyard while instructing the butler to prepare dinner. "You're here?" Jiang's mother smiled, taking Shin Nanji's hand as they walked inside, playfully complaining, "When your grandfather was at the old house, you both came back every day. Now that he's abroad, you don't come anymore, and I hardly get to see you." Jiang Jinyan glanced at Shin Nanji, knowing his mother was pretending to complain, but he still took the blame. "Work has been busy lately, but Nanji and I will come back more often." Jiang's father was straightforward and asked, "Are you going to the company tomorrow?" Jiang Jinyan replied, "No, not tomorrow." Jiang's father smiled and instructed the butler to get some wine from the cellar. "Since you don't have to go to the company tomorrow, let's have a couple of drinks tonight." After the butler brought out the dinner, the atmosphere in the dining room was warm and cheerful. During dinner, Jiang Jinyan accompanied Jiang Feng in drinking while serving Shin Nanji some dishes. Shin Nanji had eaten most of the small cake on the way, so she didn't eat much during dinner and set down her chopsticks. She held her juice, sipping it while chatting with Jiang's mother. Noticing them, Jiang Jinyan lightly rested his fingers on his wine glass, leaning back in his chair. He leaned closer and quietly said to her, "You don't need to eat less. If you're worried, I can help you exercise more." Shin Nanji looked up and met his gaze. She paused with her juice in hand, her lips moving slightly as she replied softly, "I'm not trying to eat less. I just had too much cake and feel a bit full." Dinner took a while. After Jiang Tingsu finished dealing with Su Wu's matters, he didn't stay long in the country and left for the overseas branch the day after the charity banquet. Since the old house usually had no one else around, Jiang's parents hoped Shin Nanji and Jiang Jinyan would stay longer. After dinner, Jiang's mother called the butler to clear the dishes, and they all moved to the sofa to chat. Around 8 o'clock, Jiang's mother answered a phone call. Shin Nanji was eating fruit from a bowl, one piece at a time. After Jiang's mother left, she glanced at the dark sky outside and then looked at the clock on the wall. She moved closer to Jiang Jinyan and, while he was chatting with Jiang's father about company matters, quietly asked him, "Are we going back today?" Jiang Jinyan slightly turned his head to meet her gaze. She was close, and in that moment, the faint scent of her perfume mixed with a hint of alcohol filled the air. Jiang Jinyan rested his wrist on the edge of the table, and the crystal cup in his hand reflected a cool light under the lamp. "What do you mean, Gigi?" he asked softly, giving her the chance to lead the conversation. Shin Nanji was okay with either option. She usually avoided going back to prevent an awkward encounter with Jiang Tingsu. As winter arrived in Huaihai, it got dark early. The clock showed it was past 8, so it wasn't too late to decide whether to go back or not. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang's mother called out, "Gigi, I've prepared many gifts for you these days. Come on, let's go upstairs and take a look. You'll definitely like them." And, she added, glancing at Jiang Jinyan and his father, "Tomorrow is the weekend, so you two should stay here tonight and leave tomorrow." Shin Nanji looked at Jiang Jinyan. He nodded and said softly, "I'll talk to Dad a bit longer, then I'll come find you." Shin Nanji didn't say anything else, stood up, and walked towards Jiang's mother, who was waving at her. After spending some time on the second floor, she returned to her room on the third floor, and it was nearly 9 o'clock. Shin Nanji lazily lay on her bed, checking unread messages. Her delicate fingers occasionally tapped the screen to reply. Once she finished responding, she glanced at the top of the screen and saw it was already 9:15. Having slept a lot these past few days, she wasn't tired. The winter nights in Huaihai were cold, and even though it had just started, the chilly wind was quite harsh. In such weather, while it was freezing outside, her room felt warm and cozy, making it perfect for snuggling under the blankets and watching a movie. In the past, she would usually be reviewing financial data or research papers at this time, but today she had no desire to think. Looking out the window at the trees swaying in the cold wind, Shin Nanji glanced at the time and hesitated for a moment. After making up her mind, she quickly got out of bed. She planned to take a shower first, then change into a comfortable nightgown and lie under the covers to watch a movie on her tablet. However, her tablet was in her bedroom. Although Jiang Jinyan had a tablet and a computer in his room, they were filled with work-related data and documents. Shin Nanji didn't dare to use his tablet to watch videos, so she tossed her phone onto the bed and decided to go to her room first to get her tablet. Just as she opened the door and was about to step out, she bumped into a firm embrace. She could also smell a hint of alcohol. Shin Nanji winced slightly from the bump. Jiang Jinyan wrapped his arms around her and looked down at her forehead, asking, in such a hurry, "Where are you going?" As he spoke, he placed his palm on her forehead and gently rubbed the spot where she had bumped into him. Shin Nanji looked up and replied honestly, "To get my tablet." Jiang Jinyan led her back inside, blocking the bright light from the hallway. "There's one in the room. You don't need to go outside." He pointed to the desk where the tablet and computer were, saying, "Use whatever you want. There's no password." Shin Nanji quietly acknowledged him. The bump hadn't hurt much, and she felt fine now. She shifted slightly, trying to pull away from his embrace, but his hand around her waist didn't loosen. Not only did it not loosen, but his palm lingered on her waist as if measuring something. A hint of suspicion rose in Shin Nanji's eyes, and she stopped trying to move away, quietly asking, "What's wrong?" He looked down and said, "Didn't you say you felt heavier? Let's see if Mrs. Jiang has gained weight." Shin Nanji unconsciously bit the inside of her lip. His touch was very light, but that made it feel even more ticklish. She held back the sensation, fluttering her eyelashes, and asked, "Have I gained weight?" He smiled slightly, leaning closer, his breath warm with alcohol as it brushed against her lips. Shin Nanji's eyes widened slightly as she heard him whisper against her lips, "No." Since the auction, various things have happened. From the hospital to Shen Huan, even though they have spent a lot of time together, they haven't had much close contact. The kiss, with a hint of alcohol, came unexpectedly. Shen Nanji blinked in surprise and momentarily forgot to close her eyes. Jiang Jinyan's fingers gently brushed her waist. His dark eyes seemed to have a touch of drunkenness, yet they remained calm and deep. He didn't kiss for long. Once he freed the part of his lip that she had bitten, he ended the kiss. However, he didn't pull his arm away from her. He must have really drunk a lot. For someone like Shen Nanji, who gets tipsy after just one drink, the smell of alcohol was overwhelming. Since you're worried about gaining weight, why not exercise in advance? Shen Nanji's mind felt a bit slow at that moment. Whenever Jiang Jinyan looked at her like that, she got nervous, and her thoughts seemed to freeze, especially with the lingering scent of alcohol in the air. What kind of exercise? Was he suggesting going to the gym upstairs? But it was so late, and she just wanted to relax. She didn't want to think or exert herself. This kind of exercise. Jiang Jinyan seemed to see through her unspoken doubts. He lightly lifted the edge of her shirt and slipped his fingers underneath. According to reports, being intimate once can burn as many calories for a girl as running 800 meters. Isn't this method of exercise more convenient? Shen Nanji found it hard to argue against that. Jiang Jinyan knew all her sensitive spots. Just a gentle touch along her waist made her feel weak, almost falling into his arms. Jiang Jinyan looked down at her. As she was about to bite her lip again, he held her waist and pulled her close, kissing her deeply once more. Shen Nanji had no ability to resist. The scent of alcohol between their lips seemed to make her feel dizzy. Her head spun as she tilted it back, allowing him to kiss her more deeply. Her clothes became disheveled, and just when she struggled to catch her breath, Jiang Jinyan released her lips, turned his head, and softly kissed her warm earlobe. What do you need the tablet for? His hand still remained inside her shirt. Shen Nanji held back a soft sound in her throat, her breathing still uneven. To watch a movie. Jiang Jinyan picked her up and placed her on the bed. In her misty gaze, he turned to grab the tablet from the other side and handed it to her. Shen Nanji thought the night was over. Just as she reached for the tablet, her clothes still messy, his hand slid along her dress again. Shen Nanji was confused. The way they were kissing on the bed seemed to leave her defenseless. Dazed from his kisses, she thought she heard him ask, "What movie are you watching?" Shen Nanji quickly understood what he meant. She dropped the tablet as if it were hot.
Ugh.
The girl trembled slightly in his grasp, her soft voice carrying a hint of a whimper. I'm not watching anymore." Before long, Jiang Jinyan carried her to the bathroom for a shower. When they returned to the bed, her eyes were red. Once placed on the dark bedspread, Shen Nanji felt her eyelids burning. Instinctively, she pulled the blanket over herself. But soon, strange sounds came from outside the blanket. Listening closely, she felt something was off. She lifted the blanket slightly and sat up to look at the foot of the bed. The sounds were coming from the tablet in Jiang Jinyan's hands. The movie paused, as if the playback had been interrupted, and then the familiar, inappropriate sounds returned, making Shen Nanji realize what kind of film was playing. Gu Qinghe had just mentioned this movie to her that day, and now it was happening. Shen Nanji had no time to think. After that night, she had deleted all the links Gu Qinghe sent her. So how did this end up here? She crawled out from under the blanket to grab the tablet from Jiang Jinyan, but she couldn't get it. As she tried again, Jiang Jinyan pulled her close and placed the tablet out of her reach. "Is this kind of movie okay?" he asked her. Shen Nanji gritted her teeth. Of course it wasn't. But the tablet was deliberately placed at the corner of the bed, and unable to escape his embrace, she had to let the movie play, filling the room with its sounds. The next morning, she woke up to find that most of the morning had passed. Ignoring her sore back, she slowly turned over in the blanket. The first thing she did was look for the tablet that had played the movie late into the night. She turned on the screen, and indeed, there was no password. Lying under the blanket, she lowered her head and quickly searched through the office apps for the link to the movie from last night. But just as she found it and was about to delete it, Jiang Jinyan's voice came from the bedroom door. "What is Gigi doing?" Shin Nanji was startled and accidentally tapped on a video, causing the loud, unsettling sounds to play again. Her pupils constricted as she hurriedly tried to lower the volume and exit the page. Jiang Jinyan walked over after closing the door, his gaze landing on the tablet tightly held in her hands. He raised an eyebrow and teased the bed. "Did you not watch enough last night, my lady?" Shun Nanji wished she could disappear, but before she could hide under the covers, she forced herself to delete all 10 familiar and inappropriate links while trembling under Jiang Jinyan's gaze. Noticing her actions, Jiang Jinyan didn't stop her. After she deleted the links and pushed the tablet to the bedside, he chuckled as he watched her pull the blanket over herself like a quail. He gently reminded her, "Gigi, there are plenty of those kinds of videos out there." In other words, even if she deleted these links, she could still find more. Jiang Jinyan noticed that after he said this, the girl under the covers paused for a moment, then turned away from him without saying a word. His smile deepened. Worried she might feel dizzy from being under the blanket for too long, he coaxed her while gently pulling at a corner of the blanket, trying to help her out from her cocoon. The winter in Huaihai City was getting colder by the day. As the end of the semester approached, Shen Nanji became busier. On Friday, after finishing her work in the lab, she arrived at the library and saw her best friend, Gu Qinghe, slumped over the table, looking weak and tired. "Why do you look so down?" Shen Nanji asked as she placed 2 cups of coffee she had bought on the table. "Are you feeling unwell?" Gu Qinghe lifted her face from her arms, her brows furrowed silently. Seeing her friend's pale complexion, Shen Nanji reached out to touch her forehead. "Has the cold weather made you sick?" Gu Qinghe shook her head and, after Shen Nanji sat down, leaned against her like a rag doll. "No, my brother has been strict with me lately. I only go between the villa and school, so how could I catch a cold?" "Then what's going on?" Noticing her friend's poor condition, Shen Nanji grabbed her phone, thinking about taking her to the hospital for a checkup. Gu Qinghe reached for a cup of hot coffee, warming her fingers that had gotten a bit cold from resting too long. She then said, "I'm not sure, but maybe it's because the weather suddenly turned cold. I haven't had much of an appetite these days, and I'm feeling quite down." Her last sentence was said softly, making her voice sound a bit muffled. Shen Nanji paused her call, hearing the words "not much appetite" and looking at her usually healthy friend, who rarely got sick. She instinctively glanced at Gu Qinghe's stomach under her knitted sweater and asked, "Qinghe, the birth control pills. You're not taking any that are expired, right?" Gu Qinghe froze for a moment, confusion flashing in her eyes. Then, as if avoiding the question, she quickly shook her head, "Of course not." While speaking, she inserted a straw into the coffee but didn't drink it. Instead, she leaned in to smell it and felt a bit repulsed. Gu Qinghe frowned even more, her gaze fixed on the coffee, her breathing becoming tense. This was her favorite coffee flavor. Why did it feel different today? Maybe it's just the sudden cold affecting your stomach. "Come on, let's go to the hospital," Shen Nanji said, getting up, but Gu Qinghe suddenly grabbed her arm with a serious expression. Shen Nanji frowned and looked over. Gu Qinghe thought of something and, without explaining, quickly put down her coffee and said, "Gigi, I just remembered something. I need to go home first. We don't need to go to the hospital. Let's contact each other later on WeChat." Before she finished speaking, Gu Qinghe hurriedly got up and ran out of the library. As winter arrived, it got dark earlier. Around 5:30, the sky was already dim. When Shen Nanji returned to Yushan Mansion, her dog, Tuan Tuan, excitedly wagged its tail and rushed to her side. Shen Nanji squatted down to hug the chubby little guy. After petting its head a couple of times, her phone rang. Having spent less time with Tuan Tuan lately, the little one wagged its tail so fast it seemed like a blur, playfully nudging Shen Nanji's hand, wanting her to play. Shen Nanji comforted the little dog for a moment, then stayed squatting to play with Tuan Tuan while pulling out her phone to answer the call. It was Gu Qinghe calling. As soon as Shen Nanji put the phone to her ear, she heard a panicked voice on the other end. "Oh no. Gigi, this is bad. I forgot to take the birth control pill.
Buzz.
What's wrong? She suddenly stood up, and in her quick movement, the little one who had been playfully asking to be held fell to the ground, rolling like a balloon. Miss, how could you forget the birth control pills? Didn't you say you took them? At that moment in the Gu family's villa, Gu Qinghe was so anxious she felt like her head against the wall. She locked the door, sat on the edge of the bed, and stared at the box of birth control pills in her hand, her panic matching that of Shin Nanji. Before today, she had always thought she had taken them. She never doubted whether she had taken the pills until she talked to Shin Nanji about feeling unwell these past few days. Her friend's comment about the pills being close to expiration, along with her own unusual physical symptoms, made Gu Qinghe panic and rush home. In the back of her closet, she found the coat she wore that day and pulled out the box of pills, realizing her heart sank when she saw it was untouched. Gu Qinghe nervously held the box, sitting on the bed, trying to recall the details from that night at the hotel with Shin Nanji. Although she had never experienced such a situation, she had basic knowledge. After hanging up with Shin Nanji that night, she had calmed down and went to buy the pills, but her brother arrived too quickly. Just as she held the pills, her brother's car pulled up in front of her. Unless she wanted trouble, she couldn't let Gu Wenchuan see the pills. In her panic, she quickly stuffed them in her pocket before he pulled her into the car. With her brother watching her closely in the car, she didn't dare to move. When they got home, she was surprised to find her dad, who rarely came back due to work, waiting in the hall. Under the scrutiny of her dad and brother, Gu Qinghe's mind was racing, trying to come up with excuses to cover up the incident of accidentally sleeping with a male model after drinking. Time was too short, and she felt too guilty. For days, she was on edge, afraid her brother would see through her lies, and after all the stress, she felt completely drained. As she dealt with the mess from that night, she thought countless times about taking the pills, but in her weakened state, she realized she only thought she had taken them, creating a false impression that she had. Wah, I really thought I took them. But who would have thought the mind could trick you? Gigi, what should I do? I can't just eat one. Even a whole box won't help. If she accidentally got pregnant and ended up in an embarrassing situation, Gu Qinghe had no doubt her father would be furious. Don't panic, don't panic. Shin Nanji tried to stay calm and comfort Gu Qinghe. It might just be an upset stomach. It doesn't necessarily mean anything serious. After talking on the phone for a while, when Shin Nanji hung up, it was completely dark outside. The cold wind was blowing fiercely in the courtyard, and when she came back to her senses, she realized her hands were freezing. Tuan Tuan was squatting a step away, looking up at her with a puzzled expression. Shin Nanji tightened her grip on the phone, took a few deep breaths, and was about to call Tuan Tuan into the hall when she bent down to pat its head, and a deep voice came from behind her. It's cold outside. Why don't you come in? Jiang Jinyan had his coat draped over his arm, looking at the girl who was with the puppy in the courtyard. Hearing Jiang Jinyan's voice suddenly made Shin Nanji's back tense up. She instinctively turned around to look. Jiang Jinyan walked over to her, glancing down at the cute little puppy. Shin Nanji held her phone tightly, bent down to pick up the now heavier Tuan Tuan, and said calmly, there have been a lot of things happening at school lately, so I came back early today to play with Tuan Tuan. Seeing it was difficult for her to hold the puppy, Jiang Jinyan naturally took her phone to help her. When he touched her cold fingers while taking the phone, he didn't say anything, just led her into the hall to keep her warm. Once the warmth enveloped her, melting away the chill, Jiang Jinyan asked Shin Nanji, who was squatting by the sofa playing with Tuan Tuan, I thought I heard you mention going to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? I can have the family doctor come over. As he spoke, Jiang Jinyan handed his black coat to Butler Pang and placed her phone on the nearby sofa. Shin Nanji's heart skipped a beat. She pressed her lips together and shifted her gaze from Tuan Tuan to Jiang Jinyan. I'm fine. I was just on the phone with a classmate. It's getting colder, and there are a lot of people catching colds. Jiang Jinyan looked at her. That glance made Shin Nanji a bit nervous. Fortunately, he didn't ask further. Shin Nanji felt uneasy, worried that her best friend's secret might slip out, and thought about subtly asking if he heard anything else besides her mentioning the hospital. But just as she was about to speak, she realized that the more she asked, the more suspicious he would become. Especially since her thoughts were as clear as day in front of him. Asking one more question would only raise his doubts further. As for the mention of the hospital, Shin Nanji thought it should be fine. Her friend forgetting to take birth control pills was such a strange situation that even if it led to thoughts about the hospital, it wouldn't easily connect to that topic. On the other side, after finishing the call with Shin Nanji, Gu Qinghe sat anxiously in her room, holding a box of birth control pills, her mind racing as she went through the names of dishes she could think of. When she realized that most dishes, like fish and crab, would make her feel nauseous just by thinking about them, her face grew paler. Finally, trembling, she searched through her contacts for a long time before dialing a number. Beijing was colder than Huaihai City in winter. In December, while Huaihai City was only experiencing biting winds, Beijing had already seen 2 snowfalls. The collaboration between the Hua family and the Tianqing group had just been established, making it the busiest time. By the time Hu Jingcheng finished dealing with the mountain of urgent documents on his desk, nearly a month had passed since the incident at the Yujiao Hotel. Fearing that he might change his mind about settling down once he got busy with work, old Master Hua had been calling Ren Heng and He Mu, who were responsible for coordinating with Hu Jingcheng, every few days since their conversation at the Hua residence. Ren Heng and He Mu had developed a fear of receiving the old man's calls. However, they couldn't ignore them. That day, just after finishing a group meeting, Ren Heng's phone rang again. Seeing it was the old man calling, Ren Heng's eyelids twitched. He instinctively wanted to throw the phone to He Mu. But He Mu, who had just been joking with him, quickly stepped aside when he noticed the call from the old man. When Ren Heng looked over, He Mu showed no brotherly loyalty and waved his hands, saying, "The call with the old man and Huazong is your responsibility. Don't look at me. I'm not handling this. Secretary Ren, you take the call first, and let's pause our brotherhood for 5 minutes. Once you finish, we can continue." Fein Hink. With the phone ringing incessantly, Ren Heng, as before, carefully prepared his words and his mind before cautiously pressing the answer button. "Old Master Hua, what can I do for you?" The old man's voice was strong, just like in previous calls. "Xiao Ren, has Jingqing finished his work yet?" Ren Heng quickly replied, "It should be soon, Elder Hua." The old man was dissatisfied. "Don't brush me off. It's been a month. You should be busy with various projects by now. Pass on my message about my great-grandson and granddaughter-in-law's matters. Get it done quickly, and don't delay any longer." Ren Heng felt embarrassed and repeatedly agreed. After finally waiting for the old man to hang up, he looked at the half-open door of the CEO's office and started worrying about another matter. As he hesitantly entered, He Mu was reporting on the progress of the subsidiary projects to Hu Jingcheng. Hu Jingcheng sat upright in his office chair, signing documents while silently listening to He Mu's report. Once He Mu finished, Hu Jingcheng lifted his eyelids and instructed him to proceed with Plan A. After signing all the documents on his desk and handing them to He Mu, Hu Jingcheng's gaze turned to Ren Heng. "What is it?" Ren Heng steeled himself and stepped forward. "Mr. Hua, the old man just called and mentioned the matter of the lost young master and the future CEO's wife. He wants you to prioritize it." Hu Jingcheng frowned. His sharp gaze fell on the busy schedule for next week, and after a brief silence, he asked Ren Heng, "Is Miss Gu still in Huaihai City?" Ren Heng quickly nodded. "Yes, Mr. Hua. Miss Gu has been in Huaihai City lately." Hu Jingcheng didn't ask anything further and instructed He Mu to cancel the appointments for the next 2 days, planning to go to Huaihai early the next morning. Gu Qinghe was restless and sneaked out early the next morning to a private hospital in Anqing that had been arranged in advance for a gynecological checkup. However, when she received the urgent report and saw the words indicating 4 weeks of pregnancy, her heart sank and she felt as if she had fallen into an abyss. After confirming the report multiple times, she finally felt hopeless. With a metallic taste in her mouth from biting her lip, Gu Qinghe crumpled the report tightly, steadied her trembling legs, covered her face with a mask, and quickly ran out of the hospital. In the car on the way back, she fought to calm her panic and called Shin Nanji. "Ji, As soon as the call connected, Gu Qinghe exclaimed, "It's over. I've really messed up. How could this happen?" In the Yushan mansion, Shen Nanji was feeding her dog. Upon hearing Gu Qinghe mention pregnant, she was taken aback, causing her to accidentally pull out a tuft of fur from the dog's back. The little one, happily munching on dog treats, bit into the jerky in its mouth and let out a soft whine, turning its round little head to look at Shen Nanji. Shen Nanji snapped back to reality, quickly patted the little one's head to comfort it. Then, she tightened her grip on her phone, glanced around, and lowered her voice to say to Gu Qinghe, "Is it really this unlucky?" Gu Qinghe was so angry that she cursed. After finishing, she sniffled and said to Shen Nanji, "This child can't stay. Absolutely can't stay. I don't even know who the father is. How can we keep a child with an unknown father? Gigi, we can't delay this any longer. If we wait too long, it will be too late. There are no classes tomorrow. Why don't you come to the Gu house and help me find a good excuse to go out and take care of this?" Shen Nanji's furrowed brows didn't relax, but she tried to keep her tone light, continuously comforting Gu Qinghe. "Don't cry, don't cry. What do you have planned for this afternoon?" Gu Qinghe replied, "I'm going to my grandfather's house, but I'll be back in the evening." "Gigi, do you have plans for tomorrow?" Shen Nanji glanced at the little one, stood up, and walked upstairs. "No, I'll come over tomorrow." Gu Qinghe was genuinely a bit anxious. Even when she got to her grandfather's house, she would check online about unexpected pregnancies and abortions whenever she had time, and she would message Shen Nanji once she was done. The next morning, the hazy weather cleared up. Shen Nanji woke up early, exchanged a couple of messages with her best friend on WeChat, and quickly got out of bed to wash up and change clothes. After getting ready, she went downstairs. Just as she was about to tell Jiang Jinian that she was going to the Gu house, the man sitting on the sofa watching the morning news looked over first. "I'm going to the Gu villa this morning. Gigi, do you want to go and hang out with your friend?" Shen Nanji paused, surprised. "Sure, that sounds good." After breakfast, they arrived at the Gu villa by 9 o'clock. Gu Qinghe had been waiting at the staircase since early. She was still checking information about abortions on her phone when the butler came to greet them, and voices could be heard outside. Gu Qinghe looked up from her phone and glanced outside. When she saw her best friend at the entrance of the hall, she quickly put her phone away, stood up, and hurried over. But after taking just a couple of steps, she froze when she saw Jiang Jinian following Shen Nanji. However, she didn't stay frozen for long. Coming back to her senses, she quickly greeted Jiang Jinian, linked her arm with Shen Nanji, and pulled her upstairs. Just as Gu Wenchuan came from the study, he saw his sister acting a bit clumsy and strangely guilty. He frowned slightly. "Gu Qinghe, what's going on with you these days? Sneaking around. Are you hiding something?" Gu Qinghe nearly jumped, her heart racing. She tried to stay calm while pulling Shen Nanji along and shot an annoyed glance at Gu Wenchuan. "Who's sneaking around? Brother, can you not speak like that?" Without giving Gu Wenchuan a chance to question her further, Gu Qinghe dragged Shen Nanji upstairs, quickly saying, "I'm just talking girl stuff with my friend," before rushing up. She ran up the stairs as if being chased by a dog, making Shen Nanji, who was being pulled along, nervous as she watched her almost sprint. Once they reached the second floor and avoided Gu Wenchuan's gaze, Shen Nanji caught her and urged her to slow down. "Hey, don't run up the stairs so fast. Be careful, you might trip." Gu Qinghe took a deep breath, leaned over the railing to look down, and asked Shen Nanji suspiciously, "Why is your husband here too?" Shen Nanji was mostly focused on her feet, worried as she watched Gu Qinghe rush up the stairs. "It seems he's talking to your brother about work." Meanwhile, Gu Wenchuan noticed his sister sneaking upstairs and glanced at the stairs a few more times. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. Since the day before yesterday, she had been acting strangely. She often locked herself in her room and even sneaked in and out of the house like a thief. No one was stopping her from going out, and she wasn't stealing anything. Why was she acting guilty? Busy these past few days, Gu Wenchuan hadn't had time to check on her. He thought he would send someone to investigate tomorrow to see if she had gotten into trouble. In her bedroom, watching her friend peek out the door before quickly locking it, Shin Nanji felt that Gu Wenchuan's description of sneaking around was quite fitting. After locking the door, Gu Qinghe pulled out her tablet from under the blanket, sat Shin Nanji down, and showed her the information she found online last night. The month is still early, and I checked. I probably won't need to stay in the hospital. But my parents and brother are home at night, and I'm worried they'll notice something. I'm thinking of hiding out somewhere for a few days after I leave the hospital, then coming back when everything seems normal. If that's the case, I need to find a perfect excuse to explain my late nights these past few days. This was the source of Gu Qinghe's headache all night. Although she had worked hard to cover up the incident at the hotel, she felt her brother had grown a bit suspicious. If she stammered and couldn't explain clearly this time, it might raise even more doubts. While Gu Qinghe was frantically thinking of ways to handle the situation, Shin Nanji looked at the pile of information she was searching on her tablet and asked a different question. "Qinghe, shouldn't we check with the doctor first to see if it's suitable to proceed?" Gu Qinghe paused. "It should be
Okay, right?"
She frowned and touched her lower abdomen, then added, "But regardless of whether it's suitable, this child definitely cannot stay." On Benhai Avenue, a black car sped south among the traffic. In the back seat, Hu Jingcheng lowered his eyes, looking over Gu Qinghe's information in his hands. In the front passenger seat, He Mu received a call. His previously calm expression changed suddenly after hearing something on the other end. After hanging up, while waiting for a red light, he turned to Hu Jingcheng in the back seat, opened his mouth several times, and finally shared the news they had just received. "Mr. Hua, our people just called to say that Miss Gu seems to be pregnant." At this, Ren Heng, who was about to start the car, nearly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. Miss Gu, pregnant? Was their elder's dreams so accurate? Was there really an illegitimate child out there? "Miss Gu, are you saying that the child in yours is not mine? Pregnant?" Hu Jingcheng looked at He Mu. He Mu quickly nodded. "Miss Gu went to a private hospital in Anqing for a checkup yesterday. The hospital has shares in Hua's, and our people found out through the records. Also, it seems Miss Gu wants to terminate the pregnancy." Hu Jingcheng tightened his jaw. He closed the information in his hands and pressed his fingers against his furrowed brow. The car was quiet for a while. Just when He Mu thought Hu Jingcheng wouldn't respond, he heard from the back seat, "Have someone draft a marriage agreement." He Mu was somewhat surprised, but it didn't seem too unexpected. He exchanged glances with Ren Heng, quickly responded, and immediately arranged for someone to take care of it. Jiang Jinyan and Gu Wenchuan didn't discuss business for long. Around 11 o'clock, Jiang Jinyan sent a message to Shin Nanji, asking when she wanted to go back. 10 minutes later, Shin Nanji and Gu Qinghe came down from upstairs. In the hall, Gu Wenchuan and Jiang Jinyan were chatting. When they saw the girls, Gu Wenchuan's gaze paused on his sister for a moment. After thinking for a long time upstairs, Gu Qinghe couldn't come up with a perfect excuse. Her brows were almost knotted together as she held onto Shin Nanji tightly. Shin Nanji patted her hand and signaled her to use her phone, suggesting they continue their conversation on WeChat later. Gu Qinghe nodded gloomily. When she looked up, she met her brother's scrutinizing gaze, causing her heart to skip a beat. She quickly shifted her focus to send Shin Nanji off. Fortunately, Gu Wenchuan received a phone call just in time, so he didn't have a chance to question her. Shin Nanji and Gu Qinghe walked ahead, while Jiang Jinyan followed behind. Outside the villa, Gu Qinghe still held onto Shin Nanji. While Jiang Jinyan was talking to Zhoulin, she quietly said to Shin Nanji, "If it doesn't work out, let's go with Plan A." This morning, Gu Qinghe's biggest achievement was coming up with 5 solutions for this mess. Although none were perfect, they had to choose one. Just as she finished speaking, before Shin Nanji could respond, several black cars drove down the long tree-lined road towards them. The lead car, a Cullinan, came to a steady stop a few steps away. Gu Qinghe was a bit confused and instinctively looked over. Ren Heng and He Mu got out first, respectfully nodding to Jiang Jinyan. Then, the back door opened, and Hu Jingcheng stepped out in a black suit. He first glanced at Gu Qinghe, who looked confused and didn't recognize him, before walking a few steps forward to greet Jiang Jinyan. Hu Jingcheng rarely left Beijing, so seeing him here surprised Jiang Jinyan. Mr. Hua, what brings you to Huaihai? Hu Jingqing looked over at Gu Qinghe and said, I'm here to handle a personal matter. Gu Qinghe had never seen Hu Jingqing before, so she truly didn't recognize him. However, hearing the name, Hua, she furrowed her brows in suspicion and subtly tugged at Shen Nanji's sleeve. Shen Nanji replied, he seems to be the head of the Hua family in Beicheng. Hearing Beicheng Hua family only deepened Gu Qinghe's confusion. Wasn't her brother at odds with this her family leader? What project could be important enough for Hu Jingqing to come in person? Before she could ponder further, Hu Jingqing approached her after finishing his conversation with Jiang Jinian, stopping right in front of her. His indifferent gaze, similar to Jiang Jinian's, landed squarely on her. Gu Qinghe's back instantly stiffened. Miss Gu, let's talk about marriage. This statement stirred up a lot of reactions. Everyone, including Gu Qinghe, was momentarily stunned. Especially Gu Qinghe, who was so shocked that she struggled to speak. What marriage?
Who am I marrying?
Hu Jingqing gave her a hint a month ago at the Yujin Hotel on the second floor. Hearing those last few words, Gu Qinghe's eyes widened in shock. She instinctively looked down at his wrist, where a string of prayer beads was partially hidden by his sleeve, but still visible. In the next moment, it felt like something huge exploded in her ears. Gu Qinghe's mind was pulled back to that night when she woke up in a dimly lit room, alone on a messy bed. The bathroom door was closed, and she could hear water running inside. Through the frosted glass, she could vaguely see the silhouette of a tall man. She was too panicked to rush into the bathroom to see who the man was. Grabbing her clothes in a hurry, she wanted to leave before he finished to shower. As she got out of bed, she accidentally bumped her knee against something hard. Suppressing the pain, she looked down and saw that it was a string of prayer beads, illuminated by the dim light from the bathroom. And now, that same string of beads was on Hu Jingqing's wrist. Gu Qinghe's eyelids twitched anxiously. She gripped Shen Nanji's arm tighter, like she was holding onto a lifeline. The little calm she had was completely drowned by overwhelming shock upon seeing the beads. In her panic, one thought echoed repeatedly in her mind. This is a disaster. How could she have gotten herself into such a mess? Shen Nanji, who knew quite a bit about that night, understood from Hu Jingqing's mention of the second-floor lounge that her friend had indeed found the man from half a month ago, the powerful heir of the Hua family in North City. Her lips twitched as she slowly turned to look at her friend, who was gripping her arm tightly. Gu Qinghe's face was so pale it could serve as a mirror, and she was breathing so fast it felt like she was frozen. At that moment, in the courtyard, Gu Wenchuan was speaking on the phone while walking outside. As he reached the center of the courtyard, he saw Hu Jingqing getting out of a car. He frowned, quickly hung up the phone, and hurried outside. The hurried footsteps behind her drew Gu Qinghe's attention back. She shifted her gaze from Hu Jingqing's wrist, biting her lip to keep from trembling, and looked at him, desperately denying, no, that's not right. Mr. Hua, you must be mistaken. I didn't go to the second floor of the club that day. My friend had something to do, so I went to find her. Gu Wenchuan walked over to his sister, frowning at the uninvited guest before him. Although he was suspicious of both Hu Jingqing and his careless sister, his first instinct was to protect her and dismiss Hu Jingqing's strange marriage proposal. Mr. Hua, are there no wealthy young ladies in Beicheng? You're so far away, yet still thinking about our Gu family's girl? Hu Jingqing ignored the sarcasm in Gu Wenchuan's words and focused on Gu Qinghe. After she refused to admit she had been to the second floor of the Yujin Hotel that night, his gaze dropped to her still flat stomach. So, Miss Gu, does that mean the child you're carrying isn't mine? Gu Qinghe's pupils constricted sharply. Beside her, Gu Wenchuan's expression changed instantly, his brows furrowing tightly. He couldn't care less about Hu Jingqing now and immediately turned to Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe, what child? Explain yourself. Gu Qinghe didn't dare to explain. All she wanted was to disappear. But under Gu Wenchuan's questioning, she shook her head, instinctively wanting to deny it again. However, before she could speak, He Mu, standing behind Hu Jingqing, brought over a hospital report. It was her gynecological examination record from a private hospital in Anqing. Outside the villa, the atmosphere became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the occasional cold wind rustled through the treetops. Gu Qinghe was stunned, her heart racing. Gu Wenchuan's face darkened even more, veins popping on his forehead. Jiang Jinyan stepped forward, breaking the silence and wrapping his arm around Shin Nanji's waist. Gigi, let's go back. Gu Qinghe didn't want to face what was coming alone. She clung to Shin Nanji, unwilling to let go, but Gu Wenchuan's voice, barely containing his anger, was rising. Gu Qinghe, come here. 20 minutes later, on the busy road, Jiang Jinyan held the steering wheel, recalling the scene outside the Gu family villa. He glanced sideways at the girl sitting in the passenger seat, her head down, looking a bit guilty. So, all this sneaking around these days was to help Miss Gu hide her pregnancy? Shin Nanji suddenly looked up at him. Who's sneaking around? Jiang Jin smiled youngly. No sneaking around? You have to find ways to avoid me even when answering a phone call? Shin Nanji silently looked away, too afraid to speak. At that moment, in the Gu family villa's hall, Gu Wenchuan stared at the medical records from the gynecology department of Anqing Hospital, his expression dark enough to drip water. Gu Qinghe sat on a sofa to the left, restless, her heart racing. On the opposite sofa, Hu Jingqing appeared calm, showing almost no emotion. After a while, Gu Wenchuan took a deep breath, pressed his throbbing forehead, and looked at Hu Jingqing with a forced smile, almost wanting to confront him. Mr. Hua, your family doesn't lack for sisters, right? Why does your family have to set their sights on our only daughter? Hu Jingqing ignored the sarcasm in his words and took responsibility directly. Sorry, I came today to sincerely discuss marriage matters. Gu Wenchuan's forehead twitched as he coldly glanced at his sister, who was shrinking back. Aren't you going to say something? Who was the child's father? Gu Qinghe's fingers turned pale as she opened her mouth, stuttering and refusing to admit that Hu Jingqing was the man from that night, insisting, I am pregnant, but the child is not Mr. Hua's. Hu Jingqing looked at her, noticing her head hung low. Miss Gu, are you sure? She was very certain, just refusing to acknowledge it. I am sure it's not. I never went to the club on the second floor. Gu Wenchuan glanced at his sister again. As he was about to speak, Hu Jingqing had Himu bring over a tablet displaying clear surveillance footage from that night at the Yujin Hotel. Gu Qinghe's eyes tightened, her expression almost indescribable. In the years she had been shocked, none compared to this past month, and today alone surpassed all those moments combined. This was unbelievable. As she watched the footage clearly marked with time, Gu Wenchuan's face darkened completely. When Gu Qinghe had no more confidence to deny it, he suppressed his rising anger and interrupted her. Go back upstairs. Gu Qinghe, afraid to stay, immediately jumped up from the sofa and hurried upstairs. He Mu and Renheng, standing behind Hu Jingqing, watched the young lady rush upstairs, both feeling nervous. They feared she might trip and fall down the stairs. Hu Jingqing watched Gu Qinghe's retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowing. Gu Wenchuan was so angry that his head was buzzing. The anger rising in his chest made him want to confront Hu Jingqing. However, the last bit of thin rationality barely took control, suppressing that anger for the moment. How does Mr. Hu want to handle this? Hu Jingqing gave Himu a look, signaling him to take away the surveillance footage, then replied to Gu Wenchuan. The two families should unite and get married as soon as possible. Gu Wenchuan forced a laugh. Mr. Hu, our Gu family's daughter can't just be married off like that. Even if Qinghe is pregnant, it's not a reason for a forced union. Hu Jingqing's expression remained unchanged. So, does Mr. Gu mean to terminate the pregnancy? Gu Qinghe anxiously waited upstairs for almost half an hour. She thought about going downstairs many times, but each time she reached the second-floor landing, she hesitated to go further. Finally, after half an hour, the butler came up to call her down. Gu Qinghe nervously descended the stairs step by step. Hu Jingqing was no longer in the hall. Only Gu Wenchuan remained on the sofa, along with the hospital documents placed on the table. Brother, she said cautiously. She moved slowly to the far edge of the sofa and stood there, not daring to go closer. Gu Wenchuan shot her a cold glance. Can I still strangle you?
Come here.
Gu Qinghe walked around the sofa, her breath tight with anxiety. Usually carefree and lounging on the sofa, this time, under Gu Wenchuan's dark gaze, she only dared to sit on the very edge of the sofa, barely touching it. Didn't you tell me you were at a friend's house that day? Gu Qinghe lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. Gu Wenchuan was filled with frustration. Just tell me honestly what happened. Did the Hu family bully you, or what happened? And how do you know Hu Jingqing? How long have you been secretly seeing him? Last time, you promised me that if you were free to marry, you wouldn't get involved with the Hu family from Beijing. What happened? Did your words just vanish? Gu Qinghe's fingertips almost dug into her skin. I haven't been involved with the Hu family. I just found out about his identity. That day at Yujin Hotel, I just drank a bit too much and Gu Wenchuan frowned even more tightly. Did you drink all the champagne in the banquet hall? With your drinking capacity, can you even get drunk on champagne? Gu Qinghe sensed his disbelief and quickly said, Really? There's nothing else. I didn't drink too much. Maybe I just had a low tolerance that day. I only had a few drinks, and I didn't know it was such a coincidence that Hu Jingqing was at that hotel too. Gu Wenchuan was on edge. Before the charity gala, when Hu Jingqing was in Huaihai for business, the Gu family was busy. This girl had never had any connection with the Hu family, and he never thought she would run into Hu Jingqing at the Yujin Hotel. He just wanted her to come back quickly after the gala. The entire hall was so quiet it felt unsettling. Gu Qinghe secretly glanced at Gu Wenchuan, afraid to speak. A few minutes later, as she looked down, she caught sight of the pregnancy test on the table, making Gu Wenchuan even more anxious. He waved for Gu Qinghe to go ahead. After Gu Qinghe left, Gu Wenchuan held the test, slowly thinking about what she had just said. Moments later, before calling his parents, he first dialed his secretary's number. He knew his sister's drinking capacity well. No matter how strong the alcohol, just a few drinks wouldn't get her drunk, especially not champagne. Especially at that charity gala, Shen Nanji almost had an incident just from drinking juice. Once the call connected, Gu Wenchuan calmly instructed, investigate who Qinghe has been in contact with over the past month, and look into that charity gala thoroughly. Gu Wenchuan did not approve of any connection between Gu Qinghe and Hu Jingqing. If it weren't for this unexpected child, he would never allow any ties between them. But the tricky part was that the child existed. Gu Wenchuan had already called his parents, and they would be back soon. Gu Qinghe felt increasingly anxious, almost breathless. She paced nervously upstairs, feeling like her nerves were stretched to the breaking point, ready to snap at any moment. After about half an hour, unable to endure the tension any longer, she decided to sneak outside for some fresh air while her parents were still away and Gu Wenchuan was not in the hall. To her surprise, Hu Jingqing's car was still outside. Before she could approach, Himu, who was standing by the car as if waiting for something, quickly walked over and politely said, Miss Gu, our CEO would like to see you alone. Himu added with a friendly smile, it's about the child. Gu Qinghe. In the end, Gu Qinghe got into the car with Himu. When she arrived, Hu Jingqing was sitting in the back seat reading documents. Upon seeing her, he put the documents away, turned his head to look at her, and spoke in a low, cool voice. Miss Gu, let's talk. In front of Hu Jingqing, Gu Qinghe felt a bit less anxious compared to when she was with Gu Wenchuan and about to be questioned by her parents. Perhaps it was because the child in her was partly his responsibility. About what? Her voice was a bit soft. About this child. Unlike her, who kept her head down, Hu Jingqing's gaze was mostly on her. I heard that Miss Gu does not want him? Gu Qinghe remained silent. Hu Jingqing continued, Miss Gu should not have had a thorough checkup yet. Whether this child can be safely terminated requires detailed examination. Today is still a good time. I have already made an appointment at the hospital. If Miss Gu has no objections, it would be wise to get the checkup done first. Gu Qinghe tightened her fingers. Is that really necessary? She initially just wanted to terminate the pregnancy to minimize the mistake from that night, but now it seemed more complicated. It is necessary. Hu Jingqing's voice pulled Gu Qinghe back to reality. Regardless of whether the child is kept or not, a checkup is needed. Seeing her glance towards the villa, Hu Jingqing took out his phone and opened his contacts. I will inform your brother and your parents. The hospital arranged by Hu Jingqing was not far away, and everything was expedited. Upon arriving, the checkup began, and soon the results were ready. In the consultation room, Gu Qinghe sat in a chair while the doctor, wearing a white coat, looked at the results and addressed both her and Hu Jingqing, who was sitting on the other side. Miss Gu, your health is good, but your uterine wall is a bit thin. If the child is terminated, it will definitely affect your body, but it is not to the point where you cannot have children in the future. However, if you decide to have children later, the risk of miscarriage will increase, and the pregnancy will be more challenging than usual. From a medical perspective, I suggest that keeping the child would be better. Hu Jingqing asked a few more questions, and the doctor answered them all in detail. Gu Qinghe remained mostly silent throughout. Finally, holding the examination report, she followed Hu Jingqing out of the hospital. Once back in the car, after a brief silence, Hu Jingqing took out a document from the glove compartment and handed it to her. Miss Gu, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? Gu Qinghe looked at the document in front of her. It was a marriage agreement. She was taken aback, feeling that Hu Jingqing's proposal of marriage was not a joke after all. She didn't respond immediately, momentarily stunned. At his question, she instinctively nodded. I'm sorry about what happened that night. I wasn't fully aware. Whatever you want, I can make it up to you, he said, placing the marriage agreement in her hands. I heard that Miss Gu is also facing pressure to marry. If you agree, we can have a marriage by agreement. Gu Qinghe held the agreement and looked at him. A marriage by agreement? Hu Jingqing nodded. To be honest, my grandfather is not well, and his only wish is to see his granddaughter-in-law. If you truly want to marry, we can take our time to get to know each other in a traditional way. If you don't want that, we can have a marriage by agreement for 3 years. During this time, I will meet all your requests as compensation, and I will transfer 10 billion to your account each year. Additionally, if you choose a marriage by agreement, even during the agreement period, I won't interfere with your personal matters, including finding a more suitable partner, as long as it stays private. At this point, Hu Jingqing paused. Thinking of the unexpected child, he added, As for the child, I won't force you. Before the child is born, you have the absolute right to decide whether to keep it. If you choose to keep it, whether it's a marriage by agreement or a real marriage after the child is born, I will arrange for someone to take care of everything. But if you decide not to keep it, I will understand. Gu Qinghe flipped through the marriage agreement in her hands. Setting aside other matters, just from the perspective of the agreement, Hu Jingqing's sincerity was evident. She wouldn't have to do anything except pretend to be a granddaughter-in-law in front of her grandfather. Previously, when her family pressured her to marry, she would have signed such an agreement without hesitation. She wouldn't have to do anything, could deal with her family's pressure, and even receive a hefty compensation each year, along with a chance to fulfill her wishes.
Who wouldn't be tempted by that?
For her at that time, it felt like of luck. However, after her brother had several discussions with her father's pressure to arrange a marriage had eased a bit. The key point was that Hu Jingqing was her brother's rival. Gu Qinghe frowned. Some decisions are hard to make. She tightened her grip on the agreement and thought for a while before saying to Hu Jingqing, Can I think about it and get back to you? Hu Jingqing was more agreeable than the rumors suggested, of course. After dropping someone off at the Gu family, Gu Qinghe had just gotten out of the car when Hu Jingqing's phone rang. Himu looked at Hu Jingqing through the rear-view mirror. Mr. Hua, are we heading back to mansion number 1 next? Hu Jingqing glanced at the screen showing his grandfather's call, frowning slightly, and casually replied, He swiped to answer and put the phone to his ear.
Grandpa.
His grandfather's voice was strong as he immediately asked, Jingqing, how is everything going? When will you bring my granddaughter-in-law and great-grandchild to meet me? Hu Jingqing rubbed his forehead and replied, Grandpa, there are no children. Please don't think about it. The grandfather was not pleased and exclaimed, What do you mean there are no children? You don't plan to get rid of my great-grandchild, do you? Also, our Hua family is not old-fashioned. We don't care about nonsense like having children before marriage. Just bring my great-grandchild and granddaughter-in-law back. I'll be waiting at home. After saying this, the grandfather was about to hang up. Before he did, he reminded Hu Jingqing again, not caring if it revealed anything. Let me say it again. Jingqing, you cannot get rid of my great-grandchild. Make sure to bring both the child and granddaughter-in-law back, or I won't be happy. With that, he hung up the phone decisively. Hu Jingqing's expression tightened as he looked at He Mu, who was driving, and asked coldly, who told Grandpa that Gu Qinghe is pregnant. He Mu was taken aback. He instinctively shook his head, but halfway through, he remembered something and turned to look at the empty passenger seat, realizing that Renheng hadn't followed them after leaving the hospital. He hesitated, clearly lacking confidence, and forced out an excuse. Mr. Hua, could it be that Grandpa guessed it himself? After all, a month ago, their grandfather had mentioned dreaming that Mr. Hua had an illegitimate child out there. Although it sounded ridiculous, it just so happened that there was indeed a child. Hu Jingqing would never believe such nonsense. He shot a cold glance at the passenger seat, whereas Renheng and Momu felt a chill run down his neck, and his fingers tightened around the steering wheel. He forced a laugh, saying it seems like there's something urgent that kept him from coming back with us. In contrast to the tense atmosphere inside the Cullinan, the mood at the old family home was quite cheerful. However, this cheerfulness was limited to just the old man. Hua Lanin, who had been listening to the old man on the phone with Hu Jingqing, was now resting her forehead on her hand, sitting on the sofa and reflecting. After a while, she thought it over and decided to get up, grabbing her phone and bag and putting on her coat to leave. As she noticed the old man looking at her, she hurriedly said, "Dad, I'm going abroad for a while. I'm afraid your grandson will see me as a traitor when he comes back." She moved quickly, and the old man, who was happily sipping tea, didn't have time to stop her. Hua Lanin, in her high heels, rushed out. Halfway there, she remembered something and quickly stepped back to remind him, "Dad, while you're happy, you should call Renheng back. Your grandson's cold demeanor might be too much for his secretary to handle." The old man waved his hand, signaling her to relax. "There's work for Renheng to do at the old house. I called him back 10 minutes ago." Hua Lani nodded, then looked at her father, who seemed to be in good spirits and health. Curious, she asked, "Dad, you've been feeling better lately, but the doctors haven't eased up on Jingqing. Are you planning to keep this up to pressure him into marriage?" "What do you mean by keep this up?" The old man replied, displeased with his daughter's choice of words. "If I don't push him now, while I'm still able to manage things, who will pressure Jingqing later?" Hua Lanin quickly shook her head. No, I don't have that kind of power. Being a traitor to you and Hu Jingqing has already cost me my reputation and half my life. All right, Dad, you enjoy your tea. I'm off to save myself. Please don't contact me for at least a month." That evening, Gu Qinghe found herself surrounded by her parents and older brother for a serious discussion. On the table were 2 medical records. One was from a private hospital in Anqing confirming a pregnancy, and the other was from a nearby hospital where a full checkup had just been done today. Gu's father stared intently at the 2 documents, his expression grave. Gu's mother carefully looked at the results of today's comprehensive examination, where a few lines read, "Thin uterine wall, increased risk of miscarriage in future pregnancies." Her expression shifted from gentle to serious. On the other side, Gu Wenchuan leaned against the sofa, holding a cup of water, occasionally glancing at his sister, who was as tense as an ostrich, afraid to breathe. Increased risk of miscarriage. Gu's mother repeated these words. She picked up the examination report and read it several times, frowning as she said, "Qinghe, before I had you, I unexpectedly lost a child. My uterine wall was thin back then, and after my miscarriage, even though I was very careful when I was pregnant with you, I nearly lost you several times." Gu's mother had not fully accepted the news about her daughter suddenly having a child with the head of the Hor family in Beijing. However, considering her own painful experience with miscarriage, she was not in favor of terminating the pregnancy. But if they kept the child, what would happen between the Gu and Hor families? The atmosphere in the hall became tense. After a while, Gu's father looked at his daughter, who had been keeping her head down and silent. Qinghe, what are your thoughts? Gu Qinghe could no longer pretend to be invisible. She secretly glanced at Gu Wenchuan across from her, quickly looked away, and, under the gaze of her parents and brother, nervously swallowed and stammered, I can accept it. Hearing this, Gu Wenchuan's frown deepened. Gu Qinghe lowered her head again, returning to her timid state. The hall was silent and heavy. Fortunately, this uncomfortable interrogation did not last long. Soon, Gu's father waved his hand, allowing Gu Qinghe to go upstairs to rest. The next morning, Gu Qinghe tossed and turned in bed, thinking about the child and the marriage agreement. Finally, feeling frustrated, she sat up, ran her fingers through her hair, and got out of bed to wash up and leave. The hallway was quiet. There were no sounds at all. Gu Qinghe didn't pay much attention. Her parents were rarely home, and unless there was an urgent matter, the servants generally wouldn't go upstairs, so it was usually very quiet. She held onto the spiral staircase as she came down. When she reached the hall and saw that no one was downstairs either, she felt a bit surprised. Logically, after such a big incident, there shouldn't be no one at home. Before she could finish her thought, the butler came down from the other staircase, carrying a tray with cold tea. Upon seeing Gu Qinghe, he smiled warmly and asked, Miss, are you looking for the chairman? Gu Qinghe casually nodded and walked to the sofa. Has my dad gone to the company? The butler brought over a prepared fruit platter and said, No, the chairman and Mr. Hua are upstairs in the study discussing matters. If you want to find the chairman or Mr. Gu, you can go directly to the study on the second floor. Gu Qinghe paused as she was reaching for a piece of fruit. Surprise was evident in her eyes. Mr. Hua is here? The butler smiled and nodded. Yes, Mississippi. I heard the chairman invited Mr. Hua over. Upstairs, in the study, the conversation between Gu's father and Hu Jingcheng mainly revolved around marriage and alliances. The idea of marriage was brought up by Hu Jingcheng, and now that they had reached this point, it was hard for both families to pretend nothing had happened, especially with the unexpected child. Hu Jingcheng maintained a responsible attitude and was very humble. Compared to Gu's father's somewhat supportive stance on the alliance, Gu Wenchuan was more critical. For example, the Hua family is based in Beicheng, which is quite far from Huaihai City. We only have one sister, and we worry she might face difficulties if she marries far away. Hu Jingcheng responded politely, placing the property deeds for several villas he had prepared on the table. If distance is a concern, Mr. Gu, please rest assured. I have already purchased multiple properties in Huaihai. If we can form an alliance, I will relocate my company, and Miss Gu can continue to live in Huaihai after marriage. Gu Wenchuan looked at the property deeds, feeling even more frustrated. He coldly raised his eyes and continued to criticize. Mr. Hua is significantly older than our Qinghe. What if one day she changes her mind and regrets marrying? Hu Jingcheng lightly tapped his fingers. I will always respect Miss Gu's choice. Marriage should not be forced. If Miss Gu meets someone she likes more and wants a divorce, I will cooperate. Gu Wenchuan's jaw tightened further. Hu Jingcheng, Gu's father, and Gu Wenchuan talked for a long time in the study. Gu Qinghe was curious about their conversation but didn't dare to go up and listen. Finally, around noon, the study door opened. The men came down from upstairs. Hu Jingcheng's expression remained unchanged, making it hard to tell if the conversation had gone well or poorly. As for her father, he didn't seem furious. In fact, he even smiled a bit while talking to Hu Jingcheng. Gu Qinghe's eyes shifted to her brother. His face looked just as dark as yesterday. Dark enough to be frightening. Gu Qinghe wanted to greet him but decided to stay quiet, holding her cup of juice. As she entered the hall, before leaving, Hu Jingcheng spoke with her father and casually glanced in her direction. Gu Qinghe couldn't understand the expression in his gaze. When she looked back, Hu Jingcheng had already walked outside with her dad. Only Gu Wenchuan remained in the hall, hands in his pockets, looking unhappy and frowning. Gu Qinghe set down her juice and walked over slowly. She whispered, Brother. Gu Wenchuan glanced at her sideways. She cleared her throat softly, avoiding his gaze. What does Dad mean? Gu Wenchuan replied coldly, Mom and Dad support keeping the child and the marriage between our families. Hearing his displeasure, Gu Qinghe tugged at his sleeve and said, following his tone, Are you against it? Then I'll go and end the pregnancy tomorrow, and we won't have any ties with the Hor family. While saying this, Gu Qinghe kept stealing glances at Gu Wenchuan's expression. It was strange. He was unhappy about her marrying his rival, but when she mentioned ending the pregnancy, he seemed unhappy about that too. Before she could finish, Gu Wenchuan interrupted her with a dark expression, You're already pregnant, and the relationship has changed. Ending the pregnancy won't erase the connection with the Hor family. Are we just going to let Hu Jingqing bully our Gu family girl? Gu Qinghe. It's neither a yes nor a no. Gu Qinghe stared, unsure how to respond. Gu Wenchuan's face showed his frustration, and he was even angrier inside. He was upset that his cherished sister was marrying Hu Jingqing, and he was also angry about the idea of ending the pregnancy and cutting ties. He was even more furious that his sister was being bullied by Hu Jingqing. Since yesterday, the anger had been building up in Gu Wenchuan. He was so mad about the marriage that he felt like hitting someone, and the thought of not marrying made him just as angry. He was frustrated with his sister, but couldn't bring himself to scold her, so he just took it out on himself. Gu Qinghe noticed her brother was holding back his anger and didn't dare to say anything more, quietly stepping back a couple of paces. After a while, Gu Wenchuan spoke irritably. If Hu Jingqing treats our Gu family girl this way, then when you divorce, he should give up half of his family's wealth. Gu Qinghe, that huh? Gu Wenchuan shot her a cold look. What do you mean, huh? Isn't it only fair for you to get half of the property in a divorce? Plus, you're carrying their child, so getting half is already generous. Gu Qinghe stood silently, not daring to speak. Gu Wenchuan glared at her, unable to contain his anger about his sister being pursued by her rival. He left the house and walked out of the villa. Gu Qinghe sat alone in her room for a long time, thinking about whether to get married or not. The blankets on her bed were piled up like a pigsty. Just as her head started to ache from thinking too much, her phone pinged with a message from Cheng Yuanan. Gu Qinghe reached for her phone. Looking at the screen, she saw the annoying repeated messages asking if she had time to go out for dinner. For the umpteenth time, she thought about blocking him. This time was no different. Her finger hovered over the block option when she suddenly remembered something and sat up in bed. Her dad hadn't pressured her about marriage in the past couple of months. One reason was her young age, and the other was that Cheng Yuanan wasn't a great match, so her dad had relented. But how long could this compromise last? If her dad started to find her less agreeable again, would marriage be brought up once more? As she had said before, in this circle, there were very few people like Jiang Jinyan who could remain respectable after a marriage without feelings. Most were like Cheng Yuanan, appearing refined in public, but living extravagantly behind closed doors. Gu Qinghe sat on her bed, staring at her phone, thinking about her brother's attitude toward the Guhua marriage and how to handle any future marriage pressures. Outside, the sun slowly set. Night replaced the light, and the dawn once again dispelled the darkness. Gu Qinghe, with dark circles under her eyes, wrapped herself tightly in the blankets. Finally, at 8 o'clock the next morning, she got out of bed and found the business card that Hu Jingqing had given her the day before, which she had stuffed into her coat pocket. Looking down at the number on the card, Gu Qinghe hesitated for a moment before picking up her phone to call. An hour later, when Gu Qinghe arrived at the meeting place Hu Jingqing had mentioned, he was already waiting inside the private room. He Mu, dressed in a sharp suit, stood outside the door. When he saw her approach, a smile broke out on his serious face. Miss Gu, you're here? Mr. Hua is already inside waiting for you. Gu Qinghe nodded at him. She walked a few steps into the private room. Hu Jingqing was sitting on a leather sofa with two identical prenuptial agreements laid out on the table in front of him. The necessary words were already exchanged over the phone. Gu Qinghe didn't waste any more time and went straight to the agreement after entering the room. However, before signing, she quickly reviewed the document from the first page to the last to be cautious. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she looked up at Hu Jingcheng, who was watching her, and asked for confirmation one last time. Mr. Hua, we are just entering a marriage of convenience, right? After the wedding, we will each live our own lives and won't interfere with each other's personal matters, correct? Hu Jingcheng nodded and assured her, that's correct. And he added, you can end this agreement whenever you want. Feeling relieved, Gu Qinghe quickly signed her name on the agreement. There were 2 copies of the marriage contract, and after she neatly put away her copy, Hu Jingcheng handed her several property certificates. You can choose any of these properties you like and move in at any time. Starting next week, the Hu Group's projects will begin moving to Huaihai City, so I will be spending more time there. If you have any requests, feel free to contact me or Himu. Also, we will publicly announce this as a normal marriage, and the wedding will be arranged accordingly. Do you mind? I don't mind, Gu Qinghe replied quickly, showing her willingness to cooperate. Hu Jingcheng glanced at the time and said, besides the wedding, I may also need you to help me get a marriage certificate. Although the old man was quite old, he was very clear-headed. Just a wedding would not convince him. Gu Qinghe nodded again, as this was all written in the agreement, and she had no issues with it. In the evening, after finishing all her tasks and returning home, Gu Qinghe lay on her bed and video-called Shen Nanji. How did it go? What did both families decide? Shen Nanji, who was handling experimental data, stepped out of her study as she answered the call. Gu Qinghe waved her red book in front of the screen, saying, it's done. The families are united, and we have the certificates.
Look.
Seeing her incredible speed, Shen Nanji was shocked. Wow. Did you guys take a rocket? In less than 2 days, they had everything completed? Gu Qinghe laughed carefree, resting her chin on her hand, and humbly replied, it's not too different from when you and your husband got your certificate. It's about the same. Shen Nanji clicked her tongue. Her speed is much faster than when she married Jiang Jinian. The Jiang and Shen families had an engagement agreement for 20 years, while she and Jiang Jinian only got a marriage certificate based on that agreement. Her best friend and the Hu family are the real, speedy ones. When she got downstairs, her dog, Tuan Tuan, dropped the ball it was playing with and rushed over, happily wagging its tail around her ankles. Shen Nanji squatted down to pet Tuan Tuan and, while pouring water at the bar, asked Gu Qinghe, what about that child situation? Should we keep it or not? I think we should keep it, Gu Qinghe replied. The Hu family was unaware of her marriage agreement with Hu Jingcheng, and her parents didn't know much either. To them, her marriage with Hu Jingcheng was barely a business arrangement. However, this business arrangement had a very favorable condition for her. She could end the marriage whenever she wanted, which was a promise Hu Jingcheng made when he talked to her dad about marriage. It was also written clearly in the marriage agreement. Even if she and Hu Jingcheng didn't get married, her mom was still unsure about whether they should keep the baby due to her health issues, not to mention that she and Hu Jingcheng had already registered their marriage. Gu Qinghe got up from the bed, stretching her back that had been sore from lying down too long. This past month, since the charity gala and the unexpected news of the baby, her nerves had been tense like a stretched string. Now that everything was settled, Gu Qinghe just wanted to go out and have some fun. So she asked Shen Nanji, hey, should we go to a bar? Let's have some fun. Shen Nanji, holding her cup, looked at her friend on the screen, who finally looked less worried and more lively, and casually asked, what are we going to do? She actually wanted to ask what her pregnant friend could do at a bar. But before she could say anything, her friend excitedly chimed in, we can watch the guys dance. And, if possible, we could even request a male model.
Cough. Cough.
Shen Nanji was taken aback by her friend's comment. Miss, have you forgotten that you're already married? You still have the marriage certificate in your hand. How could her friend say something like going to a bar to meet male models while holding the marriage certificate? Gu Qinghe blinked at the certificate in her hand. Looking at her friend, who was still shocked but had calmed her cough, she cleared her throat and said seriously, you need to listen to me. This is not an affair. She shook the marriage certificate and quickly explained, my marriage with Hu Jingcheng is different from yours with Jiang Jinian. Shen Nanji. Gu Qinghe. We only have a marriage agreement. It's a public union, but privately, we each do our own thing and don't interfere with each other. Shinonji. Wu Jingcheng had many matters to attend to, so after getting the marriage certificate, he returned to Beijing that same day. He didn't go to the old house but went straight to the company. He only sent He Mu to the Hua residence to deliver the marriage certificate to the old man for review. At that time, old master Hua had just returned from playing chess with a friend. Looking at the red booklet in his hands, he smiled widely. After confirming the authenticity of the marriage certificate, he asked He Mu, who was standing in front of him, "I heard the young lady is from the Gu family of Huaihai?" He Mu nodded, "Yes, sir." The old man was very pleased and reminisced about the past. He handed the marriage certificate back to He Mu to give to Hu Jingcheng while saying, "Over the years, the connections between the Gu and Hua families have slowly decreased. Many years ago, I had a lot of dealings with the old man from the Gu family. I haven't met his granddaughter, but I've heard she's a bright and lively girl." The old man smiled deeply. It's a blessing for Jingcheng to marry such a cheerful girl. He Mu just lowered his head, silently listening to the old man's words. He didn't dare to mention that their boss and that Miss Gu were only in a nominal marriage. Once the 3-year term was up, or perhaps even before that, if Miss Gu wanted a divorce, the marriage would be over. To be honest, He Mu actually hoped that their boss could become a real couple with Miss Gu. Hu Jingcheng had been kidnapped and tortured by enemies during his childhood, and when he was found, he was barely alive, covered in scars. After so many years, while his physical wounds had healed, he still carried deep-rooted issues. Especially when his headaches struck, the pain would be so intense it felt unbearable. During those times, he could only take sedatives for some relief. Unfortunately, these headaches came without warning, with no specific triggers, and no one knew when they would end or when the next episode would occur. The Hua family has always kept the best medical team and plenty of calming medicine on hand over the years. Hu Jingcheng rarely appears in public. Until 2 years ago, the frequency of his painful episodes began to decrease. In the past year, he hasn't had a single episode. Everyone, including the elder, thought that the headache that had baffled the medical team was finally gone. However, on the night of the auction in Huaihai City, it unexpectedly returned without warning. The suddenness of the event was shocking. Since there had been no issues for a year, the Hua family's medical team did not accompany him to Huaihai City. That day, only a family doctor was with Hu Jingcheng at the Yujin Hotel. He Mu was also startled and, upon receiving the news, immediately went to find the family doctor for calming medicine. But when he returned, he couldn't find their boss in the corridor. After asking a bodyguard, he learned that when exiting the elevator, a stumbling young woman had bumped into Hu Jingcheng. Normally, he would never allow anyone close when he had a headache, but this time he surprisingly did not push the girl away. He Mu was anxious all night. The pain that usually required at least 2 days of calming medicine to endure was surprisingly gone by the next morning. He Mu couldn't tell if it was because the intervals between episodes had lengthened and the duration had shortened, or if it was due to the presence of that young woman, Miss Gu. He had secretly asked the Hua family's medical team about this, but they couldn't provide an explanation either. He didn't dare suggest that they study whether Miss Gu had something different about her. After all, their boss never liked anyone getting close, especially not the opposite. Now that there was finally a young woman in the picture, both personally and professionally, He Mu hoped that Hu Jingcheng and Miss Gu could become a couple. However, the chances of that happening seemed very slim. He still remembered when he handed over the information he had gathered about Miss Gu to their boss. The most prominent line at the top read, "The Gu family intends for Miss Gu to enter a marriage alliance, but she opposes business marriages and has resisted in various ways." Once the Gu and her families officially confirmed the marriage alliance, their interactions became more frequent. Even in the Gu family villa, where the names Huazong and her family were rarely heard, now it seemed like a spell that echoed everywhere. Gu Wenchuan was already feeling irritated because his sister was involved with his rival. When he returned home and heard more talk about the Hua family marriage, his frustration grew even more. The next day, Gu Wenchuan decided to stay at a nearby apartment to avoid the situation with the Hua family. It was clear to everyone that the marriage between the Gu and Hua families was most upsetting for him. Even at work, the employees, including his secretary, were tense and cautious, afraid of making a mistake. On the fifth day after the charity banquet, Secretary Cui Zhe brought the investigation results to Gu Wenchuan. "Mr. Gu, we have clarified the matter you asked about," Cui Zhe said in the Gu Corporation's president's office. "As you suspected, the young lady was not drunk. She was drugged." Gu Wenchuan's eyes darkened.
Who did this?
Cui Zhe lowered his head. It was Cheng Yuan from the Cheng family. Gu Wenchuan paused, looking sharply at Cui Zhe. "Cheng Yuan?" The temperature in the office dropped. Cui Zhe quickly continued, "Yes, Mr. Gu. We found that over a month ago, there were issues within the Cheng company. Cheng Yuan wanted to use the marriage to help his family through a crisis. Before the banquet, Cheng Yuan had sent multiple messages to the young lady, trying to salvage the marriage, but she was not interested and ignored him. When the Cheng family's crisis continued without resolution and normal methods failed, Cheng Yuan decided to drug her at the charity banquet, hoping to force a marriage through public pressure. However, that night, the young lady accidentally ran into Mr.
Hua.
After hearing this, Gu Wenchuan's expression darkened. He slammed his hand on the table, filled with rage. If Cheng Yuan were here, Cui Zhe had no doubt that Gu Wenchuan would send him straight to the hospital. What a Cheng Yuan! What a Cheng family! Gu Wenchuan sneered. Using such dirty tricks against the Gu family.
Quitse.
Gu Wenchuan adjusted his tie, suppressing his anger. Order the destruction of the Cheng family. He wants to use the Gu Corporation to fix his family's problems? Let's see if he can manage that this time. Gu Wenchuan acted quickly, and the Cheng family's strength was far weaker than the Gu family's, especially since the Cheng company was facing serious internal crises. A few days later, the once thriving Cheng group was reduced to an empty shell. Gu Qinghe was unaware of the things Cheng Yuhan had done. For half a month before the charity banquet, Cheng Yuhan had been persistently asking to meet her. Seeing that she hadn't received any more messages in the past few days, Gu Qinghe ran into Cui Zhe, who was at her house to pick up some documents. She casually asked him and learned that her brother had bankrupted the Cheng family. Gu Qinghe was surprised for a moment. Then she quickly took out her phone and deleted and blocked Cheng Yuhan's number and WeChat without hesitation. Previously, she had tolerated the annoying messages because they were all part of the same social circle, but now that the Cheng family had been completely removed from the elite circle of Huaihai City, there was no reason to keep him on her contacts. After the Cheng family went bankrupt, Gu Qinghe felt much more at ease. The Gu family was worried about her facing any issues at school, so they had already completed her leave of absence paperwork a couple of days ago. In the past 2 days, Gu Qinghe chose a villa close to Shinnanji and Jiangjinian from several properties that Hu Jingcheng had given her, and she was directing the moving process. By the time everything was packed, it had been 7 days since Hu Jingcheng returned to Beijing. Gu Qinghe understood the nature of their contractual marriage and wouldn't reach out to Hu Jingcheng unless necessary, but staying at home for too long made her bored. The day after moving, Gu Qinghe leaned against the balcony railing and video-called Shinnanji. "Gigi, do you have time to go out and have some fun?" Shinnanji straightened up from a pile of research materials, tapped the screen, and turned the camera to show her cluttered desk filled with papers covered in data. "Do you think I have time to go out?" Gu Qinghe fell silent. She twitched her lips, sighed at the sight of the papers on the screen, and asked, "It's been so many days, and you still haven't finished this experiment?" Shinnanji set her phone on the corner of the lab table, organized her data, and replied, "We're almost done with the experiment, but there's an international exchange conference coming up, and I'm preparing materials for going abroad." "International exchange conference?" Gu Qinghe asked, surprised. "How many days? Have you told your boss, Jiang?" Shinnanji said, "Not yet. It's probably in about a week. Once we handle the conference, there won't be anything else before the new year, so it will officially be a holiday." Shinnanji and Gu Qinghe chatted for a while longer until she had to hang up for a project meeting. During this time, it has been the busiest period for Shinnanji. After finishing a day of experiments and returning to Yushan Mansion, it was already dark. As she got out of the car, her dog, Tuan Tuan, was happily wagging its tail, waiting at the door. Shin Nanji bent down to pick up the little one, still wearing her down jacket. She gently petted Tuan Tuan from its head to its tail, rubbing it a couple of times. Holding the chubby pup for a while made her fatigue seem to fade away. Tuan Tuan, you're getting heavier, Shin Nanji said, rubbing the puppy's belly. Tuan Tuan softly barked in response. After spending a few minutes playing with the dog in the yard, she set Tuan Tuan down, and it followed her into the hall. As she stepped into the hall, the warm air enveloped her. Shin Nanji took off her down jacket and had just sat on the sofa when Jiang Jinyan returned from work. After dinner, Shin Nanji rested on the sofa for a bit before heading upstairs to take a shower. After finishing her shower and lying down in her soft bed, she reached for the tablet on the bedside table. Before she could touch it, the bedroom door was pushed open. Shin Nanji turned to look at the door and then glanced at the time, a bit surprised. Aren't you having a video meeting tonight? For the past week, Jiang Jinyan had been having a video meeting every night for an hour, so she thought tonight would be the same. She was just about to lie in bed and watch videos while waiting for him when he returned. Not tonight. I've finished all the documents, Jiang Jinyan said, pulling her into his arms over the blanket. He gently touched her soft lips and asked, Are you almost done with school? Shin Nanji nodded. She was only wearing a camisole, and as she moved in bed, her left shoulder slipped down. While nodding, she reached for Jiang Jinyan. Almost, she replied. Then, remembering the upcoming conference, she looked up at him and said, By the way, there's an international conference in 3 days, and I'll need to leave for a few days. Jiang Jinyan paused slightly, his gaze moving from her shoulder to her clear, glistening eyes. In 3 days? Shin Nanji nodded. In 3 days, there's a signing event between Yar Group and a Chinese company. Jiang Jinyan was about to say that he would come find her after finishing his work at the group. Before he could finish, the girl in his arms interrupted with a smile. You don't need to worry about me. I can go by myself. The seniors from the research team and Professor Lin will be there, and we'll charter a plane. Jiang Jinyan looked at the girl in his arms, who was behaving sweetly and had bright eyes. He gently brushed his fingers against the corner of her lips, swallowed the words he didn't say, and asked her, When will Mrs. Jiang be back? Shin Nanji obediently extended a finger. If she had been tired after returning from school, after playing with the dog for over 10 minutes and enjoying a nice bath, she was now fully energized.
A week.
Jiang Jinyan held her waist and lifted her slightly from the blanket, leaning down to kiss her lips. He asked again, Going to country, eh? Shin Nanji felt shy from his kiss and wanted to hide under the blanket, her ears turning red. She tried to pull away, but he held her waist with one hand. She nodded shyly. Jiang Jinyan gently pecked her lips, and when Shin Nanji felt weak in the legs from the kisses, he pinched her warm ear, causing her to shiver and turn her head away, no longer cooperating. Instead, she buried her head in his chest. Jiang Jinyan smiled slightly and coaxed her out, saying, The weather in Country A is different from Huaihai City. Tomorrow, I'll have someone prepare clothes for you to take. Shin Nanji responded with a distracted tugging at the blanket to pull herself out of his embrace. She quickly lifted the blanket and wrapped herself up completely. From under the blanket, a soft voice came, I'm not feeling well. I can't do anything else. Jiang Jinyan chuckled softly, looking at the lump under the blanket. He placed his hand on the spot above her head and playfully asked, What is the lady referring to? Shin Nanji recognized the teasing in his voice, pushed his hand away from under the blanket, and fell silent, pretending not to hear him. For this international exchange event, Huaihai University had chartered a flight, and everyone was leaving together. Shin Nanji had declined Jiang Jinyan's offer to see her off. On the day of departure, Shin Nanji woke up early. Jiang Jinyan had already arranged her clothes and toiletries for the next few days. She just needed to pack her laptop for handling experimental data and the academic materials she had organized. At exactly 7 o'clock, Shin Nanji came downstairs, fully prepared. A clingy puppy followed her down. Jiang Jinyan was on the phone when he saw her come down. He told the person on the other end, I'll talk later, and hung up, turning to her, Have you packed everything? I'm all set. Shin Nanji had already changed her clothes. She wore a comfortable knit sweater on top and fitted jeans on the bottom. She planned to put on a down jacket before heading out. It was convenient for boarding, and the weather in Country A was much warmer than in Huaihai City, so there was no need to wear anything too thick. Jiang Jinyan glanced at her outfit and ignored the little dog, Tuan Tuan, who was eagerly running to his legs. He only reminded Shin Nanji, who was taking some jerky from Tuan Tuan's food cabinet to feed the puppy. The temperature in Country A is quite warm these days, but don't get too comfortable. The eastern part of Country A has a subsidiary of the Tianjin Group. If anything happens, call me anytime. And send me a message when you arrive.
Okay.
Shin Nanji nodded obediently, agreeing to everything. Around 8 o'clock, Shin Nanji arrived at the lab for her class. Just as she was about to head to the third floor to find her senior classmates for the exchange meeting, she unexpectedly saw Gu Qinghe, who hadn't been to school for over a week. Shin Nanji was surprised and asked, "Aren't you on leave? Why are you back at school?" It was particularly cold today. She didn't feel it at home, but as soon as she stepped outside, the biting wind hit her. She wrapped her down jacket tightly around herself, but the cold air still stung her face. Worried about Gu Qinghe getting cold, Shin Nanji pulled her into the elevator before she could answer. Gu Qinghe handed a small cake she had brought for her best friend. After Shin Nanji took it, Gu Qinghe opened her arms and leaned against her, resting her chin on Shin Nanji's shoulder with a smile. "I came to see you off," she said. "I've been lying at home for so many days that I feel like I'm falling apart. I wanted to go to Country A with you all for the research exchange, but since I'm expecting a baby, they wouldn't let me go." When the elevator doors opened, Shin Nanji took her to the lab. Once inside, the cold air lessened significantly. Shin Nanji first handed Gu Qinghe a cup of hot water to warm her hands before leaning against the lab table and saying, "The baby is only a month old. It's better not to take any risks. Country A is too far, and flying back and forth could be dangerous." Gu Qinghe sighed while holding the cup. The group was scheduled to leave at 9, and there was still nearly an hour left. Gu Qinghe stayed and helped Shin Nanji organize paper materials. When Shin Nanji wasn't busy, Gu Qinghe sat beside her and chatted. Finally, after 9 o'clock, when it was time to leave, Shin Nanji and her research group got on the bus to leave the school, and Gu Qinghe slowly got in her car to head home. Feeling extremely bored after staying at home for 7 or 8 days, Gu Qinghe was reluctant to go back. She thought for a long time about where she could go to have fun, but couldn't come up with anything. Just then, a message from Sheng Muya appeared on her phone, asking if she was free to come to Xingyi to hang out. Looking at the message and remembering the marriage agreement quietly resting in her safe, Gu Qinghe quickly typed back, "I'm on my way." Xingyi, a top-notch entertainment venue, was different from an ordinary bar. It was a lively paradise for music and dance at night, and just as bustling during the day. When Gu Qinghe arrived, the male models in the VIP area on the 7th floor had already started dancing. Sheng Muya, sipping a drink from the server, turned around, saw her coming, and waved with a smile. "You're here? Hurry up." She pulled Gu Qinghe to sit down and nodded towards the row of male models, resting her chin on her hand, and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to see some handsome guys dance? Just so happens that Xingyi has some really great ones. Which one do you like?" Gu Qinghe couldn't help but smile, her gaze fixed on the row of attractive male models in front of her. She replied without hesitation, "I like them all, but..." She leaned closer to Sheng Muya and whispered, "Is it just this kind of dance?" Sheng Muya gestured with her hand. "Of course not. There are many styles. You can choose whatever you want." As the leading family in Beicheng, the Hua family's business was vast. After spending 3 days at the Hua headquarters, Hua Jingcheng returned to Huaihai City. With business changes at the headquarters, Hua Jingcheng was meeting with several partners who had just returned to the country at Shengyi. After their discussion, while heading back, he passed by the corner of the elevator on the 7th floor and, out of the corner of his eye, caught a glimpse of Gu Qinghe, who was smiling and watching the male models dance from a booth at the far left. Hua Jingcheng paused. His gaze moved through the dim, flickering lights towards her. He Mu, who was listening to Hua's instructions, suddenly fell silent when he noticed Hwa's focus shift. Instinctively, he turned to follow Hwa's gaze. When he recognized the woman in the middle of the booth, Hee-moo nearly choked. Gu Qinghe had visited Shengyi many times, but she rarely ordered male models. Especially since the Mid-Autumn Festival, when she had only ordered one male model in defiance of an arranged marriage, only to be taken home by her brother and scolded by her father for 3 days. After that, she hadn't dared to order any male models for a long time, even if she only wanted to enjoy the view without doing anything else. But after having this marriage agreement with Hwa Jingcheng, Gu Qinghe felt completely at ease watching the handsome young men dance today. The cheerful music mixed with the young men's impressive abs and looks captivated her, and she didn't notice the gaze from the elevator behind her. A few minutes later, after sipping half a glass of juice, Gu Qinghe was about to ask them to change the program when Hee-moo, dressed in a formal suit that seemed out of place in a venue like Shengyi, walked over, bypassing the male models. He stopped beside Gu Qinghe and, amidst the loud and cheerful music, awkwardly yet respectfully said, "Miss Gu, our president who would like to see you upstairs." Surprised to see Hee-moo, Gu Qinghe froze for a moment. When she heard his words, she was even more taken aback. "You mean President Hwa?" After a second of processing, she instinctively asked, "Didn't President Hwa return to Beijing?" Hee-moo cleared his throat, looking a bit awkward. "President Hwa arrived in Huaihai City 4 days ago." Gu Qinghe. Sheng Mu-yen had just gone to the restroom, so she was alone at the booth. Gu Qinghe stopped the male models and stood up to follow Hee-moo upstairs. On the way up, she wondered what Hwa Jingcheng wanted her for, but the thoughts kept circling back to the male models.
But
weren't they supposed to not interfere in each other's private lives? Just a few days in, and that was already out the window? When they reached the private room, Hee-moo didn't enter but opened the door for her. Although Shengyi was a top-tier entertainment venue, not all the private rooms and floors were for entertainment. Many on the top floor and above were often used for business discussions. Hwa Jingcheng's room was one of those. There was no smell of alcohol or smoke in the air. On the inner sofa, Hwa Jingcheng sat with his legs crossed, reviewing recently signed documents. Seeing her approach, he put down the documents, looked at her, and asked casually, "Miss Gu, have you been quite free lately?" Gu Qinghe thought he was referring to her being caught at Shengyi after getting their marriage certificate. She frowned slightly, standing a few steps away without getting closer. "Did I guess so?" But she paused, her eyes widening slightly, fearing he might say something like, "After marriage, you should pay attention to your image and not hire male models." She quickly took the initiative to ask, "Wasn't it agreed that we wouldn't interfere with each other?" Hwa Jingcheng rubbed his forehead, understanding the implication in her words. He said, "I didn't interfere with you. It was just a chance meeting. I wanted to remind you that since you've decided to keep the child, please be careful in entertainment places."
oh,
Gu Qinghe sighed in relief. The tension that had built up since meeting Hee-moo instantly faded away. She wanted to leave quickly and nodded, asking, "Will you need anything else, Mr. Hwa?" "A little," he replied, looking at her. "The wedding preparations are underway, but before the wedding, do you have time to visit Beijing with me? My grandfather wants to meet you." He was honoring their agreement to not interfere, and Gu Qinghe was agreeable, so she nodded without hesitation. "I have time." "When should we go?" Hwa Jingcheng said, "In a few days. Once I finish with company matters, I'll let you know in advance." Gu Qinghe had no objections. "Okay." Across the ocean, in the eastern part of Country A, at the top floor of Tiansheng subsidiary, Chen Feng was reporting to Jiang Tingsu about Jiang Jinyan asking him to return to the country. "Second young master," President Jiang said, "the collaboration with the Chinese company has ended. The domestic headquarters is currently in discussions for a signing meeting with the Chinese company's executives, so you can return in the next couple of days." Jiang Tingsu sat in his office chair, not surprised by this outcome. "Did my brother say anything about me staying here to handle other matters?" Chen Feng shook his head. "No, President Jiang said you can go back today." Jiang Tingsu lowered his eyelids, looking at his phone with little reaction. Since he first came to the subsidiary, nearly 2 months had passed, and the latest message in his WeChat conversation with Shin Nanji was from 2 months ago. Especially after the incident at the charity banquet with Su Wu, he often felt the urge to contact Shin Nanji, even just to know how she was doing. But he couldn't bring himself to press that familiar number. That day in the hospital, when she woke up disoriented and instinctively leaned into his brother's arms, felt like a strong drink poured over a fresh wound, painful yet somehow clarifying. This time was no different. Jiang Tingsa stared at the empty chat box, furrowing his brow as he tossed his phone aside, trying to suppress the sharp pain that resurfaced. He instructed Chen Feng, "Get ready to leave. We return to the country tomorrow." Chen Feng acknowledged him and had just stepped out of the office when a young woman, dressed in Chanel and with a polished appearance, confidently walked toward him from the elevator. Chen Feng had never seen Qin Li, but from her clothing and the aura of wealth surrounding her, he could tell she was either rich or noble. He approached her politely and asked, "Miss, may I ask who you are looking for?" Qin Li had a strikingly beautiful face, so bright that it seemed almost intimidating. She paused, glanced at Chen Feng, and with a slight smile, took off her sunglasses and said, "I'm looking for Mr. Jiang. Is he in the office?" Like the headquarters, Tiansheng's subsidiary required appointments for visitors. Although Chen Feng was curious about how Qin Li got past the front desk, he still politely asked, "Do you have an appointment?"
Vinlisi millet playfully. Her gazete singliskenin Chen Feng.
Before she could respond, the door to the president's office opened, and Jiang Tingsa stepped out. Chen Feng turned and called out, "Second young master." Qin Li also looked over, her gaze lingering on Jiang Tingsu for a moment. Then, she glanced towards the president's office door, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Is Jiang Jinyan not here?" Jiang Tingsa gave Chen Feng a look, signaling him to go back to work, then turned to Qin Li to answer her question. "My brother is back in the country."
Who are you?
Qin Li was a bit surprised. "Back in the country?" She instinctively asked, "Wasn't Jiang Jinyan supposed to return after the New Year?" "Family marriage. My brother returned during the Mid-Autumn Festival." Jiang Tingsa looked at Qin Li, his gaze assessing and probing. "Are you close to my brother?" Qin Li was thinking about how she had only been away for half a year and returned to find Jiang Jinyan already back. When she heard family marriage, she looked up and studied Jiang Tingsu for a moment without answering his question. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Are you Jiang Jinyan's brother?" Jiang Tingsu lazily smirked.
Yes.
"What is your relationship with my brother? Do you want me to call him about this?" Qin Li put her sunglasses back on. "Just a friend. I don't need you to tell him. I'll visit Huaihai City when I have time." After saying this, she waved her hand casually, clicked her heels, and turned to leave. The smile on Jiang Tingsa's face faded after Qin Li entered the elevator and left. He called Chen Feng over. "Find out more about her relationship with my brother." Chen Feng glanced at the elevator at the end of the hallway, which had already closed, and quickly nodded. Huaihai City was far from Country A, and by the time they arrived at the hotel they had booked, the last light of day had disappeared from the sky. Shin Nanji arrived at her room with the room card and casually placed her suitcase by the entrance. She didn't unpack her clothes. Instead, she took out the notebook and data she would need later from her bag and put them on the table. Then, she rubbed her sore neck and sat down on the sofa, planning to call Jiang Jinyan to let him know she was safe. However, as she sat on the sofa and turned on her phone, she noticed a few messages from Jiang Tingsu that had come in an hour earlier. The WeChat messages were automatically folded, and in the center of the screen, only the latest one was visible. "Does it matter who my brother interacted with before? Does it matter why he accepted the engagement?" Seeing this message alongside Jiang Jinyan's earlier inquiry about her arrival made Shin Nanji's finger hesitate over the unlock button. As her face was recognized and the screen unlocked, she opened WeChat, her eyelashes lowered, and clicked on Jiang Tingsa's chat. The first thing she saw was two photos. In high definition, one featured a man and a woman together. The first photo was taken at an airport abroad, where Qin Li, wearing a long black coat and sunglasses, was coming out of the VIP passage, while Jiang Jinyan appeared to be picking her up from the back seat of a car. The second photo seemed to be taken at a foreign estate, with a light drizzle. Qin Li's face was slightly flushed, looking less vibrant than in the first photo. Jiang Jinyan stood beside her, holding a black umbrella tilted towards her, shielding her from the rain. They were very close together. Shin Nanji stared at these two photos, her fingers feeling frozen, unable to move for a long time. She couldn't describe the feeling, as if her heart had been struck hard by something, or perhaps she was just stunned and didn't know how to react. It was like 2 years ago when she unexpectedly walked in on Jiang Tingsu and Su Wu being intimate in the lounge next to the sports equipment area at Huaihai University. But this time was different. Last time, after a moment of shock, she quickly regained control and hurriedly left, like someone who had accidentally interrupted a private moment. But today, looking at these two sudden photos, she couldn't regain control of her body. Her fingers felt stiff and unresponsive, her breath caught in her throat. She wondered if her high expectations of the warm weather in Country A had set her up. Now that she was here, it didn't feel warmer than Huaihai City at all, but rather quite cold. The cold air surrounded her body, making her feel chilly. Her fingers became cold, inch by inch, as if she had been splashed with cold water. After a long time, Shin Nanji glanced down at the messages Jiang Tingsu had sent below the photo. Gigi, have you learned about what my brother has been through abroad these years? Is all you want a marriage alliance? Do you not care about who my brother has been involved with before? Or why he accepted the marriage contract? The hotel lights were too bright, so bright that at one moment, Shin Nanji felt a pain in her eyes. In her stunned and confused mind, she recalled asking Jiang Jinyan before their marriage why he wanted to marry her when they were not familiar with each other. His answer was that the marriage contract was agreed upon by both families and the alliance would benefit both sides. Jiang Tingsu resisted the family marriage, wanting to break off the engagement unilaterally, while rumors about him and Su spread widely. Jiang Jinyan took on the marriage alliance willingly, seeing it as both a responsibility and an obligation as the eldest son of the Jiang family. Responsibility. It felt like something was blocking her chest tightly, making it hard to breathe. Even when she saw Jiang Tingsu and Su Wu acting intimately and heard the rumors, she never felt this suffocated. Her fingers, gripping the phone tightly, began to ache. Sitting alone on the sofa, Shin Nanji stared at the second photo. Memories of the past 2 months since their marriage certificate flashed through her mind. Yes, her marriage with Jiang Jinyan was fundamentally a responsibility. It was a union based on a pre-existing agreement between their families, one she intended to cancel, but didn't, rooted in obligation. Before and after getting the certificate, she understood this truth and clearly knew the essence of their union. Although her marriage with Jiang Jinyan was not as insincere as the agreement between Gu Qinghe and Hu Jingcheng, it was still a family alliance based on a contract, lacking any real feelings. When did she start to blur the concept of this marriage? Shin Nanji pressed her lips together, exited Jiang Tingsu's WeChat, and didn't call Jiang Jinyan to check in. Instead, she opened their chat, and beneath his question about whether she had arrived, she typed "I'm here" and sent it. After sending the message, she didn't want to touch her phone anymore. The fatigue in her body seemed to wash over her mind. She tossed her phone aside and was about to lean back on the sofa to clear her thoughts when Jiang Jinyan's video call came in. Hearing the special WeChat ringtone, she looked at the name on the screen. Shin Nanji lowered her eyelids and stared for several seconds before picking up the phone to answer. "We are married, so you can tell me anything. Brother Jinyan." In the background of the video, in the president's office of the Tiansheng Group, Jiang Jinyan leaned back in his chair, looking at the screen who was speaking to him on her phone. He asked, "When did you arrive?" Shin Nanji replied, sounding as usual, "I just got here, just arrived at the hotel." Noticing her pale face, Jiang Jinyan asked if she was feeling unwell. Shin Nanji shook her head, her lips curving into a gentle smile like they always had over the years. "I'm fine. It's probably just from sitting on a plane all day." While talking to Jiang Jinyan on video, Shin Nanji wanted to ask about the girl in the photo several times. But each time the words were on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed them back. What did she want him to say? To assure her that since they were married, he would never cheat or have inappropriate contact with any other woman. But in this marriage, She was clearly the one benefiting. In terms of family background, the Shin family's current status could not compare to the powerful Jiang family. She was the one gaining from the marriage. As for feelings, what feelings did she have with Jiang Jinyan? He married her to fulfill his obligation, and she married him out of self-interest to save the Shin group from crisis. As for cheating, with Jiang Jinyan's character, as Gu Qing he said, anyone could cheat after marriage, except for Jiang Jinyan. During their marriage, he would always uphold this responsibility.
Gigi?
Jiang Jinyan looked at the girl in the video, who seemed lost in thought. Shin Nanji snapped back to reality and heard him ask, "Are you feeling unwell? Or is there something on your mind? We are married, so you can tell me anything." Shin Nanji's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she shook her head, forcing a smile. "No, I have a meeting soon, just thinking about that." Then she quickly changed the subject. "How is Tuan Tuan doing?" Jiang Jinyan sighed a little. "When you left, the little pup was restless for a while, but it's fine now." There was a knock at the door, and a senior from the research group called for Shin Nanji to go to Professor Lin's meeting. Shin Nanji didn't chat with Jiang Jinyan any longer. Using the meeting as an excuse, she quickly ended the video call. "Brother Jinyan, my senior is here to call me. I'll go now." Jiang Jinyan didn't stop her. "Take care of yourself and call me if you need anything." Shin Nanji nodded absent-mindedly, feeling a sudden pang of sadness in her nose. She didn't say anything else, exchanged a brief glance with Jiang Jinyan on the screen, and quickly hung up the call. On the other side, in the building of Tian Shin Company, not far from the hotel where Shin Nanji and others were staying, Jiang Tingsa looked at the information that Qin Feng had gathered, his expression growing darker. Qin Li, the only granddaughter of the overseas Chinese elder Qin, is a leader in stock market analysis. This was the first sentence in the investigation report sent by Qin Feng. Qin Li inherited her grandfather's keen insight and talent for the stock market and took over his business at an early age. This was the second sentence. Jiang Tingsu focused on the words leader in stock market analysis and recalled a past event he had never paid much attention to. He had some impression of the Qin family. The elder Qin was a prominent figure in the stock market and had moved to Country A years ago for special reasons. 6 years ago, there was significant turmoil in the stock market of Country A, which affected even Tian Sheng Group's subsidiary there. At that time, the retired elder Qin recognized Jiang Jinyan's exceptional talent in business and jokingly suggested taking him on as a student. Although the elder Qin did not return to Huaihai City, he maintained close contact with the Jiang family through phone calls. It had been a long time, and Jiang Tingsu was unsure if his brother had become the elder student. But if today's person was Qin Li, it would be normal for her to be familiar with his brother due to that connection. However, looking at the photos he had received from the investigation, Jiang Tingsu felt a complex emotion rising within him that he could not name. It was not about anger or joy. It was a complicated feeling that he couldn't distinguish between happiness and sadness, mixed with an indescribable emotion that pressed against his rationality. When he sent those 2 photos to Shin Nanji, he had not yet received specific information about Qin Li. At that moment, influenced by his emotions, he asked her on WeChat if she minded that his brother was only marrying her out of responsibility. But as he slowly calmed down, Jiang Tingsu felt even more frustrated and angry with himself. When he first learned that Shin Nanji was going to marry his brother, he found it hard to accept, to the point that just thinking about it felt like a sharp pain in his heart. He could not accept the situation and tried various ways to find a reason for Shin Nanji agreeing to the marriage solely for the sake of a union, hoping it would lead to their divorce. This feeling persisted until the day of the charity banquet. He watched helplessly as Shin Nanji, in a daze from the herbal medicine, trusted no one but his brother. He saw her instinctively rush into his brother's arms while still not fully awake in the hospital. That natural reliance and the hurt of seeing her with the person she wanted most pierced his heart deeply. At the same time, he had to admit that, at that moment, in her heart, he could never compare to his brother. After leaving the hospital and returning abroad, every time he thought of Shin Nanji, a deep pain filled his chest. The feeling of having someone ripped away from the depths of his heart was too painful. He might never be able to let go. But she relied on his brother, and they could not get divorced. Jiang Tingsa thought that this was fine. One was his best older brother, and the other was the person he cherished the most. They could like each other and be happy, which was good. It was better than everyone being sad. Until today. Until today, when he met Qin Li's appearance shattered the calm. When emotions took over, it was hard to think clearly, but as he gradually calmed down and looked at the 2 photos he had sent to Shin Nanji during his emotional turmoil, Jiang Tingsu began to wonder if it was right to refuse the arranged marriage, disregarding the long-standing friendship between their families and forcing his brother to return from abroad to accept it. The only ones who could take on the Shin family's marriage proposal were either him or his brother. He wasn't sure what kind of relationship his brother had with Qin Li, but what if his brother already had someone he liked before agreeing to the marriage? These conflicting thoughts made Jiang Tingsu irritably push away the photos, his eyes dark and troubled. At one point, he even began to regret sending those 2 photos to Nanji, regretting letting her know about Qin Li's existence. Since his brother had accepted the marriage proposal, he could no longer have any involvement with other women before Nanji actively mentioned divorce. If she had unknowingly developed feelings for his brother, would it have been better if she didn't know about Qin Li? The international exchange conference was going on normally and was busy, but no matter how busy he was, when he returned to the hotel alone at night, Shin Nanji would occasionally think of those 2 photos she had deliberately avoided. From the second day in Country A, Zhang Jinyan called her for a video chat every day, choosing times in the evening when she wasn't busy. Knowing she liked that puppy, there were times when he even made an exception to let the chubby dog into his study during their video calls, allowing her to see it. On the 4th day of the International Exchange Conference, during a meeting with a prestigious foreign school, Shin Nanji discovered that Qi Zheng, who had been recommended to study abroad, was also present. In the evening, outside a coffee shop near the exchange center, Shin Nanji met Qi Zheng, who had just finished a phone call. His eyes and smile were as warm and gentle as they had been at Huaihai University. He greeted her with a friendly smile, like long-lost classmates. "Shin, it's been a while." Shin Nanji smiled politely. "It's been a long time. I didn't expect to run into you here." Qi Zheng glanced at the overcast sky with a light drizzle. "It is quite a coincidence. Since it's raining a bit, how about we sit in the coffee shop?" Qi Zheng had some connections with Professor Lin, his new mentor, and they had met at an international conference. It was customary to have a meal together, given their past acquaintance. The dinner was scheduled for the restaurant upstairs, where Professor Lin and some senior students were chatting. Feeling a bit down and stifled in the meeting room, Shin Nanji decided to step outside for some fresh air. The coffee shop had a quiet and elegant atmosphere. Shin Nanji and Qi Zheng chose a table near the window by the door, chatting while waiting for their mentors to arrive. Recently, there had been a trending topic online involving Zhong Jun, and although Qi Zheng was abroad, he had heard about it. He also learned about Shin Nanji's true identity. As the daughter of the Shin family, she was already promised to the powerful Jiang family. No wonder, when he boldly expressed his feelings for Shin Nanji in front of Jiang Jinyan, he received a sharp reply. Thinking back on that past moment, Qi Zheng shook his head and smiled. When the waiter brought the coffee, he pushed the cup he had ordered based on Shin Nanji's taste toward her. Setting aside the past, he asked as a former classmate, "How have you been lately?" Shin Nanji held the spoon, resting her chin on her hand, stirring her coffee as she nodded. Perhaps due to the gloomy weather, she felt particularly down today, and her mood was affected. She didn't want to let her negative feelings lead her to overthink. When feeling irritable, any thoughts only added to her frustration and didn't help solve any problems or lead to good solutions. The focus of the technology exchange was mainly on academic discussions and research. Shin Nanji was quite interested in the new topic proposed by Qi Zheng's team. She didn't want to discuss personal matters, so after acknowledging him, she steered the conversation toward academic topics. Just as Jiang Jinyan finished a signing meeting with a Chinese company and arrived in a country, he spotted a girl resting her chin on her hand and chatting with Qi Zheng through the glass window of the coffee shop. The black car silently stopped by the roadside in the heavy rain. Zhou Lin held the steering wheel, looking through the window at the scene across the street. It strangely reminded him of a few months ago when he followed their boss Jiang to Huaihai University to pick up his future wife. He watched as their fiancé exchanged a few words with Qi Zheng and then returned to campus with him. The location was different, and the scene was not the same. Yet the feeling was oddly similar. Zhou Lin quietly tried to make himself less noticeable, not daring to speak or even look back at the rear seat through the rearview mirror. His mind was filled with one thought. Their boss Jiang had just finished handling matters for the company and rushed to a country to surprise his wife. But given the current situation, could it still be a surprise? The rear window lowered, and Jiang Jinyan looked at the couple sitting across from each other, happily chatting. There was a hint of darkness in his deep black eyes. Shen Nanji had never been close to him, even after they got married. She always seemed distant and reserved around him. It took him a long time to bring out a few bright and lively smiles from her. However, since she came abroad in the videos from the past few days, she seemed to have returned to how she was right after their marriage. She was obedient and well-behaved, but that was all. Her bright and lively smile had faded into the background without anyone noticing. Now, the smile he wanted to see every day was just on the other side of the glass and the heavy rain. Perhaps it was because they were of the same age. She appeared relaxed and casual while talking to Qi Zheng, showing less of her usual shyness. Jiang Jinyan's lips tightened as he fixed his gaze on them without looking away, and he coldly asked Zhou Lin, "Is Qi Zheng's team part of this exchange meeting?" A chill crept up Zhou Lin's neck. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel and replied uncertainly, "It seems."
They are.
The university Qi Zheng was associated with was a prestigious school abroad, so it made sense for them to participate in such an international exchange meeting. After speaking, Zhou Lin stole a glance in the rearview mirror at their boss Zhang's cold expression, hesitating to ask if he should call his wife. Ever since they got their little Samyed, he could clearly see that the relationship between their boss and his wife was warming day by day. Regardless of whether Qi Zheng's team was on the exchange list, he thought that if their wife knew Jiang was coming, she would surely be happy. But before he could voice his question, a phone rang suddenly. Zhou Lin was tense, thinking it was his phone. After checking his pocket, he realized it was a call from Mr. Jiang. He swallowed his question and quietly waited in the driver's seat. The call was from Jiang Feng, saying that something happened with Uncle Jiang and Jiang Jinyan needed to go back. The call lasted about a minute before hanging up. Jiang Jinyan turned his head, his gaze falling back into the cafe where the other members of the research team had arrived. As they entered, a few senior sisters from Shen Nanji's team brushed off the rain and walked toward her. The girl in the booth stood up and walked over to them. Once both teams were together, they chatted and headed to the restaurant upstairs. Jiang Jinyan withdrew his gaze, his eyes dark as ink. Without saying a word, he told Zhou Lin, "Turn around. We're going back." Zhou Lin was taken aback and glanced at the cafe. "Should I inform Madam? No need." After the gathering, they returned to the hotel, and it was almost 9 o'clock. The fine rain had suddenly turned into a heavy downpour. The whole city seemed to be shrouded in a storm. Shen Nanji took out her room card and entered, hanging her damp coat on the rack. After taking a hot shower to warm up, her phone at the foot of the bed rang. She dried her hair and walked over, noticing it was a video call from Gu Qinghe. She still had some documents to revise, so she placed the towel on a nearby rack, picked up her phone, and walked to her desk. After answering the call and setting her phone on a stand, she opened her computer. In China, it was morning, and Gu Qinghe had just woken up, sitting on her bed with a pillow. Seeing that Shen Nanji's bed was neatly made with no signs of having been slept in, she yawned and asked, "Gigi, are you still awake?" Shen Nanji leaned back in her chair, her wrist resting casually on the table, and lightly tapped the keyboard to bring up the document that needed editing. Her voice carried a hint of laziness from just having showered. "Not yet, just got back." As she spoke, she glanced at the screen and saw her friend's rosy face. Shen Nanji couldn't help but smile and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Miss, you look so radiant. Any good news lately?" Gu Qinghe grinned, blinking at Shen Nanji. "No big news, but I suddenly realized that this non-intrusive marriage style is just too nice." I wish I had known that marriage could be like this. A few months ago, I was struggling with my dad about not accepting the marriage arrangement. Shin. She picked up her phone and looked at her lively friend, who was living a comfortable life, and asked with genuine curiosity, "After you got your marriage certificate, you haven't met in person yet, right?" The camera shook a bit, and when it steadied, Gu Qinghe had somehow found a cup of milk and was drinking while saying, "We met once, on the day you went abroad. I went to Xingye to watch a guy dance and accidentally ran into Hu Jingcheng, who was there for a meeting." Shin Nanji listened to this unusual way of meeting and imagined the scene, letting out a small tch. "You bumped into your husband while watching male models. What was his reaction?" "He didn't react much, just acted normally as per our agreement." Gu Qinghe took another sip of milk and added, "Oh, except he told me we need to go to Beijing together in a few days." Shin Nanji gave her a thumbs up. "Wow, you handled the marriage arrangement so smoothly." Gu Qinghe smiled modestly, but the joy in her eyes was hard to hide. Shin Nanji had no doubt that if her friend had a tail, it would be wagging excitedly right now. After chatting for a while, Gu Qinghe went into her closet to pick out clothes for later, while also asking about the progress of Shin Nanji's relationship. "Ji, since you and your husband Jiang haven't been apart for this long after getting married, isn't it hard to adjust?" Shin Nanji placed her phone back on the stand and typed on her keyboard, casually smiling. "The conference keeps me busy from morning till night. When would I have time to feel uncomfortable?" Gu Qinghe looked at the screen and asked, "Don't you have time to chat on the phone when you get back in the evening?" Shin Nanji paused her typing, turned to look at her phone, and replied with some exasperation, "Come on, that's something only young couples in love do." Gu Qinghe looked a bit disappointed, her brows furrowing. "All right." But just a few seconds later, she perked up and said, "But they say that a little separation makes the heart grow fonder. How about I prepare some gifts for you? When you get back, you two will definitely be on fire." Shin Nanji felt her eyelids twitch and quickly interrupted her. Stop. "Miss, if you have too much energy, go watch the boys dance at Shengyi with Sheng Mu Yan and the others. Don't think of any strange tricks. My marriage with Jiang Jinyan is just a union. Although it's a bit stronger than your relationship with Hu Jingcheng, it's still just a union. By the way, I changed the information. I need it for tomorrow." Gu Qinghe nodded. "All right, let's chat on WeChat when you're free." After the call ended, the room felt empty, and the sound of heavy rain outside echoed loudly in the quiet space. Shin Nanji leaned back at her chair, watching the rain forming a winding curtain on the half-closed window. At least it was just rain, and not thunder. Gathering her thoughts, she sat up straight, ready to continue editing her information. Just as her fingers hovered over the keyboard, there was a sudden knock at the door, accompanied by a notification sound from WeChat. Shin Nanji stood up, put on a jacket, and walked to the door while checking WeChat. At the top of the chat with Jiang Jinyan, she saw a message. "A country has rain tonight. I've arranged for you to switch to the presidential suite, where the soundproofing is best, and you won't hear any rain. Ji, please sleep in the presidential suite tonight." After reading the message, she reached the door and opened it. Standing outside was the hotel manager, dressed in a suit and looking respectful. He smiled and explained, "Hello, Mrs. Jiang. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. The weather forecast has changed. The rain has intensified and will last all night. Mr. Jiang specifically asked you to rest in the presidential suite. Here is your room card." Meanwhile, on the plane returning home, Jiang Jinyan looked at Shin Nanji's reply on WeChat, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he asked Zhou Lin, "Has Ting Su returned to the country?" The topic changed too quickly for Zhou Lin, who was still processing the instruction to upgrade to the presidential suite. He paused and instinctively replied, "It seems
Not yet."
The memory of Jiang Ting Su repeatedly bothering Shin Nanji at the old house flashed in Jiang Jinyan's mind. He exited WeChat, his gaze darkening. Have him return to the country. Understood. 3 days passed, and the conference concluded successfully. Shin Nanji and the rest of the research team, including Professor Lin, took a chartered flight back home. By the time they returned to Huaihai City, it was already dark. The work at the lab was completely finished for the year. Professor Lin informed them on the way back that they wouldn't need to worry about experiments until after the new year. At 7 in the evening, Shen Nanji arrived at Yushan Mansion. The Jiang family side branch had been busy lately, and when she returned, Jiang Jinyan had just finished dealing with matters related to them and the group. As she got out of the car and walked into the courtyard, her dog, Tuan Tuan, who had been waiting anxiously for 8 days, rushed over from the hall. A servant would take care of her suitcase and handbag upstairs, so Shen Nanji only held her phone. Upon seeing Tuan Tuan, she quickly put her phone into her down jacket pocket, crouched down, and caught the excited puppy whose tail was wagging like a propeller. "Tuan Tuan, did you miss me?" The puppy rubbed its head against Shen Nanji's palm, barking excitedly. A few minutes later, Jiang Jinyan returned. When he came in, he saw Shen Nanji playing with the puppy by the begonia flower bed. He first glanced at the girl's outfit from a distance, noticing she wouldn't get cold in the yard, so he paused and didn't approach immediately to avoid interrupting her playtime with Tuan Tuan. After a few minutes, he walked over, glanced at the clingy puppy, and helped the girl up from the ground. "Don't stay out too long, it's cold. Let's go inside." Shen Nanji's spine stiffened slightly. She stood up with Jiang Jinyan's support, and the 2 photos she had been avoiding for over a week flashed back into her mind. She pressed her lips together, wanting to speak, but he had already taken her cool fingertips and led her into the hall. His actions were affectionate and natural, just like before. Butler Pang had already prepared dinner. As soon as Shen Nanji and Jiang Jinyan entered, Butler Pang greeted them with a smile. "Sir, Madam, you're back?
Dinner is ready."
"It's cold today. Why not eat first?" Jiang Jinyan glanced at the overly obedient girl in front of him and nodded. Butler Pang was quick. In just 2 or 3 minutes, a table full of dinner was set up. Jiang Jinyan had a habit of not speaking while eating, which he had broken several times since their marriage for Shen Nanji's sake. However, she spent the entire meal thinking about their union, making the atmosphere at dinner quite silent. Jiang Jinyan glanced at the girl, who was lost in thought with her head down. His grip on the chopsticks tightened slightly, but he showed no emotion. After finishing dinner, he asked, "Are you tired?" Jiang Jinyan didn't want to think about the scene he had encountered abroad and treated it as if nothing had happened, wanting everything to remain the same as before. Shen Nanji shook her head, gripping her cup tightly. She wanted to bring up the topic of a marriage alliance, but just as she was about to speak, her phone rang unexpectedly, interrupting her. Jiang Jinyan glanced at the screen, his brows furrowing slightly. He took the phone and, before answering, said to Shen Nanji, "There's a pedal bath ready upstairs with your favorite essential oils. Go take a bath and relax." Shen Nanji glanced at his phone, swallowed her words, and didn't refuse. She petted the puppy a couple of times, and then went upstairs. Her suitcase and documents were already brought in safely. She looked at them, but didn't tidy up. Instead, she chose a nightgown from the wardrobe and entered the bathroom. She kept thinking about how to bring up the topic politely. After a long bath, when she came out, Jiang Jinyan had already finished his grooming and returned to the bedroom. Seeing her, he put down his tablet and looked at her. "All done? Come here." Shen Nanji hesitated for a moment but walked over. Just as she got close, he pulled her into his arms by her wrist. Jiang Jinyan wrapped his arm around her slim waist, holding her on his lap, and asked, "Did you receive a message from Mrs. Jiang about the flight time this morning?" "You didn't reply." Shen Nanji looked confused for a moment. "I didn't see it. Was there a message?" She genuinely hadn't noticed it, probably because her phone had run out of battery. Jiang Jinyan didn't pursue the topic further. His warm hand rested on her waist as he asked, "Do you have any other plans before the new year?" Shen Nanji nodded obediently. "No, I'm on break now." "Perfect. The company's recent matters are almost settled, so I'll take you out for a few days," he said. Shen Nanji didn't respond directly. Her back felt a bit stiff, and she shifted slightly, trying to escape his embrace, but he tightened his grip around her waist and leaned in to kiss her. The air seemed to freeze, and the sensation of their lips touching was particularly vivid, sending shivers through her. Shin Nanji unconsciously clutched the hem of his shirt, not pushing him away, and stayed still, allowing him to kiss her. After a while, he pulled away, his warm fingers brushing against her waist through her thin nightgown. Shin Nanji secretly tightened her grip. Before he could go further, she held back her body's instinctive shiver and looked up at him with trembling eyelashes. She licked her lips, suppressing an inexplicable nervousness, and softly asked the question that had been interrupted several times but had lingered in her mind since seeing the 2 photos of him and Qin Li. Jin Yan, how long do you want this marriage to last? Jiang Jin Yan paused, his fingers resting on her waist stopped moving. Nanji, what are you saying? The air around them felt thick with tension, making it hard to breathe. Shun Nanji instinctively avoided his gaze, her heart tightening, and even her heartbeat seemed to pause for a moment. Under his stare, she clenched her jaw and bravely continued, "We are just in a marriage of convenience, with no feelings involved. There's no need to spend a lifetime on a family arrangement. I can divorce whenever, but when does Jin Yan want to end this relationship?" Shun Nanji clearly felt the temperature in the room drop sharply as she spoke those words. But she didn't take them back. Jiang Jin Yan's character and sense of responsibility made it hard for him to bring up the word divorce, so she had to do it. The Jiang family didn't owe her anything. On the contrary, she and the Shin family owed the Jiang family a lot. She had known he had someone he liked. If she had, she wouldn't have suggested marriage, no matter the crisis at Shin's company. She had already received much kindness from the Jiang family and didn't want him to give up someone he truly liked to care for her forever because of a sense of duty and a verbal agreement between their families. She could take care of herself without needing to rely on another person. Just like Jiang Tingsu, who had refused to enter into a marriage, she wouldn't force him to marry her. If Jiang Jin Yan also had someone he truly liked, she shouldn't be selfish and use their marriage and responsibility to keep him with her for life. This marriage, no matter how it changed, shouldn't become a shackle. She didn't need to break up someone else's relationship to uphold their marriage agreement and live off his sense of duty. Shin Nanji thought that by bringing up divorce, Jiang Jin Yan would at least be happy. But he showed no signs of happiness. His deep, dark eyes hinted at anger. So, Nanji wants a divorce? His tone was as calm as ever, without any anger. He even managed a thin smile, his fingers brushing against her slightly swollen lips. Shun Nanji frowned slightly, confused by his reaction, but she genuinely wanted to discuss this matter with him. Just as she was about to explain, he pressed down on the corner of her lips with more force. Her deep, cold eyes revealed some heaviness, and the faint smile on her lips was nowhere to be seen in the darkness of her gaze. With a half-smile, he asked her first. However, he still kept his temper in check. It was as if she was just being rebellious, joking about divorce. Who has the lady seen abroad these days? To even think about divorce. Was it Chijum? Or was Jiang Tingsu starting to regret it? And then there was her way of addressing him. It had been over 2 months since they got married, yet she still referred to him with the polite and distant term brother Jin Yan. She had never seen him as a true husband. Just like this marriage, she was still young, having just reached the legal age to marry when he took her to get the marriage certificate. He had thought that after she met more people her age, she might one day consider divorce. But he never expected it to happen so soon. They had only been married for a few dozen days. Shin Nanji frowned tighter. She didn't quite understand what he meant, but she wanted to calmly discuss this matter with him. She reorganized her thoughts and said, "I haven't seen anyone, and it has nothing to do with others." They had been busy with communication these past few days. Who could she see? "I just feel that this emotionless family marriage doesn't need to last a lifetime. And there's the division of property. The Jiang family had already helped her a lot. She wouldn't take what wasn't hers, but afraid he might misunderstand. She continued, "Our marriage is a bit complicated. Essentially, the Jiang family is investing in the Shin family, so when it comes to divorce, I don't want anything Nanji." Jiang Jin Yan's eyes were as cold as ice, and his arm around her waist tightened painfully. He suppressed his rising anger and interrupted her heavily. He told her without any room for negotiation before we got the certificate. I should have told you that this marriage either doesn't start, or once it does, it's for a lifetime. So, he held her chin, forcing her to look at him, speaking slowly. Divorce is not an option.
Gigi.
He tightened his embrace, as if trying to merge her into him. His voice softened, but the darkness in his eyes remained. Forget about that idea. I won't interfere with whatever you want to do, except for divorce. That's unrealistic. He leaned in and kissed her lips with unusual force, as if his anger was hard to contain. Yet, his tone while speaking to her still held a last trace of concealed gentleness. Since you're back, don't think about anyone else. He kissed deeply and passionately, causing tears to well up in Shin Nanji's eyes. The period is over, right? The thin nightgown offered no resistance. Before he finished speaking, the delicate her shoulders snapped. Shin Nanji instinctively wanted to escape, but he held her tightly at the waist, leaving her unable to move. Shin Nanji didn't understand what he was upset about. She had initiated the divorce. Wasn't that what he wanted? They weren't together out of deep love. It was just a business arrangement for their families. She wanted to ask him several times, but there was no opportunity. The glaring chandelier above them swayed for nearly the entire night. When she could no longer bear it, Shin Nanji even began to regret mentioning divorce. Before she fainted from dizziness, the feelings of grievance and discomfort clouded her mind. The anger she had been holding onto took over her remaining rationality. She stubbornly tried to push him away, but he didn't budge. In the end, he held her tightly, and tears fell onto the pillow. Frustrated, she shouted out those two words again. I want a divorce. After that, Shin Nanji couldn't remember anything. At 5 a.m, Jang Jinyan sat alone in his study. The room was dark, with no lights on, only the faint glow from the computer screen illuminating his grim face. He sat with his head down, the red tip of his cigarette flickering. The smoke in the air was thick and choking. Jiang Jinyan rarely smoked, only resorting to it when he was extremely agitated, using the smoke to suppress emotions that shouldn't surface. The study door was tightly closed, and the morning light outside couldn't. The smell of smoke grew stronger, and the crystal ashtray was nearly full. Jiang Jinyan sat alone in the study for a long time, until the clock on the computer showed it was 7 o'clock in the morning. The man in the chair finally looked up, extinguished the glowing cigarette in the ashtray, turned on the air purifier, and calmly picked up his phone. He called Zhou Lin, instructing him to immediately investigate everything that had happened to Shin Nanji abroad in the past few days. When Shin Nanji woke up again, it was nearly noon. The bedroom was empty and silent. The bed was marked with countless signs of intimacy, and her body ached as if it had been crushed. The anger from the night before rushed back with the memories, and Shin Nanji pressed her breath down, irritably pulling the blanket over her head. The discomfort mixed with memories surged into her mind, causing an inexplicable irritation. The word divorce lingered like a spell before her eyes. Shin Nanji tightened her grip on the blanket, her lips almost turning white from the strain. She lay in bed for nearly 20 minutes, struggling to suppress her frustration. The lingering atmosphere from last night seemed to hang in the bedroom, evoking memories that made her uneasy. Not wanting to stay in the room any longer, she quickly freshened up and stepped outside, taking the elevator to the first floor. Tuan Tuan was waiting at the bottom of the spiral staircase, looking up expectantly for Shin Nanji or Jiang Jinyan to come down. However, today was strange. It waited for a long time, but neither of its owners appeared. Finally, the rarely used elevator doors opened. The puppy paused for a moment, then quickly turned and dashed toward Shin Nanji. She bent down to pet the excited puppy and walked slowly to the cabinet where its food was kept. She grabbed some treats, crouched down, and began to feed and play with it. Tuan Tuan, if I leave here, will you come with me or stay behind? The hall was empty. Last night during dinner, Shin Nanji heard Jiang Jinyan mention that the housekeeper and staff had the day off. She thought he had already gone to the office, so she took her time, absent-mindedly stroking the puppy's head. 2 minutes later, she heard footsteps coming from the staircase. Startled, she instinctively looked up and unexpectedly met Jiang Jinyan's gaze as he came down the stairs. She froze, even forgetting to let go of the treat in her hand. Tuan Tuan took a nibble but didn't pull hard. Instead, it released its grip and looked up at Shin Nanji with a soft whine. Snapping back to reality, Shin Nanji fed the treat to Tuan Tuan. The frustration she had managed to suppress seemed to rise again. She didn't speak to Jiang Jinyan, enduring the pain in her back and legs as she furrowed her brow and walked away. Jiang Jinyan's jaw tightened for a moment. He stepped closer, grasped her wrist, and pulled her into his embrace. Noticing her eyes were slightly red, he softened his voice. Gigi, we cannot get a divorce. If we face issues in our marriage, we can resolve them instead of ending it with a hasty divorce. Can you first tell me why you want a divorce? He had already asked Jolin to investigate, but that would take time. It would be much quicker to ask her directly if she was willing to cooperate. Perhaps it's because of Qi Zheng, but thinking back on the events of the past few days, it seems like her mood has been off since the day she arrived abroad. Besides Qi Zheng and the conference, could there be someone else? With the butler and others absent in the hall, besides Jiang Jinyan and Shin Nanji, only Tuan Tuan, who was circling around them with a piece of jerky, remained. Jiang Jinyan's palm was warm, easily penetrating the thin silk nightgown, and the heat pressed against her skin, bringing back the images from last night that she had struggled to suppress. The discomfort in her waist, which felt sore and frustrated, intensified, especially after fainting several times last night from being overwhelmed. The more she thought about it, the stronger the frustration she had been trying to hold back became. She gritted her teeth, and when he asked again, she held back the tears of unexplainable grievance and blurted out, "We're just in a business marriage, there's no emotion involved. So if we meet someone we truly like one day, does that mean we can never get a divorce?" Jiang Jinyan tightened his grip on her waist slightly, his tone unchanged as he looked down at her. "So, does that mean you have met someone you like, Gigi?" "I haven't."
I'm talking about you.
She, not accepting his accusation, suddenly looked up, meeting his dark gaze. The frustration and grievance inside her felt pressed down, and she avoided his gaze, her eyelashes trembling as she held back the unknown bitterness in her eyes and said, "We're just fulfilling our marriage contract. No one expects this marriage to last a lifetime. If you find someone you truly like before or after the wedding, there's no need to feel responsible. That person doesn't exist." Before she could say the word divorce, Jiang Jinyan interrupted her. "Gigi, there has never been that person, before or after." Shin Nanji was stunned, looking up at him. Jiang Jinyan's fingertip brushed her eye, wiping away the tear that had yet to form. "The only person I will like is right here in my arms." Shin Nanji's eyes widened in surprise. As if afraid she would run away, Jiang Jinyan wrapped his arm around her waist. "Can you tell me now, what made you think about divorce?" He paused, moving his finger away from her eye, gently stroking her hair, as if coaxing her or comforting her. "Did Gigi hear something from someone?" Shin Nanji was filled with shock and confusion. She hadn't recovered from his word like when he pressed her for more. She instinctively avoided his gaze, biting her lips slightly, and softly said 2 words, "Qinli." Perhaps his gaze was too intense, making Shin Nanji feel a bit uneasy. She shifted her leg back, trying to create some distance, but it didn't work. Her lips moved slightly as she tried to explain. I originally thought. You thought I had something with her before, and that after Tingsu refused to marry, I was forced to accept the engagement, right?" During the hours he spent alone in the study, Jiang Jinyan thought of many names, like Qi Zheng and Jiang Tingsu. But he never considered Qinli. When she said those 2 words, his first reaction was surprise. Shin Nanji didn't respond, but it was clear she agreed. Jiang Jinyan ruffled her hair and continued to explain, "Gigi, there are many ways to compensate, and this engagement between our families is no exception. If I really had someone else I liked, or didn't want to accept the engagement, no one could force me. Even if Tingsu resists the marriage and refuses to go through with it, the Jiang family has plenty of ways to compensate you and the Shin family. Marriage was my idea." I've always told you that our marriage isn't temporary, but for a lifetime. I want to show you that feelings can be developed. Even if our beginning comes from an engagement, we can gradually understand and cultivate our feelings through daily life together, becoming a real couple. Shin Nanji opened her mouth, wanting to say something. He continued, as for Qin Li, she is the granddaughter of my old friend, Mr. Qin. I know her, but only as an acquaintance. While speaking, he took out his phone and tapped a few times. Before Shin Nanji could figure out what he was doing, he said, if my explanation is hard for you to believe, she just returned to Huaihai City yesterday. I'll have her explain it to you personally. Shin Nanji was a bit surprised, and before she could refuse, he had already sent the message to Qin Li. After finishing, he looked at her, still holding her in his arms. Are you still angry? Outside Yushan Mansion, Sheng Yui tried to call Jiang Jinyan, but couldn't get through. He drove to Yushan Mansion and, upon arriving on the tree-lined road outside, saw Jiang Tingsu driving over as well. Sheng Yui raised an eyebrow, parked next to the hot spring, and waved his car keys at Jiang Tingsu. Tingsu, you're back from abroad? When did you return? Jiang Tingsu turned off the car and got out, glancing at the empty mansion, which had no servants in sight. Just back for 2 or 3 days. He looked at Sheng Yui and noticed the documents in his hand. Yui, are you looking for my brother? Sheng Yui replied lazily, nodding slightly. Your brother's phone is unreachable. There are 2 documents he needs to review, so I came to check on your brother and sister-in-law's new house. As he spoke, he looked Jiang Tingsu up and down. The last time he saw Jiang Tingsu was 2 months ago at the Jiang family home, where he had been caught bothering Shin Nanji by Jiang Jinian. The next day, Jiang Tingsu was sent abroad by Jiang Jinian. Sheng Yui, like Song Ziqian, enjoyed the drama and was curious about what happened next, so he asked, are you looking for your brother or your sister-in-law? Jiang Tingsu's lips tightened for a moment, and he lowered his gaze. Did I'm here to see my brother? Just as Sheng Yui was about to nod, a honking sound came from behind them. They both turned to see Butler Pang driving a truck full of flowers. When he reached them, Butler Pang rolled down the window, smiling as he greeted them. Second young master, Mr. Sheng. Sheng Yui looked at the enormous transparent box filled with countless flowers, his eyelids twitching. He pointed at the thousands of roselle roses, mixed with Freudian blooms. Butler Pang, what's this? Did they empty the flower shop? Butler Pang, unfazed by the surprise, replied casually, oh, these are flowers for Mr. Jiang for his wife. Sheng Yui was shocked again, staring at the truck overflowing with bouquets. He bit his lip to refrain from asking, did Mr. Jiang clear out all the flower shops in Huaihai City? Instead, he asked Butler Pang, is Mr. Jiang home? Butler Pang nodded and drove the truck into the garage. Yes, Mr. Sheng. Jiang Tingsu's expression was unreadable, but he lingered a bit longer on the flowers. A few minutes later, Sheng Yuri and a somewhat distracted Jiang Tingsu arrived at the beautifully maintained garden. As they passed the tall windows on their way to the hall, Jiang Tingsu accidentally looked up and saw a scene inside. At the foot of the spiral staircase, Shin Nanji was in Jiang Jinian's arms, her silk nightgown unable to hide the many intimate marks on her skin. The young girl, with her delicate features, frowned in anger, clearly upset as she spoke to Jiang Jinian. The latter listened gently, holding the person's slender waist, with a soft and patient gaze. Sheng Yui raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. However, the impact of the flowers had not yet faded, and looking at the scene, it didn't seem too unexpected. He held the documents, glanced back at Butler Pang, who was carefully unloading the flowers, and then looked at Jiang Jinian at the staircase, who was soothing the girl in his arms, slowly smiling. He didn't walk forward, but lightly nudged Jiang Tingsu, who was silently watching in the hall, and reminded him, your brother and sister-in-law are probably busy right now. Let's not interrupt them. Let's go back. Sheng Yui turned around first. Unlike his carefree arrival, he walked quickly and lightly, afraid of disturbing the couple inside. Jiang Tingsu watched his brother comforting Shin Nanji, his hands that were hanging by his side clenched, and then relaxed. After a while, he suppressed the curve of his lips, lowered his gaze to hide the darkness in his eyes, and turned to leave. On the way out of the Yushan mansion, he saw Butler Pang directing people to move the piles of flowers into the yard. Sheng Yui twirled the car keys with his fingers and impulsively took out his phone to snap a few pictures of the flowers that had just been unloaded, sending them to a group chat with a few friends. Then he sent a voice message to his mischievous friend, Song Ziqian. Gu Wenchuan said that Jiang Jinyan and Shin Nanji's marriage isn't out of obligation, and you still don't believe it? Which family gets married out of obligation and acts like this afterward? Song Ziqian, who had just been forced by his father to come to the company to work hard, received the photos and heard Sheng Yui's teasing voice, cursing back. Was I the only one who didn't believe it at first? Didn't you also doubt it? How can you only blame me? Sheng Yui clicked his tongue, and as he turned around, he saw Jiang Tingsu had already gotten into the car. He paused his message to Song Ziqian and lazily said, Tingsu, want to go out and hang out? Jiang Tingsu started the car, his expression still serious. No, I have some things to take care of. I'll be busy. Sheng Yui nodded, letting him go first. As the Pagani drove out of the tree-lined path, Jiang Tingsu turned onto the main road. He seemed to hear again the voice message Sheng Yui had sent to Song Ziqian. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, and while his eyes were dim, the anxiety that had been rising and falling in his heart for several days slowly settled down. Although Tuan didn't understand much of what the two owners were saying, it could sense the change in the atmosphere. The atmosphere was much better now. It squatted on the carpet, tilted its head to look at Shin Nanji for a while, then glanced at Jiang Jinyan and finally wagged its tail happily as it went to its dog bed to drink some milk. Jiang Jinyan gently rubbed his sore wrist, watching the girl in his arms frown. He softly coaxed, Are you not angry anymore? Maybe it was because the tension had eased, but the distance between them seemed to fade. Shin Nanji slightly pursed her lips, wanting to nod, but she felt so uncomfortable, as if her body had fallen apart. She didn't nod, biting her lip and muttering, You bullied me all night yesterday, and now I hurt all over. Jiang Jinyan quickly apologized, It's my fault. But he didn't mention that Mrs. Jiang had caused a scene about divorce all night. He was afraid it would only make her more upset. Now that we've talked things out, can we agree not to mention divorce again? Shin Nanji took a deep breath and softly replied. Jiang Jinyan caressed her lips and kissed the slightly aggrieved girl. After comforting her for a while, he asked, Who told you about the name Qin Li? When they first got their marriage certificate, Shin Nanji thought carefully about every word she said to Jiang Jinyan, worrying about any negative impact. But today, perhaps because the misunderstanding had been cleared up, or maybe because she felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to vent, she bit her lip and said without much thought, Your brother. Jiang Jinyan narrowed his eyes, a shadow passing through them. He didn't show it in front of her. Instead, he gently pulled her fingers apart and bent down to lift her up the stairs. I had someone bring dinner. It will be here soon. Let's go upstairs and change clothes first. Shin Nanji remained silent, and the puppy, halfway through its milk, saw its owners leaving and quickly ran after them. When they reached the bedroom, just as the puppy tried to follow inside, the door suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. The puppy barked a couple of times in frustration, scratching at the door. After a moment, it seemed to think of something and turned to run down the stairs. Inside the room, Jiang Jinyan placed Shin Nanji on the bed and then went to the closet to pick out clothes for her. Soon, he returned and saw the girl wrapped in the blanket still wearing her nightgown. He picked up the remote and closed the curtains, then brought over the chosen outfit. Please take off your clothes. Shin Nanji glanced at the clothes he was about to change and reached out to take them. Before her fingers could touch the fabric, he casually placed the clothes at the foot of the bed and then reached for the blanket around her, trying to lift it. Did you get hurt? Gigi, let me see if you need medicine. Shin Nanji's pupils slightly contracted. She had been allowing him to lift the blanket, but suddenly stopped and pressed down tightly on the half of the blanket still covering her. She immediately shook her head. No need to look. And the clothes. She forcefully pulled a section of the blanket from his hand, wrapping herself completely. I can dress myself. Jiang Jinyan maintained his bent posture, his dark eyes looking at her. Seeing her resistance, he let her pull the blanket away, Is it that you don't need to look, or that you don't need medicine? Neither, she replied. Are you sure? She nodded, gripping the blanket tightly without loosening her hold. Sure. Jiang Jinyan studied her for a moment, then straightened up and handed her the clothes from the foot of the bed. Will you dress yourself? Shin Nanji quickly pulled the clothes towards her, nodding vigorously. I can dress myself. When she finished changing and came out of the bedroom, Jiang Jinyan was already on the phone by the corridor railing. Standing a bit far away, Shin Nanji couldn't hear what he was saying, but his side profile looked stern, as if he were scolding someone. She averted her gaze, gently rubbing her lower abdomen. Just as she was about to head downstairs, she noticed Jiang Jinyan looking over at her. The moment his deep, cold gaze landed on her, the chill faded. He hung up the phone, walked over, and naturally took her hand, leading her to the elevator. The food has been delivered. Let's go eat. When they reached the first floor, as the elevator doors opened, a strong floral scent wafted through the air. Before Shin Nanji could look outside, she heard the anxious and helpless voice of Butler Pang at the entrance of the hall. Little one, don't bite that flower.
Put it down.
Stepping out of the elevator, Shin Nanji followed the sound. Before she could fully turn her head, a plump, fluffy white ball came into view, proudly carrying a vibrant flower in its mouth. Upon seeing her, the little creature rubbed its chubby body against her leg and then lifted its head, offering the flower it was holding to her. Butler Pang, who was directing the arrangement of flowers in the hall, chased after the puppy. He passed by a tall potted plant and, upon seeing Jiang Jinyan and Shin Nanji coming out of the elevator, he stopped chasing Tuan Tuan and called out, Sir, Madam, before returning to his work. At the elevator, Shin Nanji bent down to pet the puppy's head and took the fresh flowers it brought. Jiang Jinyan glanced at the puppy, wagging its tail to please, and scoffed, You really know how to use flowers to win favor. Tuan Tuan didn't understand. Or rather, even if it did, it wasn't afraid. As long as it made the lady of the house happy, it could do as it pleased. Shin Nanji held the flower that the puppy had brought and looked up at the hall, which was filled with numerous bouquets. The Yushan mansion was large, and the main villa's hall was spacious, but now, the entire reception area, including the side hall and sofa area, was filled with flowers in various shapes. This is... Shin Nanji was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Jinyan held her hand, noticed that the flower stem she was holding had no thorns, and then led her toward the dining room, saying, I upset my wife yesterday, so I sent some flowers to apologize to my Gigi. Although Shin Nanji had plenty of money and Jiang Jinyan had even more, she was still shocked for a while at the sight of so many expensive Freud and Roselle roses filling the hall. There are many flowers sent, including petal baths, rose tea, and rose aromatherapy. If Gigi likes them, have them arranged. Qinli had come to Huaihai City for the stock market and was genuinely curious about the woman who could make Jiang Jinyan willingly marry her. She couldn't wait to meet the woman who had gotten Jiang Jinyan to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a marriage certificate. However, since she didn't know Shin Nanji well yet, she hesitated to ask for a meeting, fearing it might come off as too forward. Just as she was looking for a suitable reason, Jiang Jinyan's message arrived first. Seeing the text, Let's set a time to meet my wife. Qinli quickly replied with a time. Qinli suggested meeting at 3 in the afternoon. Before heading downstairs for dinner, Shen Huayan called and asked Shin Nanji to come to the company. After dinner, Jiang Jinyan personally took her to the headquarters of the Shen Group. Throughout the meal, Jiang Jinyan had already explained to Shin Nanji in detail about his relationship with Qinli. But he was afraid she might misunderstand again, and he worried that she might bring up divorce if they had a disagreement. When the car stopped outside the Shen Group building, he reached out and held her wrist as she opened the door to get out. When she turned to look at him, he advised her, when you see Qinli, just ask her directly. If she can't explain clearly, I'll help you video call Qin Lao tonight. Shin Nanji replied. As they took the private elevator up and walked near the president's office, they happened to run into Shen Huayan, who was coming from another meeting room. Shin Nanji obediently called out, Brother. Shen Huayan stopped the conversation he was having with someone else, handed over the documents he was holding, and let the person leave. After being through a lot last night, even though the marks on her neck were covered, her legs were still a bit shaky. Shin Nanji was afraid Shun Huayan would notice something was off. As she entered the president's office, she wanted to sit on the sofa, but before she could move, she saw her brother's gaze fixed on her. Shin Nanji's heart skipped a beat, thinking she hadn't covered the marks on her neck completely. Holding her breath, she looked over and saw him staring at her for several seconds before he asked, "Did you fall into a rose pit? Did Jiang Jinyan not pull you out in time?" The strong scent of flowers was almost overwhelming.
Well.
Shin Nanji stammered, awkwardly looking away. Fortunately, at that moment, Fong Jing happened to return and lightly knocked on the door. Shun Huayan turned to look outside. Fong Jing apologetically glanced inside, and when Shun Huayan looked at him, he quickly handed over the document that needed a signature. "Mr. Shin, this financial approval contract needs your signature." Shun Huayan didn't say anything and took the pen to sign his name. Once Fong Jing left again, Shun Huayan walked inside, and Shin Nanji had already sat down on the sofa in the reception area. He didn't continue the previous topic. Instead, he picked up a document from his desk, took a signature pen, flipped to the last page, and handed the document to Shin Nanji. "Sign here." Shin Nanji obediently took it. As she uncapped the pen to sign, she casually asked, "Brother, what is this document?" Shin Nanji was completely unguarded with Shin Huayan, and by the time she finished asking, she had already written the Shun in her name. Then, she heard Shun Huayan's nonchalant voice. "It's a share transfer document." Those words hit her like a shock, and she abruptly stopped writing. She didn't write another and pushed the document away, clearly indicating her refusal. "Brother, didn't you say I should manage the company first?" Shun Huayan pressed down on the edge of the document, stopping her from pushing it away. "This is the equity inheritance contract that our parents wanted you to sign. It's their wish." But she was too young back then. Before she could sign this document, the accident happened that year. After Shun Huan's influence was removed, Shun Huayan spent over a month making significant changes in the entire group, reclaiming all the shares that could be gathered, which are now all included in this document. Now, the Shun Group has the most concentrated shares ever within the company. Shin Nanji had no intention of taking over the company. Even when Shun Huayan mentioned their parents, she remained unmoved. Just as she was about to shake her head again, Shun Huayan looked at her calmly and skillfully pressed her weak point. "We can discuss taking over the company later. If you sign this, you won't have to worry about anything in the group until you're ready to take over. I'll handle everything for you. But if you don't sign, you need to come back to the company tomorrow." Shin Nanji was silent for 2 seconds, then reluctantly picked up the pen and added the missing character, Ji, to the document under Shun Huayan's watchful eye. After she signed, Shun Huayan pulled the document from her hands and locked it in the safe in front of her. "Have fun during this time. Whenever you feel ready to take over the company, just come back." Shun Nanji twirled the pen in her fingers, watching his actions and saying, "Oh, is your school on break now?" Mentioning the break made Shin Nanji smile, and she put down the pen, grabbing a cushion to hug like a lazy cat resting against the sofa. "Yes, it's break time. There's nothing to do before the new year." Shun Huayan came over, sat on the sofa across from her, poured 2 cups of tea, and pushed one toward her. "So, what are your plans next?" Shin Nanji was about to say she wanted to rest for a few days after handling so many things and being exhausted, and that she would look at her upcoming projects and papers after resting. But before she could say anything, her brother calmly added, "If you don't have any plans, come to the company. I'll help you get familiar with how it operates. Last time we only had 2 days, and you still have a lot to learn." Upon hearing this, Shin Nanji shook her head quickly and immediately refused. No. I have many things lined up to do, and didn't you just promise me that I wouldn't have to worry about the company's matters until I was ready to come back? Shun Huayan lightly turned the teacup with his fingers and looked at her. "What about today? How about I take you to visit the department on the 3rd floor? Shin Nanji shook her head again. "I have an appointment later. I need to meet someone, so I can't." Shun Huayan. He chuckled in frustration. "What time?" Shenanji. I meet at 3, so I need to leave by 2:30. 40 minutes later, Shen Huayan grabbed the car keys and personally drove Shenanji to the agreed coffee shop. When she arrived, Qinli, who was curious to see Shenanji and had some free time, had already arrived at the coffee shop half an hour early. At 2:55, a black Bugatti stopped outside. Sitting by the window and watching the entrance, Qinli immediately turned her gaze to the car as it parked. In her first glance, a very young girl got out of the passenger seat. Due to the angle, she couldn't see the girl's face, but in the next moment, the driver's window rolled down, revealing a handsome man with gentle features talking to the girl. Qinli's gaze paused, and she unconsciously shifted her attention from Shen Nanji to Shen Huayan. From her position, she couldn't hear their conversation, but she could see the man giving the girl some advice while quickly wrapping a fluffy scarf around her neck, as if to protect her from the cold wind. The girl cooperated well, nodding obediently as he spoke. As the man wrapped the scarf around her, she tilted her head slightly, revealing a smooth neck and an exceptionally beautiful profile. Qinli was quite taken by appearances and loved everything that looked good. However, before she could get a clear view of the girl's face, Shen Nanji turned back, nodding and talking to Shen Huayan. Qinli's gaze shifted back to Shen Huayan, her eyes sparkling like stars. After a moment, Shen Huayan finished speaking, gently ruffled Shen Nanji's hair, and encouraged her to go inside. Shen Nanji nodded, waved goodbye to him, and ran into the coffee shop. Shen Huayan stood still, watching her enter until she disappeared around the corner before getting back in the car and driving away. Qinli's gaze shifted from the departing Bugatti to the opposite side, where she saw Shen Nanji, her face partially hidden by a warm scarf, walking around a decorative flower stand. The moment Qinli clearly saw Shen Nanji's face, her first reaction was that Jiang Jinyan's wife was truly beautiful, stunningly so, like a finely crafted porcelain piece that one would want to keep safe, afraid of it getting damaged. Her second reaction was surprise. The Jiang and Shen families had protected Shen Nanji well. Although there had been a lot of buzz about her engagement recently, Qinli, being abroad, had not been able to find any photos of her, not even blurry ones. When she first learned about Shen Nanji's engagement to Jiang Jinyan, Qinli had wondered what kind of girl could make someone as cold and distant as Jiang Jinyan agree to marry. She thought it must be someone very mature and capable, someone who could compete with him in business. But she never expected that the person Jiang Jinyan chose would be such a young girl, just barely 20 years old. With a delicate, fair face that was captivating, full of youthful vitality, she looked as fresh as peeled lychee fruit, making one want to reach out and touch her. What stood out even more were her eyes, clear and bright, sparkling with life, as if they could express every emotion effortlessly. While Qinli was lost in thought, Shen Nanji had already approached her. Qinli smiled unconsciously, and when Shen Nanji spoke to her, she reached out and took the opportunity to touch Jiang Jinyan's wife's hand. After sitting down, without waiting for Shen Nanji to speak again, Qinli, thinking about the man who had just brought Shen Nanji, pointed outside with her beautifully manicured hand and casually asked, "Who is the one who brought you here?" This way of starting a conversation surprised Shen Nanji. She followed Qinli's gesture and looked outside, replying honestly, "My brother." Qinli had guessed this possibility. She asked again, "Does your brother have a girlfriend, huh?" Shen Nanji was genuinely taken aback this time. She paused in unwrapping her scarf, studying the woman in front of her, who had appeared in those two photos. Qinli was also a bit stunned, not because of her own question, but because of the reaction from the beautiful girl in front of her. She instinctively began to recall the unexpected moment when Jiang Jinyan asked her to meet his wife, along with the brief message he sent her. "My wife asks something. You just answer." At that time, she was preoccupied with rushing over from an unfinished banquet and forgot to think about why Jiang Jinyan suddenly wanted her to meet his wife. Now, looking at Shen Nanji's reaction, a surprising thought suddenly popped into her mind. Qinli, also shocked by this guess, asked in disbelief, You can't possibly think that I like Jiang Jinyan, right?" Shen Nanji. Seeing that she guessed correctly, Qinli's eyes widened in fear. She quickly explained, worried that if she took too long, her life would be in danger. Don't listen to what others say. Little sister, I absolutely have no inappropriate thoughts about your husband. She raised 3 fingers, her expression serious and her gaze particularly firm. If you don't believe me, I can swear that I have no tendency to seek out trouble. I wouldn't like someone like your husband, who is so cold that just being near him makes you shiver. Shin Nanji fell silent again. She held onto the corner of her scarf, glancing at Qin Li and then at the cafe's hallway where someone had just walked by, contemplating whether to sit down again, turn around and leave, or what to do next. Noticing her thoughts, Qin Li spoke up. Little sister, shall we chat? Since you're here, let's be friends. Shin Nanji pondered for a moment. Under her eager gaze, she untied her scarf and sat down. Seeing Qin Li in person, Shin Nanji realized that she looked quite different from her photos. Not in appearance. She looked exactly like her pictures, bright and almost a bit aggressive. What was different was her personality. Before coming, Shin Nanji had wondered what kind of girl this only person who had ever been photographed with Jiang Jinyan was, whether she was a close friend or one of those cliché stories of I don't like you, but you like me. But upon meeting her, she realized it was neither. Qin Li wasn't foolish. On the contrary, the fact that Jiang Jinyan's wife knew of her existence and even had Jiang Jinyan send a message for her to explain meant something must have happened. Qin Li also came from a wealthy family and had heard about the dramas of mistresses and wives in the elite circles since she was young. Due to her upbringing and temperament, she despises mistresses and would never allow herself to be one, even if it's just a baseless rumor. Moreover, her involvement would damage Jiang Jinyan's marriage. She wouldn't dare to do that. So, after Shin Nanji sat down, Qin Li eagerly explained everything to her without waiting for her to speak. Although I'm not sure how this misunderstanding started, I want to clarify how I know your husband to avoid affecting your relationship. There's no dramatic story here. I'm Qin Li, a well-known figure in international stock market analysis. Have you heard of me? Shin Nanji didn't mind the way Qin Li addressed her and nodded. I've heard of your reputation. Qin Li smiled wider, thanked the waiter when the coffee arrived, and continued. My grandfather admired Jiang Jinyan's skills and talent in business. During his years abroad, they became quite close. I was raised by my grandfather, so I got to know Jiang Jinyan over time. However, we didn't have much interaction. I spent most of my time traveling, and even when Jiang Jinyan visited my grandfather, we rarely met. Our first formal meeting was 3 years ago. At that time, I was rebellious and unwilling to take over my grandfather's business or learn anything related to stocks. I claimed I couldn't understand those numbers and theories and didn't have the talent for it. My grandfather refused to give up and didn't believe I truly couldn't learn. After discussing business with Jiang Jinyan, he asked him to teach me a thing or two. Looking back, Qin Li still felt frustrated about that situation. Jiang Jinyan respected her grandfather and couldn't refuse his request. After their conversation, he did follow the servant upstairs, but when he reached the study, he didn't even enter. Standing outside the half-open door, he looked at her with a calm expression, showing no signs of emotion. He simply said, Miss Qin, I assume you wouldn't want me to teach you, would you?
Of course, she didn't want that.
Jiang Jinyan had an imposing presence, radiating a coldness that made him seem unapproachable and intimidating. Unless she was foolish, she wouldn't want him to teach her things she already knew well about the stock market. So at that moment, she didn't say a word, just stood by the door and nodded without hesitation. He smirked slightly and turned to leave, saying, I'll tell Mr. Qin that Miss Qin is very talented and has already mastered those simple concepts. Qin Li gritted her teeth, feeling reluctant. Starting tomorrow, the image she had built of being clueless about the stock market would be shattered. But in the face of such an obvious trap, there was no way to avoid it. Between being taught by Jiang Jinyan and admitting she already knew about the stock market, she had to choose the latter. Jiang Jinyan only had a connection with her grandfather, not with her. After that encounter, she hadn't seen him for a long time. However, during each day of forced stock market analysis, She gradually realized that it seemed she wasn't the only one who didn't want or dare to let him teach her. Jiang Jinyan didn't seem to intend to truly teach her either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her that question with the word also included. Later, when they met again, it was a year later. She was traveling in country G, and her grandfather happened to visit a friend there. On their return, he unexpectedly brought her back and, as they exited the plane through the VIP passage, she saw Jiang Jinyan. He got out of a black luxury car, seemingly there to pick someone up, but it wasn't her. He was there for her grandfather. At that time, she was feeling frustrated after being forced onto the plane and didn't have the mood to inquire why he had time to pick up her grandfather. She just nodded curtly at Jiang Jinyan and got into the car that the Qin family had sent to pick her up, heading home first. Later, it seemed Jiang Jinyan had some business to discuss with her grandfather, so he also went to the Qin family estate. She slept heavily in her room and only woke up to find she had a fever, her forehead burning and her face flushed. As she descended the stairs, feeling as if she were walking on cotton, she hadn't even told her grandfather about her illness when she overheard him discussing a marriage alliance with the butler. The Qin family had few descendants in her generation, and she had no siblings. Looking around the entire Qin family, the only one eligible for a marriage alliance, aside from her, was probably the well-groomed Alaskan in the backyard. At that moment, she was already feeling stifled after being brought back unexpectedly, and now they were talking about marriage alliances. That rebellious spirit surged back up in her. She didn't even go to the side hall. She grabbed her phone in anger and stormed out of the house. Her grandfather, hearing the commotion and seeing her leave without a glance back, quickly asked the butler to chase after her. At the same time, she called Jiang Jinyan, who had just finished a meeting and was leaving the hall, asking him to help stop Qinli for a minute or two. Although she had a fever that day, she was so fired up that she ran out quickly. However, just as she reached outside the manor, she was stunned to see that the light drizzle had turned into a heavy downpour in just a minute or two. A few steps away, in front of a black luxury car, Jiang Jinyan was on the phone. Qinli had no idea who was on the other end of the call. She only saw Jiang Jinyan glance her way. The rain was getting heavier, and since she was already running a fever and hadn't worn a thick coat, Qinli was getting soaked and shivering from the cold wind, sneezing continuously. Jiang Jinyan said something to the person on the phone, but Qinli was too busy sneezing to hear. When she finally looked up, she saw Jiang Jinyan walking toward her, tilting the umbrella a bit in her direction. She was surprised. With Jiang Jinyan's cold and indifferent nature, she thought he wouldn't even spare a glance if someone fainted in front of him, yet here, he was sharing his umbrella with her. On the other side of the luxury car, Qinli hadn't had a chance to see Zhou searching for another umbrella inside. Just as she was wondering, she heard Jiang Jinyan softly explain. Old Master Qin said he noticed Miss Qin didn't look well, and there's a heavy rain coming in 20 minutes. This kind of weather isn't suitable for being stubborn and going out. He asked me to help stop you for a moment. The butler from the manor will be here soon. After hearing that last part, Qinli turned to leave, but the butler, who had been running after her, arrived just then. She clenched her jaw tightly, not taking the umbrella Zhou Lin offered, and was thinking of running away when she noticed her grandfather approaching. She didn't want to cause any more trouble and followed her grandfather home, feeling downcast. After that, she and Jiang Jinyan rarely saw each other again. The marriage alliance was somewhat of a misunderstanding, but as her grandfather grew older, she gradually took over the Qin family business. Although there were occasional collaborations with Tiansheng Group and ER Group, Jiang Jinyan rarely managed the stock market directly during stable times. Most of the communication was done between her and Zhou Lin online. So after explaining everything to Shinanji, Qinli thought long and hard but couldn't understand how anyone could connect her with Jiang Jinyan. It wasn't until she saw the two photos on Shen Nanji's phone that things started to make sense. The first photo is one taken at the airport when Qinli was picked up. She zoomed in on the picture and pointed to her grandfather, who had just stepped out a few paces behind her, saying to Shen Nanji, "Your husband wasn't picking me up. I happened to be brought back from abroad by my grandfather that day, and we just ran into each other at the airport." As she explained, Li couldn't help but think to herself how the person who took the photo really knew how to grab attention. It was such an odd connection that, with just one shot, it created a strange idol drama-like illusion, making it easy for people to misunderstand. Before she could finish her thoughts, Li swiped to the next picture. When she saw the angle and the final image, she stared at her phone and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." Shin Nanji was startled by her reaction. Li was so shocked by the photo that she almost stuttered. "What on earth? Who took this picture? Isn't this just asking for trouble?" She had been running a fever that day, and the angle of the photo made her flushed face look weak and shy. Even the distance between her and Jiang Jinian in the picture seemed unusually close. Li immediately panicked. With a photo like this, forget about Jiang's legitimate wife. Even a random passerby would think there was something going on between them. Her tone was more urgent than when she had explained her relationship with Jiang Jinian to Shin Nanji. She grabbed her and said, "Little sister, don't jump to conclusions. What you see isn't always the truth. The reality has nothing to do with this photo, I know, Miss Qin. You explained it earlier, so I won't misunderstand." Seeing her so anxious, Shin Nanji gently interrupted her. From the moment Li mentioned running out of the manor and bumping into Jiang Jinian in the rain, Shin Nanji guessed the origin of the second photo. Seeing that she truly didn't misunderstand, Li let out a long sigh of relief. In the cold winter, she had broken out in a cold sweat from the scare. So, about this misunderstanding. She took a sip of coffee and looked at the beautiful face of the little sister across from her. "Is it resolved? Or, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. I promise to explain everything clearly." Shin Nanji couldn't help but smile at Li and said, "I have no more questions, and there's no misunderstanding. I should apologize for making you come all this way." Li waved her hand. "This situation started because of me, so it's only right that I clarify it. As long as it doesn't affect your marriage, that's what matters. As for making a special trip," she rested her chin on her hand, smiling at Shin Nanji. "Not really. I came to Huaihai City without much to do, so it's a good way to pass the time and make a new friend. By the way, I'm 3 or 4 years older than you. Can I call you Gigi, little sister?" Shin Nanji nodded. "Easy to talk to, of course, you can just call me Gigi." Li's smile grew wider. All misunderstandings cleared up. Looking at Shin Nanji's face and recalling Shan Huayan, who had just dropped her off, Li lowered her voice and gazed intently at Shin Nanji, asking, "Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, let me ask that question again. Little sister Gigi, does your brother have a girlfriend? Is he single?" The topic changed too quickly, and Shin Nanji was momentarily taken aback. Looking at the bright-faced Li, she remembered the eager look on her face when she first asked about her brother's relationship status. Shin Nanji forced herself to swallow her coffee, curious and a bit surprised as she looked at Li. "My brother is single. Miss Qin, do you like my brother?" Li tried to suppress a smile, but she couldn't hold it back. "I'm a bit of a looks person. Your brother completely fits my taste. If I could, I would really like to pursue him." Shin Nanji. While speaking, Li glanced at Shin Nanji's face a few more times. What she didn't dare to say out loud was that besides wanting to pursue Shin Huayan, she also wanted to pinch this little sister's cheeks. She was full of youthful vitality, so fresh that it seemed like she could glow. Jiang Jinian, though cold and ruthless, had to admit that his wife was truly beautiful. The words "so good-looking" kept circling in Li's mind, making her feel a mix of admiration and jealousy. Li and Shin Nanji chatted for quite a while in the cafe. She genuinely liked Shin Nanji, the sweet and pretty little sister. Who wouldn't? Seeing that it was still light outside and feeling a bit restless, Li invited Shin Nanji to stroll around a nearby mall. But before Shin Nanji could respond, a black Pullman stopped outside the cafe. Jiang Jingyan walked in. "Have you cleared things up?" He approached Shin Nanji, glancing at Li across the table before focusing entirely on Shin Nanji, who was looking up at him. Li stirred her coffee, watching Shin Nanji behave more obediently in front of Jiang Jingyan, feeling a wave of envy wash over her, enough to make her teeth ache a little. She bit her lip and said, Please explain clearly to avoid any misunderstandings. Jiang Jinyan picked up the scarf that Shin Nanji had casually placed on the table and put it around her neck. He didn't seem to want to linger and, without looking up, said to Qin Li, "Thank you, Miss Qin. My wife and I will be leaving now." With the scarf secured, Jiang Jinyan took Shin Nanji's hand to leave, but Qin Li instinctively grabbed Shin Nanji's wrist. "Gigi, wait a moment." Qin Li noticed that after she held Shin Nanji's wrist, Jiang Jinyan's gaze narrowed at her hand gripping Shin Nanji. She looked down at her own hand, blinking.
Well,
"Since we're both girls, a little touch should be fine, right? I'm not a guy. There's no need to be cautious, right?" But even with that thought, Qin Li pretended to act naturally and quickly withdrew her hand, clearing her throat. She then pulled out her phone to show her WeChat friend QR code to Shin Nanji. "Gigi, let's add each other as friends? It'll be easier to stay in touch." Shin Nanji looked at the QR code with a polite smile and opened WeChat to scan it. While she was doing this, Qin Li smiled broadly and took the chance to promote herself. "I'm great for shopping, chatting, anything really. Gigi, you can contact me anytime." Shin Nanji waved her phone with the new friend added and smiled, "Okay." Jiang Jinyan glanced at Qin Li, but didn't say anything. After they finished talking, he took Shin Nanji out of the cafe and into the car. The driver started the engine and headed back to Yushan Mansion. The partition between the front and back seats rose automatically. The warmth inside the car was even more intense than in the cafe. Shin Nanji lowered her eyes and glanced at her phone messages. Just as she pulled off the scarf, an arm wrapped around her waist. She instinctively looked over. Before she could see Jiang Jinyan's expression, the arm tightened and he pulled her onto his lap. At that moment, the driver had to brake suddenly due to a situation on the road. Shin Nanji didn't react in time and almost fell, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing herself against him. Jiang Jinyan's eyes softened. He held her tightly, his arm around her waist like a secure harbor, keeping her safe in his embrace. With a gentle gaze, he asked her, "Did you understand?" referring to Qin Li's explanation. Shin Nanji nodded. Then he asked, "Is there anything else you're unsure about, Gigi?" Shin Nanji shook her head. Jiang Jinyan looked at the girl in his arms, who had her head lowered. "So, can you believe that there is nothing between me and her?" Shin Nanji nodded again, thinking for a moment, and softly replied with a giving a double confirmation. The smile on Jiang Jinyan's lips deepened with affection. He gently held the girl's delicate chin and kissed her lips a few times. "Can we completely dismiss thoughts of divorce now?" Shin Nanji bit her lips slightly. Under his gaze, she shyly looked away, her warm palm tightly gripping her phone, and nodded with a blink. It gets dark early in winter. By the time the Pullman entered the Yushan Mansion garage, it was completely dark outside. Tuan, who had picked up the scent of roses from the hall, was already waiting outside in the courtyard for Shin Nanji and Jiang Jinyan. But Butler Peng, worried, tried to persuade it to go back. However, the little pup had its own ideas and immediately ran back outside, even after being carried inside. After several attempts, Butler Peng helplessly watched the innocent-looking puppy wagging its tail at him, sighed, and while directing the staff to arrange dinner, he occasionally stepped outside to check on it. At 5:50, the car entered the garage. Hearing the noise from afar, Tuan dashed over. As soon as Shin Nanji got out of the car, the little one ran to her legs, affectionately rubbing against her. Shin Nanji bent down to pet the little pup. When her warm palm touched the puppy's smooth fur, which was slightly cold from the wind, Shin Nanji frowned and rubbed its head, calling it to go to the hall. "How long has it been in the wind? Your fur is cold. Tuan, let's go back to the hall." Jiang Jinyan glanced at the increasingly clingy puppy, following behind them. After dinner, Shin Nanji played with Tuan by its dog bed for a long time before heading upstairs. There were too many flowers delivered to Yushan Mansion, and the servants washed some petals and brought them to the bathroom. After watching Tuan finish its goat milk and go upstairs, Shin Nanji grabbed her nightgown and tablet from the dressing room and happily headed into the bathroom to enjoy a rose bath while catching up on her show. All the bathtubs in Yushan Mansion are equipped with temperature control, so the water stays warm and comfortable. However, she lost track of time while watching her show and soaked a bit too long. When she changed into her nightgown and came out with her tablet, her face was slightly flushed. Jiang Jinyan had already been in the bedroom, sitting on the sofa and checking emails. Seeing her come out, he put down his laptop, patted the sofa beside him, and gently called her, "Are you done?"
Come here.
Shin Nanji looked at the bed, then at the sofa beside him. After a moment of thought, she finally walked over as he suggested, still holding her tablet. She recognized Jiang Jinyan's notebook, which he used for handling emails. She thought that while he dealt with emails, she could continue watching her show beside him. When she got tired of sitting, she could lie down comfortably in bed and keep watching. However, as she got closer, Jiang Jinyan grabbed her wrist and pulled her onto his lap. Shin Nanji was caught off guard and fell directly onto him. The tablet dangled precariously by the sofa, about to fall. Jiang Jinyan caught the tablet before it hit the ground and set it aside. Then, his hand rested on her waist, his fingers lightly touching her back. He looked at the girl who had just come out of the bathroom, still smelling of roses, and said gently, "Come sit here." Last night's exhausting experience flashed in her mind, and the thought of it made Shin Nanji instinctively shake her head. She pushed against his shoulder, trying to move back, firmly refusing no. After what happened on this sofa yesterday, there was no way she would come back today. He asked again, "How about the bed?" Shin Nanji still refused no. He smiled at her. "Then where does Gigi want to sleep?" "I'm not sleeping," she replied. "I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I'll stay up tonight." Jiang Jinyan's eyes sparkled with amusement, like scattered stars. "Then staying up means you should do something, right? Who stays up just to wait for dawn?" Shin Nanji was very firm in her refusal. "No need. I can manage without doing anything." Jiang Jinyan was silent for a moment. Seeing her trying to pull away, he decided to stop teasing her. He gently held her waist tighter, worried she might actually fall. "I'm not doing anything else. I just want to hold you." But Shin Nanji remained cautious and insisted on getting off him, her body tense. "You can hold me without me sitting." "I won't sit." Jiang Jinyan smirked, using a little force with his elbow to change her position. Instead of sitting across him, she sat with her legs together on his lap. "Is this way okay?" he asked. Shin Nanji glanced down, reluctantly accepting that "I guess that's okay." Jiang Jinyan chuckled, holding her for a moment. Noticing her eyes constantly darting to the tablet in the corner of the sofa, he patted her waist, set her down, and handed her the tablet. "Go watch your show in bed." Shin Nanji's eyes lit up. With her slender, pale fingers, she grabbed the tablet and instinctively turned to run to the bed. But before she could move, she thought of something else. Hiding her urgency, she looked at him with her watery eyes and politely asked, "Aren't you going to hug me?" Jiang Jinyan suppressed a smile in his eyes as he watched the girl who clearly wanted to run away but still remembered to ask him a question. "I won't disturb your enjoyment of the show. We'll hug later, when you're in bed." Shin Nanji's lips moved as if she wanted to say something. But after hearing his words and glancing at the time, she said nothing more. In his gaze, she quickly turned and ran to the bed. She lifted the blanket, burrowed under the covers, and quickly opened the tablet to find the show she hadn't finished watching. She lay on the bed and continued watching. At 10:50 p.m., Jiang Jinyan finished all his emails and went to the bathroom to take a shower. To avoid their couple duties tonight, Shin Nanji had used the excuse of staying up late, but she really wasn't tired. It was almost 11 and she was not only awake but feeling more energetic. After finishing the latest episode, Shin Nanji rested her chin on her hand, scrolling through nearby movies, trying to find something to watch to pass the time. Just as she was searching, her phone on the bedside table buzzed. She put down the tablet and picked up her phone. It was a WeChat message from Gu Qinghe. First challenge for a pregnant woman, insomnia, followed by several frustrated and anxious emojis. Then came a message expressing her despair. "How can I be pregnant and still have insomnia?"
Why today off your days? Sobe.
Shin Nanji scrolled down to check the date and remembered that tomorrow was the day Gu Qinghe and Hu Jingcheng would meet her parents. After reading her friend's message, Shin Nanji pushed aside the tablet and typed a reply. Don't worry, Mississippi. You have a marriage agreement. Why be anxious about meeting the parents? Gu Qinghe replied quickly, her fingers flying over the keyboard. I'm not anxious. Not at all. Really. I'm just going to act. It's not like I'm really getting married, so there's no need to be anxious. I'm just simply having insomnia. She followed up with a downcast emoji. Shin Nanji rested her chin on her hand and typed, Have you been sleeping too much these days? Gu Qinghe sent back a frustrated emoji. Not really, just a normal routine. Tomorrow, I will leave for Beijing and plan to go early. After receiving a reminder from Hu Jingcheng about the departure on WeChat in the evening, Gu Qinghe had dinner early and went to bed, hoping to sleep earlier to avoid trouble waking up the next day. However, she lay awake from 9:30 to 11 o'clock, unable to sleep. Finally, feeling frustrated, she grabbed her phone and sent a message to her best friend. When she learned that Shin Nanji wasn't going to sleep anytime soon, Gu Qinghe chatted casually with her until Jiang Jinyin finished a shower and took a work call from abroad. By the time he returned from the hallway, Gu Qinghe was still messaging. Jiang Jinyin glanced at the girl lying on the bed chatting and then checked the time. It's 11:15. What time does Ji plan to sleep? Shin Nanji turned her head to look at him and thought for a moment before sticking to her original plan. I'm staying up tonight. I don't plan to sleep. Jiang Jinyin replied, Not fulfilling your duties as a couple and not planning to sleep? She paused for 2 seconds, avoiding his gaze and looking back at her phone. Did I guess I could sleep a little? At 11:30, Gu Qinghe yawned and sent Shin Nanji her last message before turning off the light and wrapping herself in her blanket to sleep. She thought that with her sleepiness, she would fall asleep quickly. But by 1 a.m., she was still wide awake, counting sheep. Frustrated, she tossed and turned, and she couldn't remember when she finally fell asleep. The next day, when the alarm woke her up, she felt exhausted standing at the sink, and the dark circles under her eyes were very noticeable in the mirror. They had agreed to leave for Beijing at 8 a.m. At 7:50, a black Cullinan smoothly drove up and stopped in front of the villa. Himu got out from the driver's seat, standing like a statue next to the car, waiting for Gu Qinghe to come down. Hu Jingcheng sat in the back seat, with documents needing signatures on the table. At 8 a.m., Gu Qinghe, fighting off the drowsiness, covered her mouth to yawn as she came down from upstairs. As she stepped out of the courtyard and unexpectedly saw Himu and the familiar Cullinan, her sleepiness quickly vanished. Secretary He? Gu Qinghe asked suspiciously, shifting her gaze from the back seat of the Cullinan to him. Didn't we agree to meet in the city center? Himu smiled politely and respectfully greeted Gu Qinghe while explaining and opening the car door. Mr. Hua is concerned about your convenience since you are pregnant, so he specifically came to pick you up. As he spoke, he had already opened the back door of the car. She said to Gu Qinghe, Please, madam. Gu Qinghe stood there in a daze, then walked over to the car. She glanced at Hu Jingcheng in the back seat but didn't say anything more and quickly got into the car. The Cullinan drove smoothly out of the internal roads around the villa and onto the main road. Gu Qinghe was startled by the cold wind and the sudden sight of Hu Jingcheng downstairs. The warmth from the car made her feel a bit sleepy again. Himu was driving and, after turning on the signal to enter the main road, looked up in the rearview mirror at Gu Qinghe, who was leaning back in her seat and yawning. He asked, Madam, are you going back to your family home or heading straight to Beijing? Gu Qinghe rubbed her forehead, which felt heavy. Hearing his question, she turned to glance at Hu Jingcheng and unexpectedly met his gaze. She paused her movement. Sitting up a bit straighter, she pressed her lips together and replied, I don't need to go back specifically. We can go directly to Beijing. Himu nodded and turned north at the intersection ahead. Gu Qinghe, with dark circles under her eyes, pulled her gaze from the window and caught Hu Jingcheng looking at her again. After a moment of thought, she asked, Are we going to rehearse beforehand? She didn't want to make a mistake in front of the Hor family. Hu Jingcheng understood her concern, closed the document he had just signed, and placed it in the compartment. No need for rehearsal. Grandpa is very easy to get along with. He just wants to meet you before the wedding, so there's no need to worry. Gu Qinghe nodded. Since they signed the marriage agreement and received the certificate, today was only the second time they had met, the first being at Shengyi. They weren't very familiar, and after such a long time apart, even though Gu Qinghe was usually talkative, she didn't know what to say now. Just as she was frowning, trying to think of something to say to avoid an awkward silence, Hu Jingqing asked first, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Gu Qinghe rubbed her dark circles. In the past, she would have covered them up thoroughly before going out, but now that she was pregnant, she was cautious about using makeup and left the house with panda eyes. A little, she admitted. Hu Jingqing asked Himu to turn up the heat and handed Gu Qinghe a new blanket from the storage compartment, his tone still calm but not cold. "This journey will take a long time. If you want, you can take a nap in the car." Gu Qinghe blinked, surprised by the thick blanket he handed her. But after her surprise, she accepted it without hesitation and wrapped it around herself. She had trouble sleeping last night and was really tired now, her mind feeling foggy. If she kept this up, she thought she might collapse. After receiving the news that Hu Jingqing was bringing Gu Qinghe back to Beicheng, old master Hu got up early, full of energy, directing the servants at the old house to prepare everything. "This flower pot is in the way, move it. This old and ugly vase is something a young girl wouldn't like. Take it away and toss it aside. And the paintings in the hall are too stiff and dull. They need brighter colors to appeal to young people. Take them down and store them in the back villa. The trees in the yard are dead and dry. They only look like branches. Let's tie some flowers on them and add decorations, like those twinkling little lights. Young girls usually like shiny things. Let's hang them up. Hang more. And for the other green plants in the yard, just green isn't pretty. Let's add some flowers and hang up little lights."
And
Hua Lanin, who had been brought back from abroad, stood in the center of the hall, watching the butler and numerous servants busily transforming the entire old house. At that moment, her mouth twitched in disbelief. As old master Hua's demands grew more excessive, almost to the point of wanting to rebuild the entire house, Hua Lanin walked over, trying to calm her racing eyelids, and reminded him, "Dad, your granddaughter-in-law is only staying for a day or two. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths?" Old Master Hu glanced at her amidst his busy schedule and huffed, "Why isn't it necessary? Haven't you heard that first impressions are very important? My granddaughter-in-law is coming back for the first time. How can I not prepare properly?" The butler and servants were moving in and out of the hall, clearing away potted plants, personal collections of paintings, and priceless antique vases, all being treated like worthless junk at old Master Hu's command. Hua Lanin's mouth twitched even more. Unable to watch those expensive collectibles being tossed out one by one, Hua Lanin turned to the servants carrying bundles of small decorative lights heading to the yard and asked, "Dad, do you even know what young girls like?" Mr. Hu glanced at her and said sharply, "Otherwise, why would I have called you back?" Assistant Hua Lanin. At 5 in the evening, Hu Jingqing and Gu Qinghe arrived in Beicheng. After sleeping the whole way, Gu Qinghe opened her eyes groggily as she got out of the car. Her head was still a bit dizzy, and when she stepped onto the ground, it felt like walking on cotton, almost causing her to fall. Himu watched in alarm. Before he could help her, Hu Jingqing, who had gotten out of the car first, quickly reached out to support her waist. He frowned slightly and looked down at her, dizzy. The cold, unfamiliar scent filled her nose, and as Gu Qinghe stumbled, the dizziness from just waking up quickly faded, and her awareness returned. However, she had been sitting for too long, and her left leg felt numb. Although she instinctively wanted to move away from Hu Jingqing, her leg felt unresponsive, making it hard to shift even a little. Gu Qinghe furrowed her brows tightly, her body tensing up. The last remnants of sleep disappeared, and she hurriedly said to Hu Jingqing, "I'm not dizzy, but my leg is numb. I might need a few seconds." Gu Qinghe was worried that Hu Jingqing would let go of her right away. With her leg feeling this way, if he released her now, she might just fall to the ground. To avoid that, she instinctively grabbed his arm as she spoke. Hua Lanin, who had just finished a call outside and hadn't returned to the hall, accidentally saw this scene and was a bit surprised. She quickly took out her phone, silenced it, and snapped a picture to send to her dad. Her father had been paying attention to his phone for the past hour. When he saw the photo sent, but no response came back, Hualanin turned to glance toward the hall. At that moment, she spotted her father, who had come out from inside, looking pleased and smiling as he watched the scene from a distance. While watching, he was boasting to the butler beside him, "Look, my grandson and granddaughter-in-law have such a good relationship." He had been worried that Hu Jingqing might casually find a girl outside just to show off to him. But now it seemed he had been overthinking it. Seeing her father's eyes squinting with joy, Hualanin clicked her tongue and lazily put her phone away. Gu Qinghe didn't notice Mr. Hua and Hualanin. Once the numbness in her leg faded, she moved her leg slightly and pulled away from Hu Jingqing. "I'm fine now, thank you, Mr. Hua." Before she could finish her sentence, he suddenly took her hand. Gu Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. Hu Jingqing explained calmly, "Grandpa is watching. Miss Gu." He lowered his voice and reminded, "The show is starting." Gu Qinghe understood immediately and got into character. He nodded at him and let him lead the way inside. Old Mr. Hu stood in the courtyard, watching his grandson and granddaughter-in-law walk side by side. He was so happy that he could hardly contain his smile. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly asked the butler beside him, "Oldly, are the tea and juice ready?" The butler nodded quickly. "Everything is ready." In the living room, the old man sat on the sofa, looking at the granddaughter-in-law he had eagerly waited for, feeling more and more satisfied. He smiled and asked, "Was the journey smooth?" "Very smooth." Hu Jingqing glanced at the old man and then at Gu Qinghe, introducing her. "Qinghe, this is Grandpa." Gu Qinghe, showing her professionalism, sweetly greeted, "Hello, Grandpa." The old man's smile grew wider. "Good, good, good." As he spoke, the butler brought over a gift prepared by the old man for their meeting. The old man said to his granddaughter-in-law, "Qinghe, this is a gift from Grandpa. See if you like it." Looking at the stack of cards and property documents in front of her, Gu Qinghe's eyes twitched. Before she could speak, the old man pushed over a brocade box, saying, "This is a bracelet passed down from the Hor family. Today, Grandpa can finally give it to you. Quickly, accept it." Gu Qinghe hesitated to accept it. She instinctively looked at Hu Jingqing. His expression was as usual, showing no other emotions, just nodding for her to take it. "This is Grandpa's kindness, don't be polite." Gu Qinghe understood what he meant and, under the old man's urging gaze, obediently accepted the gift. Then, Hu Jingqing shifted his gaze to the side, looking at Hualanin, who was sitting on the nearby sofa, nervously counting the expensive jewelry that she hadn't seen since the last auction. Hualanin felt guilty, very guilty. If it weren't for the old man's persistent phone calls, she would not have returned from abroad so soon. She feared for her safety as a traitor. Hu Jingqing withdrew his gaze and calmly said to Gu Qinghe, "This is my aunt." Gu Qinghe smiled sweetly, "Hello, aunt." Hualanin avoided Hu Jingqing's gaze and pushed the tall stack of expensive jewelry toward Gu Qinghe, saying, "This is a gift from your aunt. See if you like it. If you don't, I can have someone bring over other styles. I like them all." "Thank you, aunt." Not long after, the sky gradually darkened. The chef prepared dinner, and a few people went to the dining room to eat. During dinner, Mr. Hu brought up the wedding. He asked Hu Jingqing, who was sitting next to Gu Qinghe, "Jingqing, how is the wedding preparation going?" Gu Qinghe bit into a shrimp and looked at Hu Jingqing as well. Hu Jingqing naturally placed another peeled shrimp on her plate and replied calmly, "It's mostly ready. Having the wedding before the new year is not a problem." Mr. Hu nodded in satisfaction and turned to Gu Qinghe, saying, "The wedding will be held in the church. Although it's winter, it won't be cold inside. I heard from Jingqing that the custom wedding dresses will arrive tomorrow, so you can choose which one you like, since you'll both be home." Gu Qinghe had no objections and readily agreed. Just as Hu Jingqing said, Mr. Hu was easy to get along with. Perhaps he was worried she might feel awkward, so after dinner, he shared many stories about her grandfather from years ago. The atmosphere in the hall was relaxed and pleasant. However, The only thing that puzzled Gu Qinghe was that since dinner, her sister-in-law Hualanin had gone outside to make a phone call and hadn't returned for an hour, almost as if she was avoiding someone. At 8 o'clock, seeing that it was getting late, Mr. Hu suggested they go upstairs to rest, so they wouldn't get tired. Gu Qinghe was engrossed in the stories from her grandfather and Mr. Hu when she suddenly heard the phrase "go upstairs to rest," and she froze. She instinctively looked at Hu Jingcheng. He set down his teacup and said to Mr. Hu, "Grandpa, we can just stay at home. There's no need to disturb your rest." Before Mr. Hu could disagree, Hualanin, who had been outside on the phone for a long time, came back in and said, "It's snowing. You probably can't go back now." Gu Qinghe. Mr. Hui added, "The old house is so big. I live in my own little villa and you two are in the main building on the 3rd floor. How could that disturb me?" Just then, Mr. Hu suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, changing his tone. "Or, are you two living apart even though you're married? Are you trying to avoid me finding out?" Gu Qinghe's heart skipped a beat. Her heart raced. She subtly took a sip of juice to avoid Mr. Hu's gaze, afraid that his sharp eyes would see through her. "Grandpa is overthinking," Hu Jingcheng said calmly as Gu Qinghe's heart raced. "We just didn't want to disturb your rest." The old man waved his hand, saying, "Grandpa is getting old and prefers a lively atmosphere. I'm happier when you stay here." But he looked at his granddaughter-in-law and then at his grandson, asking directly, "Have you two been living apart since you got married?" Gu Qinghe tightened her grip on the juice. Hu Jingcheng remained calm and responded smoothly to his grandfather's question, "We're not living apart. You're just worrying too much, Grandpa." The old man sighed in relief. "That's good." He advised them, "You just got married. Living apart can affect your relationship. How can a couple not live together? If you don't, how can your feelings last?" After saying a few more words, he waved his hand, smiling as he urged them to go upstairs. "All right, Grandpa won't nag you anymore. Qinghe is pregnant and shouldn't stay up late. You two should go to your room and talk to Grandpa tomorrow." The situation felt quite awkward. Before returning, they had planned to stay elsewhere to avoid raising suspicion, but now their plan was disrupted. Gu Qinghe looked at Hu Jingcheng, feeling confused and troubled. Hu Jingcheng stood up but didn't move, his gaze fixed on the old man sitting comfortably on the sofa, showing no signs of wanting to rest, and asked, "It's past 8, Grandpa. Aren't you going to rest?" The old man smiled. "I'm happy today and not tired. I want to stay downstairs a little longer." He waved his hand. "You two go upstairs and rest. I won't disturb you." Just as Gu Qinghe thought of a solution, planning to quietly separate and sleep in different rooms after the old man went back, she hesitated. Hu Jingcheng glanced at the old man, who was still watching them from downstairs, said nothing more, and led Gu Qinghe upstairs. Hualanin had been anxious all night, but when she saw Hu Jingcheng and Gu Qinghe go upstairs, she felt a bit relieved. Once they were out of the old man's sight, Gu Qinghe's forced calmness faded a little. She urgently wanted to ask her partner how they would spend the night, but before she could speak, the butler approached with milk and a fruit platter. He smiled kindly and said, "Grandpa is worried that Madam might not be used to sleeping in a new bed, so he asked me to bring up some milk to help her sleep." Gu Qinghe swallowed the words she almost let slip, quickly forcing a smile as she reached for the items in his hands. "Thank you, Uncle Lee."
Please give it to me.
The butler held onto the tray and explained as he looked at Hu Jingcheng, "Madam is pregnant, so I can handle these small tasks." Gu Qinghe was silent. As she reached the 3rd-floor bedroom and saw the two of them at the door, she felt a strange impression that the milk delivery was just an excuse, and the old man had sent the butler to keep an eye on her and Hu Jingcheng as they entered the room. After the butler left, Gu Qinghe rubbed her face, trying to shake off her awkwardness. She thought to herself that this situation was really hard to act out. She then looked up at Hu Jingcheng, who was walking inside, and asked, "Aren't you going back? How will we sleep tonight?" Hu Jingcheng went to the balcony and looked at the heavy snow outside. He said, "The snow is heavy and Grandpa is blocking the way in the hall, so we can't go back." He turned around to see Gu Qinghe, who was frowning and unsure of what to do. It's not very realistic to sleep in separate rooms. Having been raised by his grandfather, Hu Jingcheng could easily see that his grandfather wasn't going to rest yet and had intentionally sent the butler with milk after they went upstairs. Miss Gu can take the bed, and I will sleep on the sofa. I appreciate you making do for one night. Gu Qinghe stood in front of the sofa, glanced at the cold-toned bed, and then at the sofa behind her. I can sleep on the sofa. Hu Jingcheng rolled up his sleeves and took out a cigarette. He wanted to smoke, but then remembered she was pregnant and put it away. His deep gaze turned to her. The sofa isn't a place for a girl to sleep. We have an agreement, and I won't do anything to you, so you don't need to worry. Gu Qinghe wasn't worried about Hu Jingcheng doing anything to her. They both understood it was just acting. She simply felt uncomfortable. Aside from that night with the herbal medicine, she had never shared a room with a man, and that night, she had been in so much pain that she barely remembered anything. Gu Qinghe looked at the bed, then at the sofa, and finally at the closed bedroom door. After a while, she slowly nodded. Hu Jingcheng made a phone call. Noticing her awkwardness, he didn't stay in the room long. He said, "It's getting late. You should sleep. I have a meeting to attend in the study."
Gu Qinghe nodded again.
When Hu Jingcheng would return was unclear to Gu Qinghe. She tried to make herself comfortable by taking a spot by the bed and didn't remember when she fell asleep. She only recalled waking up the next day to find the room empty. There were no signs that anyone had slept on the sofa. The other half of the bed was neatly made with no traces of use. She ran her fingers through her hair, sat up to gather her thoughts, and quickly went to wash up. In the side room, Hu Lanin finished a long-distance call and turned to see Hu Jingcheng coming down from the second floor. As an elder, she felt a familiar sense of unease facing this younger relative. She looked behind him and, trying to act normally, smiled and asked, "Up so early? Where's Qinghe?" Hu Jingcheng replied, "She's upstairs. She probably hasn't woken up yet." Hu Lanin didn't intend to linger, jokingly saying, "I'll go see what the chef has prepared. We can't neglect the young lady on her first visit." Hu Jingcheng calmly called out to her, "Aunt." Hu Lanin felt a chill run down her spine, her breath catching. All she could think was, this is bad. If Rinheng had told the old man about Gu Qinghe's pregnancy, Hu Jingcheng would surely take it out on her. She was an elder, but Hu Jingcheng was known for his cold and ruthless methods. How could her fate be any better? After days of anxiety, Hu Lanin felt like she could just die. Yet, she had to keep her composure. She feigned ignorance and looked at Hu Jingcheng, who had a calm expression. "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" "There is a bit," Hu Jingcheng replied, adjusting his cuffs and looking at her with his dark eyes. "About a month and a half ago, at the Huaihai City auction, did you go to the Yujia Hotel?" Hu Lanin firmly denied it, her voice steady. "I didn't go. Did something happen that day?" Hu Lanin couldn't help but think to herself how she had been caught between these two and had to hone her acting skills. Hu Jingcheng slightly smiled but didn't respond to her question. With his hands in his pockets, he continued to look at her, repeating, "Did you really not go to the Yujin Hotel?" Hu Lanin maintained her stance. "I didn't go. I was arguing with your uncle those days and didn't have time for the hotel." Hu Jingcheng remained silent. Hu Lanin added, "So, did something happen after the auction?" Hu Jingcheng tugged at the corners of his lips and glanced at Hu Lanin with a raised eyebrow, saying, "What happened?" "I thought you knew, Aunt." Hu Lanin shrugged her shoulders innocently and replied, "I didn't even go. How would I know?" Just then, the old man sent the butler to call Hu Lanin. She never felt that the butler and her dad could arrive so timely. Hu Lanin quickly turned and said to Hu Jingcheng, "Your grandfather is looking for me. I'll be going now." When Gu Qinghe came down from upstairs after washing up, the old man and Hu Lanin were gathered around looking at something. Hu Jingcheng sat on the other side of the sofa, casually flipping through a booklet. As she approached, the butler spoke first. The old man and Hu Lanin turned to look at her. The moment they saw her, the old man cheerfully handed what he was holding to Hu Lanin. Gu Qinghe noticed that it seemed to be a booklet, similar to the one in Hu Jingcheng's hands. "Qinghe, you're awake?" the old man said with a smile. "How did you sleep last night?" Gu Qinghe stepped down the last stair and walked over, glancing subtly at Hu Jingcheng. only to meet his dark eyes. She discreetly shifted her gaze away and smiled at the old man, nodding. Very well, Grandpa. You don't need to worry. The old man looked back at Hu Jingcheng and then asked Gu Qinghe, Did Jingcheng take good care of you? If not, tell Grandpa, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. This time, the smile on Gu Qinghe's face stiffened a bit. But thankfully, her expression didn't give anything away. Of course. He did, Grandpa, don't worry. The old man nodded. That's good. Don't be polite. He is your husband. You and Jingcheng are a couple, and he should take care of you. You two don't need to be distant. Gu Qinghe, like Shin Nanji, was a bit slow to accept the idea of being married. It was as if the term couple had come to her mind more in the past half-month than it had today. She felt an odd sense of being truly married. But when she thought of the marriage agreement safely locked in her safe, that feeling of unreality quickly vanished. The wedding dress has already been delivered. Come, let's take a look at the dresses and see which one you like. After finishing breakfast and selecting the wedding dress while trying on any necessary adjustments, it was already past 10 o'clock. The snow kept falling. After finishing her tasks, Gu Qinghe stood by the tall floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the white world outside. Raising an eyebrow, she took out her phone and sent a photo to Shin Nanji. Did you look? It's snowing. Both Shin Nanji and Gu Qinghe loved snowy scenes. A few days ago, Gu Qinghe had told Shin Nanji that they should go out and enjoy the snow when it fell in Huaihai City. However, they didn't see any snow there, but upon arriving in Beicheng, they saw it right away. Since there was no reply, Gu Qinghe thought about her best friend and Jiang Jinyan, realizing their separation felt like a short honeymoon. She didn't wait for Shin Nanji to respond. After checking her phone while watching the heavy snow outside, she soon went over to the sofa to chat with the old man and others. Shin Nanji was still asleep. In the elegantly decorated bedroom, the curtains were tightly closed, blocking any light. In the center of the large bed, a girl with porcelain white skin had half her face buried in the soft blankets, with a hint of warmth visible on her exposed skin. The phone charging by the bedside buzzed twice. The girl under the covers frowned slightly, disturbed but not waking up. After nearly half an hour, while Jiang Jinyan and Butler Pang were distracted, the little dog, Tuan Tuan, sneaked upstairs through the slightly open door into the bedroom. It scampered to the bedside, squatting on the cashmere carpet, and looked up at Shin Nanji, softly calling her. Woken up by the noise, Shin Nanji, still half asleep, recognized Tuan Tuan's voice. She rolled over in her warm, cozy bed, reluctant to wake up, and reached out from under the covers to pat the little dog, hoping to calm it down. Tuan Tuan was sitting a bit far away, so she couldn't reach it. Just as Shin Nanji stretched out her hand, the clever little dog took 2 steps forward, resting its head in her palm. Having just returned from playing outside in the snow, Tuan Tuan had snow on its head. Once inside the warm villa, the snow melted quickly, leaving only some water in its fur. As it leaned closer, the cold water touched Shin Nanji's palm, waking her up instantly. She opened her eyes, propped herself up, and looked down. Tuan Tuan, did you fall in water this early in the morning? As she spoke, Shin Nanji's gaze fell on the little dog at the foot of the bed. The originally shiny and smooth fur was now soaked and clumpy, looking like it had rolled around in the water. Shin Nanji frowned tighter. Tuan Tuan, it's winter now. Stop playing in the water. Woken up by it, she couldn't fall back asleep, especially with a little puppy nearby making soft noises. Shin Nanji took a moment to gather her energy and got out of bed. After getting dressed, she pressed the remote, and the curtains opened automatically. She bent down to grab her phone from the bedside, yawning as she unlocked it to check messages. The first message in WeChat was from Gu Qinghe, showing several pictures of snowy scenes. Shin Nanji opened the input box to type a reply, but as Tuan Tuan excitedly walked out, she accidentally glanced outside and saw the vast expanse of white. Her fingers paused, and she stopped typing. She walked a few steps to the window and looked down through the spotless glass. The courtyard was covered with a thick layer of snow. Her finger hovered over the delete key, erasing what she had just typed. She lifted her phone and took a picture of the view outside, sending it right away. Gigi, It's snowing in Huaihai too. Ji. And it's quite heavy. Gu Qinghe replied quickly. Xiaohemiao. No way. Xiaohemiao. I've been waiting at home for almost a month, and it snows right after I leave. Xiaohemiao. Couldn't it have snowed a couple of days earlier? Xiaohemiao. Or a couple of days later. Shen Nanji's mouth twitched as she read her messages and quickly checked the weather for the next few days. Soon, she returned to WeChat and replied, there will be several more days of snow in the next 2 weeks. Let's plan to meet when you come back. After sending the message, Shen Nanji put her phone away and squatted down to pet the puppy. Noticing some wet spots on its fur, she grabbed a few tissues from the table behind her and wiped it dry. Did you roll in the snow this early in the morning? The little one couldn't talk, but its tail wagged happily. After drying it off, Shen Nanji patted its head and said, let's go downstairs. In the hall, Jiang Jinyan was talking to the butler, and Shen Nanji couldn't hear them from a distance. But Tuan had already dashed out ahead. It was so fast that the butler didn't have time to stop it before the little one bolted out of the hall and dove into the thick snow outside, blending in perfectly with the white. It started snowing late last night, and the snow has been falling heavily since then. The courtyard is covered with a thick layer of snow. A little dog jumped into the snow, burying most of its body. If it weren't for its tail wagging joyfully like a propeller in the sky, it would be hard to spot. As the dog dug and burrowed in the snow, it created many uneven holes and ended up covered in a thick layer of frost. To encourage Shen Nanji to come out and play, the little one ran into the hall, leaving wet snow all over the carpet. The butler watched with concern. Before Jiang Jingnian could scold the dog, Butler Pang quickly stopped it from rushing back into the hall and gave it a verbal reprimand. Jiang Jingnian didn't have time to deal with the playful dog. When Shen Nanji came down from upstairs, his attention was solely on her. Wear an extra layer. It's snowing. I'll take you out to see the snow. Shen Nanji smiled and quickly replied, I'll go put on my down jacket. Wait for me. Before she finished speaking, she turned and ran back upstairs to get ready. Jiang Jingnian made a phone call, and before he finished, Shen Nanji, now wearing a white down jacket, came back down. He glanced at her and told the person on the other end of the line to go ahead, and hung up. Hearing his last words, Shen Nanji thought he had plans and looked up at him with her porcelain-like face, asking, Are we going out? Jiang Jingnian looked her over, his gaze stopping at the faint mark on her delicate neck. We're not going out. Let's take Gigi to the yard to see the snow. He then picked up the scarf she had left on the sofa and wrapped it around her neck, ensuring she wouldn't feel the cold wind before leading her outside. Shen Nanji loved the crunch sound of stepping on soft snow. It felt oddly relaxing. Just like the little dog, as soon as they exited the hall, she walked along the untouched snowy path. Interestingly, the mansion had many servants who had started clearing snow early in the morning, from the fountain-lined path outside to the courtyard and the large stone path in the back. However, for some reason, the main path in front of the hall was half cleared, while the other half remained untouched, with layers of soft, fresh snow piled up, completely undisturbed. Jiang Jinyan was holding Shen Nanji's hand. He walked on the part of the path that had been cleared of snow, while the girl beside him stepped onto the untouched snowy area. Shen Nanji looked down at the soft, pure white snow, which was being pressed into neat footprints, and a smile appeared on her lips. She didn't think much about why this part of the path hadn't been cleared. The Yushan mansion was quite large, with a spacious front yard and an even bigger backyard. Jiang Jinyan didn't stop Shen Nanji. She played in the yard, enjoying the snow, while he stayed close by. Once her initial excitement faded, he gathered a handful of snow and led the playful girl toward the backyard. He tossed away the snowball and warmed her cold hand in his. As he guided her toward the back of the main villa, Shen Nanji blinked, curious about where he was taking her. What are we doing? He chuckled softly. I'm preparing a surprise for Mrs. Jiang.
Come and see.
Shen Nanji became interested. She hadn't realized that since the misunderstanding about the marriage between the Qin and Jiang, Shen families was cleared up, her shyness around Jiang Jinyan had faded. Their interactions felt more like those of a normal couple. Just like now, Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, her smile bright and lively, and she asked, "Can't you tell me now?" Jiang Jinyan couldn't help but smile back, playfully ruffling her hair. "We'll be there soon." Not long after, he pointed in a direction. Ji, look to the left.
Shen Nancy followed his Zhuxiang.
When she saw a dazzling patch of red against the snowy white, she paused in surprise. "What is that?" She walked closer and, upon seeing the countless vibrant and beautiful rose bushes covered in snow, she was momentarily speechless. "Are those?" Jiang Jinyan came up behind her, standing among the roses. "They are Lord Roselle roses. He explained last time I noticed you liked those roses, so I thought you would enjoy the snowy roses too. I originally planned to create a snowy scene at Yushan Mansion to cheer you up, but it snowed first, which saved me some trouble. What do you think? Do you like it?" Shen Nanji looked at the beautiful scene of roses, as if she were surrounded by a sea of snowy roses. She couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling brighter than the stars in the sky. She took out her phone from her down jacket. Normally indifferent to posting on social media, Shen Nanji surprisingly took a picture of the roses covering the entire backyard and shared it online. "I love it. It's so beautiful." Thousands of vibrant roses stood out against the snow, swaying gently in the cold wind. Snowflakes fell like crystal rain on the petals, creating a stunning visual spectacle. Jiang Jinyan watched the girl in front of him, noticing the joy in her eyes. With a gentle smile, he pulled her into his arms and said, "Since you like it, I'll have a truckload of flowers sent over tomorrow." Shen Nanji was genuinely happy. What girl wouldn't love such a surprise? After taking her photos and posting them, she turned from his embrace, stood on her tiptoes, and gave him a quick kiss on the corner of his lips. Jiang Jinyan was momentarily taken aback by her sudden affection. As she tried to pull away, he held her waist and pulled her back into his arms, leaning down to kiss her softly. His voice was warm and low, blending with the sound of the wind. "That's not how you kiss. Have you not learned yet, my dear?" Before Shen Nanji could respond, his lips met hers, and the gentle kiss sent a shiver through her, causing her to let out a soft sound. Even her fingers, gripping the edge of his coat, tightened unconsciously.